8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour, and we appreciate you, as always, for choosing the show. And a busy one today we have. Wheel of Meat could spin. That's there for you. Today, we record RBU, and it's going to be a very interesting topic. It has to do with Ukraine and Russia, so you don't want to miss that. We'll give you more information on that. Developed yesterday afternoon, kind of late. Coach Kevin Sumlin will be with us. He is the Houston Gamblers head coach for the USFL. They opened up their season against the Michigan Panthers on April the 17th at 11 a.m. Central Time. But we'll talk to Coach Sumlin today for the first time here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And then later in the show today, Tim Tebow. He's part of the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. It's going to be in Huntsville on Father's Day weekend, and we'll talk to Tim via Zoom late in the show today in the last hour if you're listening live. So a lot to do today. Let's bring everybody in. We have one Eddie Van Adler, got TV rolling, and to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good.
Yes,
Good.
Sir. Fired up.
You can answer this for me.
Okay.
But if not, I'd like the audience. This is personally selfish, and I think I could help somebody out as well.
Oh.
Caroline's up for getting her permit.
Okay.
And when Braden got his, gosh, it's been a year and a half, 2 years ago, Amanda took him up to the DMV, and they just sat in the lobby and for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours and finally got it done. Is there a better process? Can you go online and register, or is there something you can do better?
So it's
than
just
that? She's got to take the little test and get a permit.
Okay. Yeah, I can help you on that.
Okay.
It's all about location.
But you do have to.
Yes.
But there's nowhere you can go online and register. So evidently somebody told her. I said, I don't think that's right, Caroline. I think you actually have to physically go. They got to take a picture of you. You've got to take a test and all that.
Now it's been about 2.5 years since.
And that's what we did with
did ours with Reese 2 or 3 years ago. And it's just first come, first serve, and so the key is to get there early.
Well, that's a good process.
And so,
but
again, it's all about location. You have some locations that, and I guess it's just like in any business or chain or whatever, that kind of seem to run more efficiently, and then have less crowds. And so we were able to dial in, for the third time.
Yeah.
Where to go and kind of what time to get there and all that.
I'm battling a couple things. One, I can't get there early because what we do. Number two, I told her we'd try to do it towards the end of this week before she goes back to school.
Oh,
so we were planning on going tomorrow after the show. And I thought, well, we probably won't be able to get there till noon. And then I don't know if we can make. I don't know if that
looks like, because I think they stop. They'll shut down. And stop taking people signing in pretty early in the afternoon, just because it takes time to get everybody in. But
sounds like fun.
It yeah. So she's just taking the test right now.
Correct.
Not drive. I mean, we're not driving or anything, which helps.
Yeah. All she's doing is going in, got some paperwork that I've got to handle. And according to Amanda, because she did this with Braden year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and so you just get a picture made, you pass the test, they give it to you, and you're done.
Yeah.
But she said it took them like 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, that's tough.
Which is amazing that we allow something to go on for 5 or 6 hours that takes a minute to do.
Yeah. Well, here's what you've got is that in most locations you've got the same person administering the test and doing the driving. And so it's like, hey, I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to take.
Oh, that's a bad.
I got to take Helms.
That's a good efficient
I got to take Michael out for a drive because somebody's getting their driver's license. I'll be right back in 10, 15 minutes, whatever. It's really your
our taxes at work.
Hey, you're subject to how many's there.
So we can't just have a person handle the paperwork and person handle the driving.
It depends on how many's there. I remember with I think it was JC. And it's something you don't want to hear, is they step out and they go, hey, we're trying to get to you as quickly as we can. Just a heads up, I'm the only one here today. So-and-so called in. So that person was doing everything. But if there's multiple ones, they do try to divide it up where one's doing more of the driving test and one's doing the
It's been
the
so
other.
long since my kids, obviously, but I remember for the driving test. I don't remember the permit.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I'm not from a populated area either.
Yeah.
You know, but we might have sat there between 30 minutes to an hour
Yeah.
waiting.
Yeah.
You had to take a number, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. The problem you got is that you have one really, really popular location, and they get bogged down.
Yeah.
And so it might take maybe a little 30-minute drive, but there's a couple of other locations that aren't as many. There's not as many people there like you experienced, Greg, and so the wait's not as long. Because I know with mine, because we had the little app where you constantly take the 15-question test over and over
That's
and over
what
again.
we've been doing this week.
And it took all mine about 30 seconds to take the test. It seemed
Yeah,
like.
right.
You know,
Right.
and they were like, you know, pass, you're out.
You're out.
But it's just the
funny
wait.
thing
Yeah.
is my kids actually took their driving test at the exact same place I took mine.
That's cool.
Listen, it's the same test. As
That's
far
so
as
funny.
they drive around the same roads.
Okay.
The same. I mean, you think they would have upgraded it by now? Take
Well,
them
they
out in traffic or something.
got 'em around.
You basically you got this neighborhood. You go run. You do a 3-point turnabout,
Yeah.
and here you are.
Yeah.
I said that's the exact one I took.
Yeah. That's funny.
Maybe I figure by now they might would have added a little.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think with Tyler, this is how funny. All right, so the first one with Tyler, he took the driver's ed class in school.
That's what Braden did. See,
But-
he didn't have to do what you're talking about.
But with
Greg.
his,
You can
but
get
the
your
way
life.
his
Yeah.
birthday landed is his birthday landed right around, you know, and it's Thanksgiving time, and then you've got the Christmas break and all this kind of stuff. He was impatient because he had to wait until you got the official, I've passed the class, and then you take it up there and then you're done. Well, he didn't want to wait. He says, "I know, I want mine now." And this was the driver's license.
I think I remember.
And
all
so
that.
he had to. He's like, "No, I want to go. I just want to go pass it, and I want to have it right now." So you want to have it right now? Yes, sir. All right, so let's go. And so that's what we did there when he really didn't have to do it. And then the other two, it was the exact same driving course. They went down the same road, did the 3-point turn at the same spot. They want you to go through a red light or two, see how you react to that.
I thought
you
since
know.
the early '80s, still when my kids took it, they might have maybe
Yeah.
changed it up a little.
Right.
you got to think who you're talking about here.
Government.
Yeah. No, but as far as you are going, Helms, and this is the only time if you can't land it on Amanda's off day where they can get there real early, then just
Well, the problem
shoot for the stars
here's
and
the
see if it
problem.
opens up and there's not some kind of line where they go, all right, just heads up, you're fifth in line.
You
know,
may
or
actually
sixth
have
in line.
a day where everybody shows up
I
for
know.
work.
I know.
Yeah.
And it
Which
being,
would be a miracle.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem we have is Caroline actually likes to go to school, unlike the other two.
Oh, wow.
So she doesn't want to miss school for this. So because it's spring break week, she's like, "We got to get this in, Dad." And I'm like, "That's fine, and I'll
understand
attempt
that.
it." But Amanda's working Friday and today,
Yeah.
and so I can't just. It's hard for me to get over there.
Yeah.
And I remember Amanda coming home with Braden and they were like zombies. And she was like, "I can't believe that we do it this way in 2022.
That's tough. There's a
Yeah.
couple of
Well, we have to
places
do it
I'll
better.
let you know about
Okay.
that I think now. Boy, don't make the mistake I made and actually
remember-
showed up and
remember
won,
that.
and they were
It's
off
close,
that day.
yeah.
I remember
Dang
that.
it.
Rick and Bubba.
During this give it a look. So Guardians of the Galaxy I was not familiar with at all.
Did you see the first?
I did. And let me that's what I want to warn everybody about. On the first one, I had zero expectations. I'm talking about like
Is this the one with the talking raccoon and all that?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got Chris Pratt in it, who's gold.
Yeah.
So anyway,
But it's drawn, right? I mean, it's not a real movie. It's animated.
no.
It's real.
It's real.
Okay.
Yeah, real actors, and it's just like any superhero movie. This is a group of I'll have little things they can do, but it's out
Right.
it's out in space.
Okay.
Which I thought I'd never heard of it. I didn't even know the comic book. I didn't know anything about it. So I thought to myself on the first one that I literally was sitting around the house going, it looks like it's some Marvel thing. Let's give it a shot. And it exceeded my expectations. And we as a family actually really loved the first one. So I thought now I'm in trouble because now in this one I've got expectations.
Right.
And I was even talking to my sons. They were like, "Dad, it's not going to meet our expectations this time." We liked it the first time because it's like our show. When you turn it on, you expect so little from it that you're kind of like, "Well, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be." But I thought now I like the first one, so will I like the second one as much? And I can't say that I did, but it's still kind of a fun ride. And But there's some cameos in this that they don't even promote. And so right out of the gate, and I know, Bubba, this is on that list of people that we, give a pass to and pretty much will check out anything that they're involved in. Right now, the first scene starts up, and I'm nudging Sharon. I said, that's Kurt Russell. Mm-hmm. And she was like, that's not Kurt Russell. And all of a sudden, when they start, and I said, that right there, that's Kurt Russell. And before I knew it, it was Kurt Russell, and he has a very big part in this. And then
what's this little wooden man I'm looking at?
Well, Greg, I can't get into that. It's too much
explanation.
Tiny little Why is there a talking
now, Rick, they said
we're not getting into all that. I'm just simply talking about this.
It looks a little bit like Tron there.
My main thing was the cameos. So Kurt Russell's in it, which you don't even see promoted. I don't think even.
Was he a villain or something?
In the we'll see, maybe not.
I think that might be in the trailer. Why he's in there.
And then Sylvester Stallone comes out of nowhere in it.
Really?
Oh. Yeah, he's in it. So there's a couple little camo drops in there that of two pretty big actors that I didn't think were in this movie at all because it's got more of the modern people in it. But the raccoon is funny. It's got a lot of comedy in it. It's one of those.
Baby Groot.
Well, Greg,
I'm looking at it right here.
I don't want to get into the Groot thing. It's too much to explain.
Greg, they say this is based on a true story.
Now, Rick, is it true the raccoon
right kept the blind side?
That various parts during the movie he stopped and he goes to just John's house to eat marshmallows?
Yeah, that's really
inside joke. It is a good one, though.
It is.
That's inside but gold.
Crank him up.
All right,
again.
and the
Talking about
voice,
their nightly critters.
Greg, and the voice
Be
of
up here tomorrow.
and the voice of the raccoon, the animated raccoon thing in it. The voice of him is somebody.
That ain't his real voice.
Well, I'm talking about the voice is a very good big actor, and it doesn't sound anything like him. It's what's a guy?
Oh, really? There it is, Rick.
What's his name, Greg? You know him. Give me the voice of the.
Now, Rick, they're saying the real victory in this is that it has now guaranteed to make more money than the original, which has not been taking place in Hollywood in a while. Sequels that are stair-stepping up. So that probably means you'll see installment 3 for sure.
Right. Well, because the first one kind of, of all the brands they have, this is not one of their, you don't think first, oh, yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. Mm-hmm. I think you kind of have to be a comic book geek to even know that one.
Yeah, I know.
And that's what I didn't, that's because it caught me off guard. I didn't know who it was.
Rick, this here is the tail end of the trailer, and it looks, it says in the trailer.
Bradley Cooper. That's who's the voice of it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
From the Sniper movie and all that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like him at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's Russell.
Yeah, there's Kurt Russell right there. I mean, look, he just.
What's he doing?
No, he has something. He kind of.
Show him again.
Yeah.
Found you. And who the hell are you?
Oh, okay.
I'm your dad, Peter.
Oh, wow.
Kurt Russell. Yeah. So isn't it? But Bradley Cooper is the raccoon, and I listen for his voice in the raccoon the whole time. It never really comes out.
Really?
Yeah. You know how you keep trying to pick up on somebody's voice. But it's funny. Raccoon's kind of a key character in all of it, and I won't get into all that stuff. But it is a if you're looking for mindless entertainment that doesn't require much from you, you would probably
That's
like
what
it.
I like.
Because I'm usually a little bit on the downside of anything out in space. I'm not a big out in space guy, but Chris Pratt is just so funny to me. And so he, just they did. And there's always this theme. Mm-hmm. There's something about, and they started doing this a long time. Guardians of the Galaxy. Rick
and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. All right, 21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba show. So I think we got Helms dialed in on getting Caroline her permit taken care of this week. Unfortunately for him and those of you that have had multiple kids, you start getting in line like you're going to a concert at like 5-something in the morning just so you can, be first in line and then get out of there. But with just the test, hopefully, Helmsy, they got multiple people working and it's two different instructors and you can knock it out. So I was talking with Kevin Sumlin yesterday, and he's scheduled to be on the show today. Coach Kevin Sumlin, he is the new.
So you were talking with him?
Yes. He's a really nice guy.
If somebody with the organization would set it up.
Oh well, and they did, but they started a little group text, and so we had to dial in, and he's just a very nice guy and eager to be on today. Of course, he said he needed that reminder 20 minutes ahead of time. They're running hard right now.
Now, which one's
he's the Houston Gamblers. Houston Gamblers with the USFL. His first pick was quarterback Clayton Thorson. He is the Northwestern quarterback. He's really excited about him. You Florida Gator fans might remember running back Mark Thompson. He's their running back. He hadn't played since he was waived by the Raiders in 2020, but he's excited about him as well. He'll be with us at 7:50 a.m. Central Time if you listen live, but he is the head coach for the Houston Gamblers. He was with Texas A&M for about 5 years, then went over to Arizona, and now with the Houston Gamblers. So we're excited to talk to him. But the reason I brought that up is, we love Hard Knocks, right?
Yeah.
With the NFL.
Good show.
Was talking to them yesterday, and with the inaugural season of the USFL just days away, they're getting ready to take us behind the curtain and what some of us have never experienced before when it comes to like a little documentary type deal. It's a 13-episode series that will capture all of the athletes' personalities and unique circumstances that find themselves as they pursue their dreams in this new professional spring football league. It's a 1-hour series. It's going to premiere Saturday, April 16th at 5:30 p.m. Central Time on Fox. Now, this is Fox, leading into the USFL's inaugural game, which is a primetime matchup against the New Jersey Generals and the Birmingham Stallions on April the 16th at 6:30 Central Time. So it's going to be the lead-in for this. But what's cool, it's a 13-episode series that is going to be very Hard Knocks-like, where they give you behind-the-scenes stories about, the athletes and what's their circumstances, because they're all going to have different circumstances. Some have played in the NFL, have been cut, kind of like Mark Thompson, the running back. Some coming from college. They're all different circumstances, and so I know that y'all enjoy stuff like that. But it's going to be April 16th at 5:30 p.m. Central Time on Fox as a lead-in to their inaugural game, the primetime matchup against New Jersey and Birmingham. So I just thought that was interesting. I actually printed that for you guys because I know how we like Hard Knocks and behind-the-scenes stuff, and that's going to take place. And they have announced that yesterday. But it's not like some Kiwi little, hey, it's NFL Films, Fox Sports, and the USFL have teamed up to produce this United by Football, a season in the USFL, 13-episode series.
13.
So be looking for that.
I like those behind-the-scene things.
Yeah, I think so too. Did y'all catch the Colts in season for the first time? They did
something
an
about the Colts. I
in-season.
really can't watch them do anything.
Well, and I thought the same.
They're just one of them teams.
I thought the same thing, but then when
you enjoyed it though,
I got into it,
No,
and
I'm
they
sure
start developing the personalities of the athletes, and they, here they are. They're at practice. If it's the coach
Carson
or
Wentz,
a player,
nose
and
diving.
they've been going just nonstop, right, and all the stress of that, and they come home and they're picking up their 2-year-old and turning into daddy. And then you got the wife. It's kind of cool to see all that. And then
I would have enjoyed it.
So anyway, be checking that out. And then Tim Tebow late in the show today. So last night where we live, and a lot of you still experiencing severe weather, it was one of those nights where, in addition to just tornadic type activity, you had really powerful straight line winds. To the point where Span was telling us, don't just depend on tornado warnings to take cover. If you see a severe thunderstorm with the winds that are coming, you got to get in your safe place. So Terry's parents came over last night because of where they live. They've got a lot of old growth around them, and I'm talking about.
You know how you are about old
I
growth.
know. You talking about ginormous trees?
I gave you a little look on Marco
yes, you
Polo
did,
last night.
and they were a swinging. Terry's mom said, I've been looking out at these trees all afternoon that are leaning sideways, and if they fall, they're coming right on top of us. And I think some neighbors had some huge limbs fall on their deck or whatever. And she said, we're out, and we're coming over. So they came over last night, and we had dinner with them, and it was
a little
nice.
storm party.
A little storm party, little party at the Wilburn House. But
Good old storm.
I saw a little bit after 11 p.m. last night. Because we got Tyler, who lives in Tuscaloosa, and that tornado went right over the golf club course, I should say, right close to where he lives. A little scary moment there in Tuscaloosa, and so that was late. And then Reese he's down at the beach, and at about 3:30 they went into a tornado warning down at the beach at 3:30 a.m. And luckily I was up and heading out. And he texted and said, "Hey, we're in a warning. We're good. We're in our safe place." But how about being a tornado warning at the beach?
Yeah, that's never happened to me.
No. But everybody with my family is good. Just a little bit of little bit of heavy eye this morning. We didn't get a lot of sleep.
I thought I slept I went to bed and I said, because I know it was. I looked and it said, well, this is a couple of hours from me anyway, so I'm gonna go to bed and wake up if it's bad. If I gotta go get it in the shelter, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it never really got bad. Lisa woke me up because where Taylor lives, they were under a tornado warning.
Yeah.
At one point.
Mm.
So, but so, like you say, when you have family spread out, you
Oh,
got to
yeah.
worry about yourself, and
Yeah.
you got to worry about them too.
That's right.
So,
Yeah. Now you're worried about a couple locations. I
Yeah.
got my parents up in Huntsville.
But
I'm checking everything.
They had one real close to them. I haven't talked to them. If there was, I don't think they had any damage or nothing.
Yeah.
But in that area, there was.
I try to get everything out. You know how you run around the house and you're like, all right, let me pick up things that are light and can blow away.
Oh,
And
I did my. And here's the. If I do this, then I don't have bad weather, so I'm gonna keep doing it. I put all my stuff in the garage, my outside stuff, moved it to the chairs,
yeah,
grill.
that's it. Yep.
Now let me leave it out there and not move it, and it'll be dang wind crazy blowing stuff. That's exactly what happened last time. I moved it in before, and then I left it out that time. The tornado came and blew everything all over my yard.
Blew it all over the place.
But so I should have known it wasn't going to be bad after I went to the effort to put it up.
Yeah.
So I'll continue to.
Alabama State Bird, which is our trampolines, were flying all over the place.
Saw
I saw a
some
video
pictures.
of that.
That's crazy.
That wind will get them.
Are you glad you don't have your trampoline anymore?
When that tree, that's the one tree I'm glad that fell and centered that puppy. Destroyed it.
Good night.
And I spent hours trying to put it up. Remember, I had to dig a
Yeah,
hole
dug a hole,
and
yeah,
everything
I remember all
to get
that.
it level.
Sure.
So glad that thing's
But
gone.
no trees on the house for you.
No. Thank goodness.
Rick and Bubba.
The things people look for is the big theme that runs through it is the music is something tied to the main character's mother that she gave him these tapes with all these songs on it. So it's all these 70s songs. Like they have Fox on the Run from Swede, and then you'll there'll be songs like that come out while they're doing like fight scenes and stuff. You know how much people start doing? They'll play a song that don't really go with it, all that. But so that part's a big part of the movie too. So these movies are fun to go see, and I enjoyed it. It was good. Was it better than the original? I don't know about that. I can't make that call because I had no expectations of the first one. So now I went into this with expectations, so that taints everything.
Yeah.
But it was good. I mean, it was funny. There's a lot of great funny lines in it, and the comedy of it all. But it's a little green screen heavy, so that concerns me for you, Greg.
Well, you know how that is.
Yeah,
Well, everything is now.
And I'm not sure you can tolerate the raccoon.
Yeah, I'm already.
I think I
struggling
would
with him.
like it.
And the little wooden
I'm
guy.
behind on several movies. I got to get and see.
Well, the running theme in the movie on the raccoon is that nobody knows what he really is.
Mm-hmm.
He was created as some weapon by scientists or
Right.
whatever. So throughout the movie, people refer to him as the wrong kind of animal, and he doesn't know what a raccoon is. He doesn't know what it means.
Right.
When people
Right.
call him anything he doesn't understand, you know what? Like,
So he's like Goat Boy.
yeah.
And what's his name? In the is it
I can't remember the raccoon's name.
is it Rocket?
No, it's not Rocket.
Is it
I
Rocket?
think you're right. And he's an explosives, expert and all this kind of stuff. So.
Okay.
But he was created by scientists, but the whole theme, it's got kind of a Star Wars feel to it because you're constantly meeting all these weird looking people and from different planets, and
Right.
I'm from this planet, so I have this, and we're able
different
to
colors
yeah.
and different strengths,
and we
all that.
we can do these things because our planet can read minds, and
Right.
Bradley
Ooh, that's
Cooper
good.
does him.
In the original group, when he was big in the first one, it was Vin Diesel did all the stuff with him, but he doesn't say much. And now he got blew up, and now he's growing back. That's why he's small in the second. But I know I didn't want to bring that up.
Thank you, Rick.
No, Greg, you got to have things in these kind of movies that you can sell little dolls with and stuff. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, as we come back, I do want to say this. I'm getting some emails about this, and I'm going to have to answer a no on this. I do not think you should go see the second Guardians of the Galaxy if you haven't seen the first one. You're not going to know what's going on. It doesn't.
Oh, Rick, come on.
It doesn't stand alone. I'm sorry. Just go get the first one, watch it. It's great, and then go see the second one. If you just jump out there on the second one, you're not going to know what's going on. And I did see that they're doing another Spider-Man movie. They promoted this time.
We need at least 3 more.
Now it's the little kid that was in the Civil War movie. When Captain America and Iron Man fought each other, and they bring Spider-Man back to the Avengers, and he's like some little kid. And so, I mean, it's got it's even
He's just a little Peter Parker.
it's little Peter Parker. So anyway, I don't know.
I like the Spider-Man movies. I wish they would move off the original and just go on to some more episodes.
Yeah,
we've seen the original twice.
Yeah, we're going to get it again.
The third one's the same one again.
We're rebooting again, but this one's different. It's got Iron Man in it.
Don't reboot, just move forward.
And Iron Man's now trying to, tell him he's too young to be doing what he's doing and all that. But it really turns out with nobody knows who Spider-Man is, and we start over again. With the picture of the original, but this time we throw Iron Man in there trying to teach him the ways of the, He told him the funny scene in the preview. He goes, "Look, you don't want to do things that don't do things the way I've done it." And he goes, "And you also don't want to do anything I wouldn't do." He goes, "There's like a little small gray area. That's where you need to land, right in between those two. Don't do what I would do, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. But somewhere right in there, just a little place you need to land." But anyway, so that's coming out. I know Bubba, and by the way, another one for those of you, I'm getting emails on this, and I love that guy, and he's in Guardians of the Galaxy too, Michael Rooker.
Yes.
He's actually originally from Walker County.
Yep.
And has been in a lot of stuff. And he's in this too. And I like him in everything he's in.
Oh, he's great.
And he's great in this too.
He was great in Walking Dead. If he plays that, so in any movie that they have like a Southern lawman, the local sheriff or something, he always plays that guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's really good. But he's good in this too. Now there it is, Bubba. There's the trailer of the new Spider-Man coming out.
There she is.
Mm-hmm. There he is again.
I love when he hangs upside down. I'll be honest with you. That's cool.
I wish you could do that, Bubba.
So do I, Greg.
That'd be awesome.
Look, now we're starting to work at school again.
How many times are we going to tell this story?
I mean, we're telling it all over again. We start this time, picture the original, but this time we get advice from Iron Man.
You guys are losers.
I mean, it's very similar to the other one.
Gray area in there, and that's where you operate.
Oh.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The guys fired up, ready to go, and join us right after top of the hour. All right, as we roll on back, last night, and the guys will jump into it, Chris Rock opens up his world tour last night in Boston. And he comes out like dressed in all white or whatever, and I think he had 2 shows, I think. Yeah. We mentioned prior to the tour starting last night that ticket prices went from about $50 to $800 to $1,000. That's the story that we have. And so there was one interesting thing that I took from all the stories that are coming out, and that is he says, we have not spoken. Chris Rock says he has not talked to Will Smith as he breaks his silence at his Boston comedy show. And it's revealed, too, that Will Smith refused to leave the Oscars after being asked by the president of the Academy and CEO to leave. He refused to leave. But I thought that was weird that Chris Rock says that he has not spoken to Will Smith.
That is weird.
I thought that Will might have reached out to him and they were able to have a conversation and he apologized. But that's just kind of what the story is saying. And he also had a funny line where he opened up the show and it's like, hey, how's y'all's week been? You know,
and then you got people that claiming they want their money back.
Yeah.
Look, guys, he had this tour. You already had tickets, unless you went out and bought from a scalper and paid a bunch of money for them.
Yeah.
But you can't expect – he has a show he does. You can't expect him to come out and do a whole show on Will Smith slapping him.
Right, and that's kind of where I took with the I want my money back. They were disappointed he didn't spend more time on that.
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. If you bought the ticket, you like his comedy.
Yeah, and others were saying, hey, it was a good show, but you could tell he had already pre-written his gig, his act, and so
he probably had been working on that. I watched a thing with Kevin Hart one time, and he talked about the grind that he goes through in order to be able to do a big show like that, and that's like 6 months to a year of planning to do those type of shows.
Especially new material that you don't want to just repeat what you've always done.
Yeah. That's just.
By the way, you people that are still saying that it's fake is amazing to me. I guess you're the same folks that think President Trump's still in office.
Yeah. And I came out of the gate and it looked fake to me, but I'm pretty convinced.
Right. I mean, we got emails yesterday. Hey, guys.
It did look like.
I know, but we did. We got emails. I got one this morning. Hey, this proves it right here. It's fake. I'm like, I I think we're past that, guys.
Yeah, well,
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Yeah.
I think the reason we thought it was fake because we couldn't believe that would happen.
that's
And
right.
plus the way it looked.
Right,
Because
yeah.
you can look when Will Smith's walking back, he's got a smirk on his face like he's wanting to laugh. But I guess he was wanting to laugh because he slapped him.
So here's the line here. Chris Rock opens up his show, and he says,
Will you try to do it in a Chris Rock voice?
hey. No. He said, so, how's y'all's weekend? No, can't do it. He said, so how was y'all's weekend, before telling them he didn't intend to address the incident because he was still processing it. He said, I don't have a bunch of to say about that, so if you came here for that, he said, I'm still processing what happened.
Yeah.
So at some point, I'll talk about that, and then kind of went into his act.
And if people wanted their
Did you
money
like
back.
how I added the beat?
You know, people probably. I'm glad you said that
You
because
actually
people
really said the word.
people
He
may
did, he
actually
did.
think you're saying it and we're putting the beep over it.
That's true.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good
So I'm
point.
glad
He
you
was
pointed
looking
out
for
that
an
you were
answer.
actually
Right,
beeping it.
Yeah. He said, I will at some point probably talk more about this, and it'll be part of my act. But right now, I'm just trying to process
It's been
it.
a few days, and
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
right. He's got to get his head around it.
Yeah,
to-
exactly.
to, sit down and maybe make a comedy bit out of it. It's probably kind of shocked.
Yeah. I've got terrible news for you, Greg.
What's that?
I know
Greg,
how,
I don't like
I know how you like chicken.
I do like chicken, buddy.
I mean, you love chicken. Do you not love chicken? Is
I do.
chicken your favorite?
It's right up there.
Yeah. Well, chicken. They're talking about the price of chicken is about to get so high, Greg. That I mean,
Biden thinks I'm mad about gas.
Yeah.
He messes this up. a gallon of gas ain't gonna look like nothing.
oh my gosh, they're saying that you think it's high now.
Well, we got a chicken shortage?
He said chicken breast.
I've seen trucks full of them going by.
Yeah, they say it's when it comes. It
Feathers.
just jumped out at me because I know how you love chicken, and you'll get into I love chicken.
I
and
think
chicken
everybody is jumping on the bandwagon just to run their prices up.
Yeah. It says here a lot of this is due to the higher feed costs, but the chicken breast has reached as high as 70% more year after year in the first half of 2022, and it's going to keep climbing. So are y'all one of these? Do y'all buy like beef or chicken or pork and then like put it in the freezer and stuff?
I don't.
To have?
I have, but
Because I know
really
people
don't.
that go and buy in bulk and then they
yeah.
have it in the freezer and then just go get it.
If we have too much, we obviously will. That's the bip of it. And
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't think something about messes the taste up to me. I don't know why it doesn't, but in my mind it does.
I know where you're coming from on that.
But we do occasionally because we've got too much. But
mostly I go buy it because the place I buy mine's right down the road from the
Yeah.
house. I'll stop by on the day of and
we
grab
go
what
to
I
the
want.
grocery store so
Fresh.
much. I mean, it's ridiculous. We just buy it when we're there.
I go to Edwards Groceries and they cut it right there.
Right there. It says chicken and hamburger prices are expected to continue to rise. However, steak prices will likely stay close to where they are. But yeah, Terry went
Still expensive, but
yeah,
stay
Terry
up.
went and
So they're
thank
already
goodness,
outrageous, so.
we had hamburgers the other night,
that's getting on up
and she went out, and I had not seen this, but the pre-cut patties where they're already made and they're just stacked up, and you buy them, and but they were frozen. You bought them frozen, and their big thing is
they're good.
Their big thing is you don't have to let them thaw out.
Yeah.
Just start grilling out with them frozen, and I was very skeptical of that, and I started, and wow, they were good.
Hey, not only that, you can cook them on a. I want to figure out the name of them, but they're a big Angus burger. They're
Yes.
really good, and you can even put them on the stove in a pan, and they tell you to put like a quarter of a cup or a fourth of a cup of water in there to keep it, kind of go. Hey, they're really good. It caught me off guard how good they were.
Did you get yours at? Is that where you got
Yes,
yours?
absolutely.
Okay, that's
I wasn't
what we
sure
got.
what you said
I
at
thought
first.
it said something else.
I did too. I
Yeah,
thought, my
yeah.
gracious, where do you shop?
I just had it. I just had that ready to go.
But
so.
yeah,
What do them
yes,
cost per
yes,
pound?
yeah.
Yeah, so that's
But
okay.
they're-
So we had the same
yes,
one.
and they're really, they really are.
And you know
good.
what I love is they didn't shrink up either.
No, they do
They
not.
stayed big.
Boy, you better have a big bun.
Y'all
Yeah.
quit eating them soybean burgers.
No, it's not that.
No,
Greg. This
no,
is
no.
hey, Black Angus.
Now I've seen them. They have a machine that takes the ground and make the patty in front of you.
But we know you where you go.
Y'all buying them old boxed ones?
Well,
they
weren't-
are in a box, Greg.
Right.
But I'm telling you, I was completely. I'll tell you
Were
how
you at school at the cafeteria?
I made fun of it for a couple months because Amanda was making them for Braden all the time. Well, then I got in a pinch one day, and there was nothing to eat, and I saw some bags of chips, and I saw those box of burgers, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to see if the kids want a burger. And my thought was, I'll just do like a hamburger steak for me, and I'll put some sauces and stuff on it, whatever. Hey, good. It was delicious.
I'll tell you when I'll tell you when we grilled out during Marty Reese, which is a week-long celebration of his birthday. One night he said, "Hey man, a couple of buds are coming over. We're going to grill out or whatever. You mind grabbing something?" And so that's what we grilled out were those. Yeah. And every one of the guys were like, "Hey, this is good."
Hey, don't think it's thin.
Don't look down on it, Greg.
It is
you
a
got to admit
big,
in the past,
thick
the
burger.
box burgers were soybeans.
Hey, they've dialed it
City.
in. They've dialed it in, not dyed it in. They've dialed it in.
Yeah. But it was a proud moment because Reese was doing the burgers, and he's like, "Dad, because you're training them to do the burgers, so when they move on," and he made a good burger.
Okay.
He made a really good burger, very good. Everybody was very complimentary of his hamburgers. So, but anyway, the story is chicken breast, ground beef, pork prices are set to surge higher and higher. So, Greg, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I'll just have to absorb the cost.
If it's not chicken, what do you like? You like turkey?
It's okay, yeah.
Ham?
Not a big ham guy.
No.
I love ham.
Not my thing.
If you make a sandwich, is it turkey?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But you love chicken.
Yeah.
How much do you love chicken?
A lot.
We'll be right back.
Kidding me?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's not a hug. I'm just grabbing the door for you. Good luck out there.
That's a good
So adding that in there, helps, don't you think? So we're going to reboot Spider-Man again.
Is Uncle Ben dead or alive?
Yeah, did we
You
kill
never
Uncle
know.
Ben? Uncle Ben,
Just pre-death, after death?
Is Papa John going to get killed?
Michael Papa John back in it?
Can't we move on? We know how we got him.
Right.
Let's just kill some villains and have it out,
Yeah.
There's other bad guys.
There's a bunch of them.
Oh, wow.
And I don't remember, in the original, the Sandman being all that prominent when I was growing up.
No. What about old Doc Ock?
Yeah.
What about old Doc Ock?
That's a good one.
Well, I'm confused because there's been so many of them. I don't even remember.
Or the Green Goblin.
Well, I don't remember who was Spider-Man when we were fighting. Yeah. I had to go back because before we went to the movie, we got in this goofy Marvel DC thing, and I had to go back and remind one of my sons. I said, "Look, when we had the biggest actors there were that did the Batman thing, did a whole run with that before y'all ever started all this Dark Knight garbage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? We did a whole run.
They had to make it dark.
Jim Carrey, the Riddler, Danny DeVito, the Penguin.
Yes.
Remember who Two-Face was?
Nicholson.
Remember who Two-Face was?
Yeah.
Two-Face was,
Tommy Lee Jones. Tommy Lee Jones. Joker, Jack Nicholson.
Look, none of them were better than the original cartoon, though. Adam West and all of them.
Well, I have bad news. In the new Spider-Man, you know who looks like one of the bad guys? Michael Keaton.
Really?
I mean, he goes out there and does the McDonald's movie. Now he's back being mean again.
Oh, no.
Hey, in that McDonald's movie, you finally saw it.
Oh, yeah, it's rough.
Hey,
it's rough.
Incredible entrepreneur, but wow.
Yeah.
I ain't going to tell y'all what I watched last night.
Please, Greg.
It was pretty good. Line. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
That ain't bad.
That actually is a good movie.
I knew Rick had seen it. I've been wanting to see it.
What? Amazing story.
Wow, what a story.
Okay, I was this close. I was this close.
Line. It was up for all these Academy Awards, and I was
then
it was
probably
really
didn't
good.
watch it.
Lion. I was this close to watching
True
it.
story, based on a true. Of course, a lot of it, but
And I blame Helmsy for the reason why we didn't watch it.
Why?
Because he said, "Hey, you need to watch USS Indianapolis."
that boo.
And I watched
Yeah,
it.
that's a
Guys,
good one.
we had the
That's a
guy
good
on.
I know. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Of course, it was free on Netflix too.
I don't see Bubba liking Line.
That's why
I don't think
that's why he
What's
went
it
that
about?
route.
Exactly.
It's
what
too.
I
It's
had to
too.
rent Line.
It's not for you. It's not for you.
No, you won't like Line.
Is it a animal documentary?
No,
Bubba.
It's
in
amazing.
fact, you don't find out why it's called Line to the end of the movie.
Right. It's an amazing
But
story.
don't give it
And
away.
it's got India in it. I think it's a little slow for you and a little deep for you, frankly. I'm talking about just movies. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Now, Bubba, I watched something last night that you would love. The Last 100 Days of Princess Diana.
Betty was watching that. and I saw a little bit of that.
I'm surprised you didn't jump off all over that.
No,
That's another person.
I got to bed late.
We'll
I
bring
didn't
that
catch
topic
much
out
of
and run it again in a second.
And people just fall all over the side.
But it was the guy that did the Michael Jackson documentary doing it, wasn't it? I
Yes.
did see him on there. Yeah.
I saw 2 documentaries this weekend. I actually saw the one about Doc Ellis, about in the 70s when he pitched a no-hitter while on acid.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And that's a very interesting documentary.
Now, you said Doc Ellis.
Yeah, the pitcher.
I don't know him.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't. You're too young. It's from the 70s. But it doesn't really matter the name when I just said he pitched a no-hitter.
Well, yeah, I got it.
On acid.
Yeah.
And it's called No, the documentary, and they spell it like his name, Doc. And, he was a character, buddy.
Yeah, I bet.
Big handle for everybody. Pretty rough documentary. And, it's I didn't realize, baseball in the 70s, wow.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I think
on Old Can Boyd?
I think that,
It's
that's
like
that's who
everything in the
who I
70s.
thought he was talking about at first.
Yeah.
I went on Old Can
He
Boyd
got
first.
mad at the Cincinnati Reds machine who was owning everybody.
My favorite team.
And they put him in to pitch one game, and he hit the first 3 batters and was going to hit every one of them, and they had to put him out of the game.
That's so good.
He hit all 3 of them. He goes. Everybody knew that I was on. He said I was doing it on purpose.
Oh, wow.
And he said once I hit Johnny Bench, they pulled me.
Yeah, that was enough.
He said because I was walking in runs at that point.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean,
Some guys could just, I don't know, it's weird they can operate
right
on that stuff.
Well, he said I could tell there was a batter up there, but I couldn't tell you who it was. And he said, I'm just throwing. He goes, if you notice, it is a no-hitter, but sloppy. So I hit a bunch of people. I walked a bunch of people. And he said, but I never did give up any hits.
It wasn't a perfect game.
No, he said, I got in situations throughout the game, but no one ever got a hit on me. Dilemma coming up. One of the things for Mother's Day weekend that we were going to do and may still do is to go to Niagara Falls and see Need to Breathe in concert there at the
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Wake
11 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, I'm doing Ryan Greenwood's favorite thing. I'm just grabbing a brought to you by here and just going with it. Helix Sleep, Greg. Oh, you get to help me.
I know about Helix.
How'd you sleep, little man?
I did. I slept well with that, even though it was storming.
Right. The most awarded mattress brand in the country last year, helixsleep.com/Bubba. If you'd like a good night's sleep, this great company from North Carolina has got you covered. You can experience a great night's sleep, and the mattress doesn't just come, out of a box and go, all right, here it is. No, you actually get to decide, all right, do I need soft, medium, firm, by a little quiz that you take to see if they can't get your sleep pattern to dial in what type of mattress you need.
Simple.
Yeah, and you might even need a Helix Plus mattress, which is maybe a little bit bigger. Get you a good night's sleep. Named the #1 best overall mattress pick by GQ and Wired Magazine. Take the very easy 2-minute online quiz I talked to you about to match your body type and sleep preferences. So the perfect mattress can come right to your door. And when you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, you'll save $200. Plus, you'll get a 10-year warranty, 100-day free trial. You have nothing to lose. So again, it's helixsleep.com/Bubba. It will ship right to your door. You'll save $200 and get all the great stuff I mentioned. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Greg, are you going to behave today with Tim Tebow?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you?
Yeah, we're going to play that liner. What time's Tim coming up?
Last hour. Last hour. And I love when we can book, guests and stuff, but I'll be honest with you, I love them early in the show, so the stress of me
It's going to be hanging over you.
Hoping they call in their own time, just kind of, all right, we're done with that, let's move on. And now this one's late in the show today, but we're excited to have him. He's part of Gridiron Men's Conference in Huntsville on Father's Day weekend, Friday, June 17th, Saturday, June 18th. At the Propes Arena there in Huntsville. So be checking out Kirk Cameron, also going to be on the show here soon. He's going to be with Tim Tebow and others, part of Phil Waldrop's ministry there with the Gridiron Men's Conference. So that's later in the show today. And Kevin Sumlin, now with the USFL and the Houston Gamblers, he'll be with the show too. I got a question for you, Helms. Yesterday you had a little bit of, I wouldn't say anxiety, but just, hey, everybody's coming home.
Yeah. You talking about? You know how we had storms last night?
Yeah.
I had one rolling in about 2:00 yesterday.
Right, and you decided mysteriously to start sleeping on Amanda's side of the bed.
Yeah, she got it back last night.
And you claimed that you didn't know if you were going to be giving that back. How did all that go?
It went fine.
Everybody come in? Is the house a mess
I didn't
now?
realize how many times I heard Michael, hey, Michael, Daddy, Michael, Daddy, Michael.
Well, they missed you.
Yeah.
Michael, Daddy.
They missed me doing things, grabbing them things, doing things for them. No, it was good. It's good to see everybody. They rolled in. Caroline and I were actually gone when they arrived home. We were hitting tennis balls from 1 to 2. They were coming in about that same time. But Amanda was like, "Oh, that's interesting. You scheduled your tennis right when we're coming home."
I got to tell you, that's the first thing I thought of.
Unload the
I
car.
said,
That's it.
Well, I didn't think about that.
He's like that.
No,
Yes,
here's what I was
he didn't
thinking
think
about.
about
I
it.
didn't, Greg. I had an indoor court.
Hey,
okay,
you're brilliant.
It was the only indoor court that was available at that particular in that afternoon hours. Caroline had a lesson at 3, so in order for her to hit with me, it had to be from 1 to 2. Need to give her a break.
2 birds with one stone.
So it ended up being that way. But no, it was fine. They were real tired when they came in.
Could have used some help unloading the car.
Probably could have. And I will say
but
this.
using Caroline,
I will say this. Okay, I didn't set it up that way, but when I got home and they'd already unloaded it, I was excited about that.
Yeah, because that's how you planned it.
I didn't plan it like that.
Yes, you did.
They didn't have that much stuff anyway.
Huh?
So, but yeah, it was good. Now we spent the evening watching Span all night together as a family, and then once it got through, we all went to bed pretty early as far as that goes. So we weren't up to like midnight or anything like that,
right?
Because I thought at one point the way it was looking, we were going to be up at least till 11, and then it just kind of started dying down a little bit, and we thought, okay, I think it's safe now. So
I started chasing one of our little gutter extensions that you can turn it like an accordion kind of, and it's an extender where you can get it away from the foundation, all the water and stuff. So we have one of those, and you saw a little bit of it.
Yeah, I did.
And it happened again. He Marco'd me last night, going, "Hey, look at these trees." And during your Marco Polo, I saw it out in the front yard where it had blown.
That was the last thing you said. You were like, "Oh goodness, I got to go.
If they don't have any water holding it, they can be kind of light."
Yeah.
And at one point last night, I finally just put it in the garage. But at one point last night, I was literally chasing it down the road like I was trying to get a dog back in the house, and it was just rolling down the road.
A lot of wind.
Yeah, a lot of wind.
I don't know what they're called, but those things that are in the back of a vehicle, like an SUV, that you put stuff on so you don't damage the carpet. I don't know what that's called. Yeah. But Amanda had evidently the one she had sand all over it from there. Yeah, it's almost like
liner?
There you go. It's like a liner.
It's
it's like a big mat. And
did we help you a little bit with that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
She had taken it out of the car and rinsed it off because
you didn't know that because you weren't home.
It had sand and all that on it. And I didn't know. I didn't know that.
So
when I back up to take Caroline to her lesson at 3, I look up
after you stalled,
and there's this thing in the middle of the driveway up towards the top,
up there.
And it had blown it up there. And then I look over and the garbage can's just blown down. I'm like, goodness gracious, it's gonna. And it was early. It was still in the early afternoon.
Yeah, but
it blew all
let me
day.
just tell you something. There's a saying, and I won't say it right now, but you can't fool the two of us.
What's that?
We know what you did yesterday.
I did. I really didn't. I mean, it was.
It's brilliant, and you sometimes don't hide it. You're like, yeah.
Well, that's why I if I had planned this, I'd tell you I planned it. I really didn't. What I had planned is tennis lessons and hitting, and I can't manage when they get back home. I mean, I don't know when they're going to stop and when they're going to eat and when they're going to leave. I don't know any of that. I just got to plan out my day and hope for the best. And if I'm there, I'm there.
Oh man!
And I'd have been happy to help if they'd have just left it in the car till I got back.
No, that's a lie. But yeah,
you're right. See, Greg, I added that, and that's good. See, that's good that you picked up on that. But that was the
went
lie.
too far.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so I heard
Actually,
something.
I was disappointed. I was looking forward to unloading it.
I'd like to ask y'all if y'all think this is accurate or not. So I'm just shooting the bull with some parents that are. With their son and teammates of JC, and we're sitting there watching the game. We're just some downtime, and he said something to me that I would like to ask you guys about when it comes to pollen. I asked, man, how long is this pollen going to be? I can't remember. And it's 3 weeks to a month, just depending. And I said, man, I'm glad it's going to be raining. It'll wash some of that stuff away. He goes, yeah, but it's not good for the pollen. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, well, it's just going to continue. Pollen season will continue because it'll wash everything away. And so, the trees and everything feels like it has to produce more. And I'm like, what?
Where do you get that?
And he said, yeah, I guess he had an allergy doctor or something tell him that years ago. Is that accurate?
I think that's.
Is that accurate? Because I'm thinking, hey, if it rains, it'll wash all the pollen away, and that's a good thing.
There's just a certain time that they do it, and a certain time they don't.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever a time. I think he's right. Okay, that makes sense. It makes horticultural sense. Mm-hmm. Okay, that water would give it more to feed from. Okay, that does make sense to me.
But you're saying the pollen leaves and it feels the need to replace it. It's different than when it blows it out of the tree. It looks like a big yellow cloud coming out of it. You got to replace that.
I know. I'll give you that. That's why I'm asking.
So I was
like, are you serious? Is wrong.
It makes sense to me, but the only time we have this is during a time where we constantly have rain and storms. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that
how would you
we couldn't
and go,
sit
well,
here.
See, it was
right.
short because we didn't have any rain.
We can't sit here and go, man, I hope it don't rain for 3 weeks to get rid of the pollen because that's impossible.
It blows it out of the tree and it keeps doing it.
Well, don't get mad about it. I'm just asking.
Completely made that up.
No, well, I mean,
if I was you, I'd never talk to that guy again.
But you said
he's a
really nice guy. He just had that fact, and it surprised me. I was like, "Do what?" He goes, "Oh yeah, when it rains, it's not."
He made that. You ever mess with somebody and come up with a fact? That's what he was doing. He was messing with you. Watch on tell Speedy the rain or actually hurts pollen.
Well, we had
Greg. You can't act like this when Tebow comes on.
No, you can't. I want you to. I wish he was coming on when breakfast was here, because then I know you wouldn't be in here. You'd be out there eating. Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba, join us.
Rick and Bubba.
The theater and have a nice little trip for Mama after she's wrapped up her tour with the Women of Joy and Mother's Day. Then we'll come back and spend later Sunday with Mom and all that, the other moms. But we forgot about something when booking this trip months ago, is that one of our sons is in the playoffs this week. So really every day they're in the playoffs, we don't know whether we're going or not. If they win, we don't go, and if they lose, we go. So you're in a weird dilemma.
That's quite a way to run a forward, isn't it?
That's a weird situation to be sitting there going, you're at a game and you're thinking, all right, we want to win the championship, but if we lose, we're going to go on the trip that we had planned. So we're really what a weird place to be.
The group Need to Breathe reminds me of a band I was in college.
Really? What was it called?
Need to Eat.
Yeah. Y'all were great, too. Yeah. I mean, don't let anybody, you're kind of a...
You remember our big hit, Pizza, Pizza, Pizza?
I do remember it. It was fantastic. It had a nice little sing-along, too. It had a great hook.
Pepperoni.
They would shout different topics.
Yeah, sure.
Well, it was so much fun.
It was great.
Well, when y'all were in town, it was a no miss.
Yep.
So anyway, we got Moultrie coming up next. We'll delve into the great outdoors a little bit, and a chance for you to try to match Moultrie, and we're giving away the full Moultrie Mobile, by the way.
We
got a camera. We got the Moultrie Mobile package. Got a camera bag.
We had several fairly entertaining stories today. And I'm loving the video. Did you see the Qantas CEO, the airlines guy? He was speaking at a breakfast, and the guy walks up and just puts a pie in his face.
No. I love pie.
It's precious.
Yeah,
it's precious.
That's good. So what is he over?
It's airline, Qantas Airlines.
I'm not familiar with him.
Yeah, I think it's out of Australia or somewhere.
Did they do something? I thought. Now I understand United taking a pie to the face. Somebody hit him too.
Yeah, well, I think all of them are in the same boat right now. No pun intended.
Sure. Yeah, that is funny. And I've seen people saying, maybe one of the things we need to go back is readjust and maybe go back to how it used to be and actually try to make people very comfortable and pleasant on flights so people won't get so angry and stirred up.
Well, you keep hearing the stories. There was one, was it last week? I can't remember what airline, but they've announced that they're taking 2 inches of leg space from each row to get in another seat.
So we just go. Do we not learn?
I need to go get that thing I've got on my desk eliminated.
Well, can I tell you about this at you airlines? You're acting like if you've ever had small children, you keep telling the child, "Look, are you ever going to get this lesson?" Yeah. I mean, every time you do this, it gets worse, and then you keep doing things that keeps bringing. Hey, here's a way to make our passengers happier and more and have a better attitude. Let's make them less comfortable in their chairs. What? Hey, trying to fly on the airline right now. I mean, you really just say now. There was a time. You remember how prestigious it used to be?
Oh yeah.
To be able to go and get on an airplane and fly, and everybody was so comfortable, and you were treated so well, and it was. Now it's like I have zero expectations. I go there and go, I just need to get from point A to point B, and I know I'm going to be miserable the whole way. Let's just get this thing cranked up and let's get there. There's no more the thing of, hey, this is going to be great. This is
I think there's some companies that are doing that. I saw a mock-up. I forgot. Maybe we were at the U.S. Open of one of the airlines out of the Middle East. I can't remember which one it was.
Oh yes.
And
that's a different experience.
And it looks like a hotel room.
Absolutely.
And
I'm
now
sure
the flight attendants wear a little veil. I don't know if you saw that. There's just a little, just a touch of genie to it, But
yes,
I don't know.
Miss. All right, let's jump into it. Moultrie's up next, and we'll talk about some outfitting a little bit if you want to take a trip. We'll also get into, of course, what you're waiting on. A $450 value on the giveaway today. So be paying attention to that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
RBTV for you. Twiggy Smalls taking your phone calls at Rick and Bubba University, trying to earn her degree in common sense. And another hour is coming up. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
How about you?
Bubba, how are you, sir?
Hey, glad to be here, bro.
Bubba, we believe, we were on for years in southeast Missouri, and then there was a decision not to renew, and southeast Missouri began to weep and wail, the gnashing of teeth, and we've been working to try to get back on in southeast Missouri with a radio affiliate, and it seems that today is the day. We are back on in Sykeston, Missouri, on Country Legends, AM 1520 and FM 98.9 KRHW. So that should be resolved today, and we should be back. Let us know if you're hearing that or not.
Rick, give us the frequency again.
The frequency, Bubba, would you like the AM and FM?
Yes, please, both.
First of all, the AM frequency that we're on at Country Legends, AM 1520, FM 98.9, KRHW.
Good deal. Glad to be back. Are
Rick
we on?
And Bubba in the morning.
Do we know we're on today?
Well, we need an official person from Missouri to say that.
I'm listening.
Right now, check 1 2.
Check.
What's that?
Cash, money order.
Yeah, money. So if you can let us know that we're on 866 We Be Big, we would appreciate that, and it would be very helpful. And we'll look for someone to call us from southeast Missouri now. So and let us know we are broadcasting today. One of the things, I had a situation yesterday, and I found this, as we get older, and the aging process can just be so very cruel, and the body struggles. And one of the things and one part of it is the way I sleep, and I got this. The rest of it,
I don't know what you're talking
about. These knots you get in your shoulders or on your back, and
the muscle knot.
Yeah, and they just drive you crazy. And so I get these in my left shoulder all the time. Well, for a while, I just thought, well, this is just the way I have to live. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. So, when I started doing a little bit.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour begins. And we start this hour with the national anthem. 8.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are thankful that you are here. And we'll unpack another day with you. Big guest again today. We'll be talking with Tim Tebow. He makes his return. Second time for Tim on the show. He'll be speaking at the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up this summer. And we'll be talking with Tim about that, but also other topics involving college football and just the world of Tim Tebow. Also, the USFL is getting ready to kick off spring pro football. Coach of the Houston Gamblers, former coach of the Texas A&M Aggies and also Arizona Wildcats. We'll chat with Kevin Sumlin coming up on the program today. Another person I've always wanted to interview and talk to because I there was just something about Sumlin that I always liked as a coach, and I don't even know what it was. I just found myself kind of wanting to play for him. But anyway, so we'll talk with him on the program today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here today and ready to go. Sitting there he is, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, howdy.
Yeah, one more round.
Yeah, I do, don't I?
I wish I looked over and I saw you picking the guitar part. And just playing.
Me too.
Knowing best. He'd say we were friends. Rode the highway on the song. Y'all sing it. A friend, this one here. In memory. Gone home. There it is. Brent Cobb, King of Alabama.
Yeah, about it.
A real interesting story. I found out all about that. This, that's one of those you go. This was it's about I can't remember the guy's name now. Up and coming, old school country music guy that really at one time stood before the biggest companies out there that said, we want to make you the next big thing. But there's some things you got to do. You got to change your look. You got to change this. And he's like, pass. And he went on back to them honky tonks, and of course, unfortunately, led to him being stabbed to death. But anyway, so there you go.
That's not always good.
Yeah, well,
that's not good.
Little disagreement with a cousin or something there. So it was went south. But anyway, so Bubba, today I know you like me. You're kind of fired up. I mean, Tebow's back.
Tebow will be back today. Tim Tebow will be on the show. Coach Kevin Sumlin, you just mentioned a minute ago.
Yep.
Chris Rock in the news again as that continues to linger. And I'll tell you, I'm a little confused today because I was watching the weather, and we've had the last 2 days. We've just had all kind of storms go across Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama last night, Georgia.
Yep.
Now. And we were watching some what appeared to be tornadoes on the ground with James last night, and it was kind of headed in our direction. And I mean, they had debris signatures, and it wasn't exactly on us yet. But
yeah, we were never in the polygon.
And then I think I dozed off.
Mm-hmm.
The TV came and went a couple of times. I don't ever remember hearing the weather radio go off. I think me and Betty were just give out yesterday, so we both, I think, slept through it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I got woke up a couple of times, I was still in such a sleep. I don't really know what happened in my area.
A lot of wind.
Oh, but you're a storm chaser.
I didn't see any
That's shocking to me.
Yeah. What?
Well, it's that's why I'm saying I must have just really been tired because I was out of it.
Well, it shocked
and
me.
I did. I was working trying to get James a video feed up for something, and
what?
I think it was up and working fine, but I don't know that he ever needed it last night.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is, and now I'm completely in shock. Okay.
Yeah. It's unlike me.
It is because I thought to myself when you ran a little bit later for you, not late, but late for you. I thought, well, that I knew that was coming because he took a little extra sleep today,
right?
Because he's been up storm chasing, and he's been there with his helmet on, alert for James,
I'm not sure. I know by looking at some of the footage this morning that we had some tornadic activity touch down.
Yeah,
fairly close to my house. I mean, 4 or 5 miles away.
Really?
Yeah, in Chelsea.
Well, you were asleep.
Yeah, I didn't know anything got on the ground in Chelsea. It was in
had some damage.
It was in Montevallo, and then it kind of broke up again. I guess it must have got organized again over.
But that's
Chelsea.
what I was wondering because I mean we had debris ball. We had the purple.
Yeah, I went to sleep.
Signature of debris.
Taylor lives there,
and I was trying to watch it, and I guess just passed out sleepy.
Yeah, I went to sleep or tried to go to sleep, but I can't sleep when it's outside my window, wind blowing and all that kind of stuff.
The howling of the wind.
So I struggled sleeping.
And all that. So I like I say, I got woke up several times, but I was just in one of these, like sleep stupors. Man, I couldn't even function,
Well,
that explains why the team's text message was so silent.
And here's what's sad. If Bubba's not, because he'll oval alert.
Oh, yeah.
So if he's not alerting us, I figure,
must be okay.
He didn't even check on me when it was headed towards Helena.
I'll even look to Bubba before I will my app.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we'll come back, and I'll tell you how it works in our house on this when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Better. And working out at this place called Godspeed, they were telling me that they said, well, have you tried dry needling for that? And when I first heard dry needling, I thought it was like a Janis Joplin documentary.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they said, well, it's and I can't say the word that thing where they stick little needles in you.
Reward.
No, I can't say that one. No. I've never been able to say it. The Asian thing where they stick all the needles in.
Acupuncture.
Can't say that word, but that's what it is. So I said, you talking about that? And of course I couldn't say it, so they didn't fully understand what I was saying. I said, no, it's not that. That's different. This actually goes in deeper, and actually they put the needle into they find the places where the muscles have knotted, and then they get that muscle to start jumping, and then it releases. And I'm like, So I actually did that a while ago, and it went away. I mean, now but that moment when you're laying there and somebody goes, and now the dry needling will begin, and they take these needles and they just go right into your muscle.
Rick, are you getting a tattoo and you didn't tell us?
No, I'm not. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it's so foreign for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
To think of, I know it's common today, but growing up in the house I grew up in, and just my age, it's extremely foreign for me. Because I think my dad would have physically taken his hands and ripped it off my skin. You know what I mean?
Right.
But anyway, just like a buddy of mine thought he would have an earring one time, went on his dad, and his dad reached over, grabbed it, and pulled it out and ripped his earlobe.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I guess that's out. But anyway, so
that didn't go good.
Yeah, it was a different time, and of course you didn't have the issues you have now, and there seemed to be a little more of a work ethic. But anyway, so but anyway, so this is a bizarre, and I know, Speedy, that Tyler, your son, as a pitcher, has done it too.
Mm-hmm.
But has any of y'all tried it other than me?
No, I haven't. I have not.
I'm the crow guy. I kind of been hitting that. So.
I had it done again yesterday.
Oh yeah, I witnessed it. I was in the room when it happened. Hey, wow.
It's pretty amazing. Now you need to have somebody who's got the expertise. Don't have this done by somebody sitting on the street corner. You know what I mean?
You got. I would imagine a lot of issues there, making sure those needles are clean.
Well, I'm trying to understand. Which they get them out of a pack and all that when they use them, and of course they're it's very clean. They don't just bring them in from the house, but
that's great. I mean, because it's a new technology.
Yeah,
we're not familiar with all the procedures.
But what I'm just telling you is how it works. Because my first thought was, because my brother's Greg and my dad is Coach Burgess. I'm like, come on, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, what are we talking about? I'm not a big, none of us, I don't think, are big needle people.
No.
But it really doesn't. It's not like it doesn't. I mean, I can hardly. I don't even feel them going in when they're putting them in. You don't really feel it till they get on that muscle that's knotted up and that baby gets to jumping. Yeah. Which is, there it is.
They found it.
And I'll like, yeah. But then you're sore like the next day. But then after that, it releases and it goes away. It's really quite remarkable. And it's as you said, Bubba, it's really a new thing.
It is. It's one of the new technologies that you're getting now in treatment for athletes and those of us that were athletes.
Well, you remember,
or just a stress knot, the kind of stress knots you're talking about that get in the back of that scapula, and they man, you can't. It just and then the pain starts to run up your neck and into your
I have them.
The side, like you're down your arm.
Yeah,
even,
that
and
too.
It's awful.
Oh, I've gotten to the point where I just thought it was part of life.
Hadn't had one.
I just thought it was part of life.
Yeah,
I was just I guess I'm just gonna have this.
I was thinking you're trapped right there. Just your whole side hurts.
Yeah.
And it used to be they used to have to hold pressure on that knot, which was very painful, to where your brain would finally go, okay, now it's hurting, I've got to let go.
Well,
now they just hit that needle in.
Well, yeah, and I like that because I ride around with a lacrosse ball and a baseball in the car to roll on the back of my shoulders. I'm driving. Of the old school thing, which is still, you can have it, in between. But this may be something. But then I had that situation yesterday where they have a student in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, this is so and so, and they're studying whatever. Okay, and you hear them talking. Now, see right here. Now look, you don't want to get over here. And I'm like, they're not about to let her do it, are you? You know what I mean? Hey, whoa.
Hey.
No, and they didn't, of course.
Yeah.
But so I'm just telling you, that's interesting. It's an interesting thought, and I know, Bubba, you love to study this kind of stuff.
I do. I love, anytime we can make life better through, whatever procedure, I'm all for it.
It's just a weird, bizarre thing.
But you struggle from those a lot, and
I get them a lot of somebody asleep.
Let me ask you this:
I would always see you trying to work on it, but since you started that,
it's helped a lot.
I know they're there, and I get massages, and I know the deal too, but.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. So here's what you got to know. Tebow's coming up. Kevin Sumlin's coming up. Wheel of Meat hasn't spun, so you know it's going to happen today or tomorrow. So all that still on deck. All right, so and we got Rick and Bubba University again today, too. We'll record another one of those. Are we talking Ukraine and Russia today? Yeah, we are. So Jim Hawkins will be our guest. Ukraine and Russia RBU for this weekend. So here's how it kind of works at our house. I know some of you in the audience were impacted again by another strand of severe weather that rolled across the country last night, or part of the country, obviously. But it affected the normal players. We all get in it this time of year. I saw that guy that we can't decide whether we think he's really funny or not. And at one time I thought he was Casio Kid. And he's one of these guys on social media that's pretty funny. And he said, this is the time of year in the South where y'all take care is replaced with y'all watch the weather.
Yep.
So this is our tornado season, and that always leads to a lot of fun. But here's one thing I would like to talk to some people about. We do have a lot of modern technology, and I've noticed that some people will just ignore a timeline that is not up for debate. Okay? So sir, ma'am, person, where we live right now, and you just adjust us to wherever you are, we know the timeline for us, and we all have apps. We can see the storms.
Right.
It's not going to be in our area until after 8 p.m., okay, or later. So if you're doing things before then, you can. Yeah. I mean, you're not. There's nothing going on.
You're okay.
Now, for us later, it's a problem. Mm-hmm. But what we do, which is kind of cool, is I have a son that's at Mississippi State University, so they always get it first.
Yep.
So what I do is I check in with Big Love, talk to him about the intensity, and because he's like, hey, had to go down to the shelter here at the apartments.
Yeah.
We got under warning there for a little while. Talk to me about it. And he'll say, Dad, this one's it's nowhere near as bad as so-and-so, so-and-so. So he always gets hit first, and then he will tell me kind of how it looks.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of lightning or not much lightning. Hey, a lot of wind, real heavy rain.
Yeah.
We had this, and he basically gave me he said, this is, I mean, he said, you're not going, it's not, it can be problematic, but this is not going to be one of those historic, it wasn't ripping and tearing as it came through here. I tell you what's helping us where we live, and I've just learned to pay attention to these things. Now, look, I'm not a weather weenie or an expert like Bubba.
Yeah.
But I know
he fell asleep.
But I know, which is shocking. But anyway, so
I got my camera feed up before I did.
How about this? I'm glad I wasn't looking for a certain number of lanterns on whether the British were coming.
Yeah, for real.
Paul Revere was asleep.
I hope it was on the right server.
But anyway, I go back to this. Is I do know because, hey, I'm 57 years old. I have been going through Alabama tornado seasons for a really long time. And so when they have one saying, here's our whatever out of 5 and all that, and Span mentioned it last night. I watched him. He did. No one's better, okay, is I'll pay attention on how warm it gets during the day. And I noticed that we were getting a break. It was warmer, but it wasn't that kind of hot.
Soupy.
It wasn't soupy.
Yeah.
And I said, this stuff's going to have a hard time organizing. So we're going to have some pop-ups, but we're not going to have some of those horrible days where it gets on the ground, stays on the ground. It's really organized. Yeah. It's F4, F5. This is not that kind of day. It doesn't have what it needs to be that kind of day.
Dew point.
So so even if they get together, they're not going to last long. And all these things we've learned. So the timeline is the timeline.
Yeah.
I mean, I just carried on my day. Sherry and I, we hadn't seen each other in a few days. Went out to eat, did this, and unless we were going to stay out past 8:30 p.m. where I lived, there were no issues. Yeah. And you can see all this as clear as day. You can see it coming. And so just kind of follow the time. You can plan in and around those things and know when you need to buckle down, when you don't, and of course always be safe about it. But we're really getting to where the ability to plan for our front, it's really quite amazing. I mean, your timelines are pretty.
Well, the more you deal with it, the more you can plan. But here's the thing, and I applaud you for at least checking in with Big Love. But a lot could change between there and here, as far as getting more severe.
Yeah, but if you're going to get information from somebody that's been through it, you got to find out how was it when it hit you.
Mm-hmm. Well, but I mean,
put that in the hopper.
It could change. It's good to look at that, but it certainly could change a lot. Like we had a tornado with a debris ball.
Yeah.
And then by the time, and it was just on the other side of the county, went over, and by the time it got to us, it had played out, or went further south.
Yeah, sure.
But it's just one of those things, there's such a small area is really going to be affected. And if you're that person, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's real bad.
Oh, yeah.
But, I think overall, our weather IQ of the general public has got a lot better.
Yeah. And that's all I'm saying.
And the predictions have got a lot better, and the faults predicting has got better. And, there'll still be disasters, but it's so much better than it used to be, I think.
Well, it's never going to be 100% for a bunch of reasons. They are not completely predictable. It's all, this is what we know. And I hate to say this, no matter what you do, sometimes people just ain't not going to listen.
Yeah.
And
some things unavoidable.
And then there's those things like F5s where you can do everything that everybody tells you to do, but if it hits you, it's over.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. You can take the best coverage, put on all the helmets you want, but an F5 hits you.
It was so windy, just the normal wind yesterday. I thought, man, if all this is tying in, this is going to really be bad. I mean, things were blowing all over the yard yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that's what made yesterday's unique. Is that there were such high straight line winds in front of the system. Yeah. Down south, the atmosphere was a little different, and so that's where Reese is at the beach. And so he texted me at 3:30 a.m. saying, well, we're in our safe place. We're in the tornado warning, because it was telling in just a little bit later than it came in.
Well, also, again, they had different
conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
And they had that soupiness.
Yep.
You know,
A lot of it has to do with the air stability.
Right.
And they,
they
can
for sure.
know ahead of time a lot about that.
Yeah.
I was texting with our old friend John Olshoe. He was chasing a storm in Mobile last night.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he was up though.
That's
right.
before I passed out.
Let me tell you something. My life changed. What you've just told me, I didn't think the scenario. I was just wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The scenario of Bubba going to sleep in uncertain weather conditions was even a possibility.
Yeah.
Now I know that it can happen, and now I feel a little less safe.
For real.
And I'm in a scenario today where I need to have a conversation with James Spann about something to get a technical issue, and I don't want to bother him because I know he stayed up late.
Well, he's also not going to like to hear that you went to sleep right when we still. Are
you going to keep that from him?
No. He knew.
You should have been sleeping during the day when he went anywhere near.
Yeah. Why didn't you take a nap?
We were texting
like Greg did.
He said, "Just if you get that feet up and go to bed, don't worry about it."
See, that gave you kind of a sense of area.
Well, I was just, I don't know. I was tired. And it was funny because I got woke up, but I didn't get woke up enough to get up, but it disturbed my sleep to the point I'm sleepy today, you know?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
I'm falling apart.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
When you say you have a knot in a muscle, what's actually happening? I mean, there's not a technical knot because your muscle looks like a fabric, like a sheet. What is actually happening?
That's a good question. I don't really know. That's what they call it, but I don't know.
And,
what the physical
and you never really think about it. But I was thinking the other day, why is it knotting up to begin with?
I understand your point too. I don't know what does it really mean. I know what we call it, and we can all see it in our mind, but that can't be what it really is. All right, Rick in Missouri, and there were several calls who called to says that they can hear us today. Rick, testing 1 2. Rick, check.
Hey, is this me?
Yeah. Test 1 2.
Go, Rick.
It's Wes. This is well, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call,
you, sir.
buddy. Appreciate it very much. Go ahead.
Well, I'm from Alabama, but I'm driving a truck, and I happen to be passing through Stockton, and I flipped through the radio stations and found y'all, and heard you say to call in if you could hear y'all in Stockton.
Okay, well, great.
That's perfect. That's what I needed to hear. I appreciate you calling. Be careful out there, buddy.
Sir, thanks.
All right, man.
And by the way, I found your answer, Bubba. They said that we've got muscle fibers that just run in all kinds of different directions.
Right.
And a lot of times when we sit in one position or we get injured a lot, what happens is the muscles, they start to stick together and harden, and they form a knot. And so you have to release them and get them.
Release the knot.
I'm being terribly simplistic about this for those that need that, like me. Is
like your bed sheet wadded up.
What they're doing is they're making that collision, that traffic jam.
Yeah.
Is they're putting in that dry needle, and then that muscle starts jumping, and it just it releases. And boy, it feels so much better. So it's interesting.
That is.
I've never heard it before, but when somebody says, "Have you tried dry needling?" your first reaction is, "No, I haven't."
How similar is that to the acupuncture? Is it deeper than the acupuncture?
Oh, much deeper.
That's the only difference.
Because they do nerves, don't they, on the surface?
It's really the same deal, just much deeper. Yeah.
It's deep.
We'll be back. Hey, Rick and Bubba, glad you're here. Go to rickandbubba.com today. You can vote for the 3 finalists from Fitz Mama's Mouth. The 3 finalists have been determined, and you can now vote for that at rickandbubba.com under the contest button. You'll also see it out on the Rick and Bubba Twitter feed today. You want to go there and find that. Also, if you want to go to the contest button, don't forget to register. We got another North Alabama giveaway for a great trip to the U.S. Space and Rocket Center involving Space Camp and all that. And if you would like to be in the Coca-Cola seats coming up for our broadcast a week from tomorrow, next Wednesday, we'll be at the Celebrity Pro-Am. Bubba will be playing. We'll be interviewing other folks at the Regents Tradition, part of the Champions Tour. If you want to be on location with us and you can make that trip, go to rickandbubba.com and register for that, too, courtesy of Coca-Cola. All right, so, Bubba, you were telling me that we have, this is a different airline. This one hasn't been in the news as much.
Yeah, I think they're Australian, if I'm not mistaken.
Qantas.
Yeah.
Well, undoubtedly, Alan Joyce, who's the CEO, was giving some sort of breakfast, like I'm going to get up and say a few words at a breakfast.
Yeah.
And takes a pie to the face. Now, the person there's some words here, so we're not going to play the audio because it gets a little dicey there. But
we can definitely look at the video on RBTV. I mean, he gets a good pie. I mean, that guy. Look at that guy with the angry look on his face too.
Now you would expect that if it was an interview at the end of a professional baseball game. You see that all the time when they're doing an interview,
right?
But this little guy here is a CEO. I mean, he's very neat and organized. He's got his glasses like he likes it, and the guy that hits him with a pie is kind of an old crusty looking guy.
All right, guys,
you don't see that those roles there like that much.
No, well, here's what I don't understand.
Did I say roll?
Yeah, you did. Here's what I don't understand. Behind him, I love that it says "Leadership Matters."
That's with pie all over him.
But this guy, it looks. He walks up to the. What was it called when you're standing up at the podium?
Yeah.
Well, he's walking. It looks like out in the open with a pie for a pretty good clip.
Yeah.
Is nobody screaming "Look out!" or does everybody want him to take the pie? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I don't know. He said the CEO said that when you've been the CEO of an airline for 9 years, there's a lot of things that have happened over that period of time. This is different, but not unusual. It's an unusual event, but these things have happened in the past.
They have happened in the past. He's taken lemon meringue to the face in the past.
I guess what he's talking about, people have protested or shown some disdain for him because he's head of an airline.
I love when he says he has no idea what the flavor was. I'm not a big pie eater.
That's funny. That's funny. I would say if you're head of an airline, maybe you need to just, take notes that it appears everyone's fed up with a certain.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. So we'll put that to bed. I want to thank Bubba again for making us all feel less safe now. All right, so a2b.com/radio. a2b.com/radio. Rick, I'm hearing this for the first time. What are you talking about? All right, listen, I'll tell you. Fuel prices, we know that. They're nuts. And managing your fuel usage is time-consuming, easy for me to say. So whether you're driving all over the country or locally, your truck or company vehicles, they themselves really don't care where they are fueled. But let me tell you this, if you're using a card, if your fleet's using a card that only gets discounts at specific locations, now you deserve to save everywhere. A2B.com/radio is the fleet fuel card that gives you discounts anywhere you fuel up. Anywhere. Why? Because it's accepted wherever they take Visa. And here's why you should have it. No setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fee, no late payment fees, no over-the-limit fee, no gallon limits. My goodness. This is one of those things where, how about this? This is just a better situation. Somebody has come up with a better plan, and you just need to move to it. And you can and how about this? They don't limit the amount of discounts that you get on fuel. Plus, you'll build business credit when you pay on time, which you're going to do anyway. So if you ever need help, you can call their 24/7 customer service team. They're there, and they'll meet every need. In today's world, folks, you deserve to save every time you fill up. So join us and apply today at the letter A, to B.com/radio. No credit check required for a limited time. You also get a $50 credit when you use their zero fee card. So look for that one. The website, again, is the letter A, TO, the letter B.com/radio. And look for that $50 credit. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com. That may be the easiest thing to do under sponsors. All right, Bubba, the story that won't go away.
Bruce Arians?
See, that's the thing that threw me off, too.
I know there was a lot of oddity.
You dropped in some Bruce Arians story, and I thought, well, Bubba's.
No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was somebody else.
But you commented on it.
Yeah.
You commented on it. What, right?
I don't know.
Did Bubba comment on that?
I don't know what I did.
I can't remember. But anyway, I don't know what to do with you on this. I thought I knew you when just even the hint of severe weather, you go into this all-out mode.
Well,
I mean,
instead of doing what I should have done, and that was get an early little nap in. So because
we knew the timeline,
right?
And I hate when it's a late timeline.
I didn't because I was working on a couple of projects, so I think that made me sleepier than normal at toward bedtime. So
we found out something.
I'm sorry I failed you guys.
You
last
did,
night.
and you did.
Yeah. Sleepiness.
Oh, you're right, Bubba. You didn't get involved in this. I thought you were in on this. I'm sorry.
No. Tom Brady was in on it, but not Bubba.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. It's
last time we hear from Bubba, by the way, is 5:18.
Yeah, and I knew something. I knew something was up.
That's early.
I knew something was up. I just didn't know what. Now it explains it.
We got straight line winds then.
Little man was
I know.
tired.
Yeah.
I do sometimes worry just as far as affecting more people. Tornado. Because straight line winds, it's almost like I call an inland hurricane because it hangs around for so long.
Yeah,
and it just keeps on blowing and keeps on blowing.
Right.
A tornado comes, it's awful, but it hits, it goes, it's gone. Straight line winds for hours on end.
Yeah,
sometimes that can, Greg, that for power outage and stuff, that can almost be worse.
Oh, right? And a lot were without power.
Well, we had a lot of fires last night because of that.
Yeah, sure did. Of course,
but
Bubba,
apparently,
we'll tell you about it, Bubba.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. I mean, I honestly,
I got a little concerned.
It's almost like somebody said.
Do we want to talk fires for a minute?
Yeah, it's not really, but it's almost like you hear. Everybody knows it's been talked about all day long. Okay, that Brett Favre is coming to Indian Springs. Okay, and they talk about it all day, and they tell you exactly when he's going to be there, and all this, and you find out that it really is less than a mile from my house. Okay, and all of a sudden I come in, I said, I just fell asleep. I didn't even go down there. I mean, wouldn't you be like, what, Ricky? Oh, he came right to your back door.
Yeah. I'd have to write that down as a concern.
You didn't even make an effort. It's not like you had to go anywhere. If you had to drive, we wouldn't expect it.
Right.
But he was there in your village.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, wouldn't that surprise you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Because don't forget,
that's how we all feel right now.
He was giving us predictions 3 days out on, hey, we're at level 4, we're at level 3.
Yeah. He was getting jacked about it.
Yeah.
Like he always does.
Oh, pregame?
Yeah. He'll have you terrified days before he gets here.
He scares us.
Check the dew point. Check the dew point. But by the time I'm done, usually with Bubba's updates, I'm like, well, this is surely death.
Right. Yeah.
None of us will survive this.
No.
Well, I just expended too much energy on the front end, I guess.
I guess so. You came out too hot, Bubba. We can do that.
No, you did. You burned out.
Ricky came out of the gate and got a real big lead.
And then before I knew it, somebody ran up behind me and punched me.
I saw that, Bubba.
Yeah.
What in the world?
Yeah. He's the guy that 5 hours before pregame, he's just he's just got too much energy and he's not reserving. Yeah.
Sometimes I'll see all the updates from the experts on the timeline, and Bubba will have me convinced they're wrong.
Yeah, I know.
It's already here.
Right.
Now,
watch out, guys.
Sometimes I wonder which news report Bubba was looking at, whether maybe it was like Georgia.
Yeah,
it'll be the complete opposite of what I saw.
Right.
Or it may be me. I may be. One of us is mixed.
Bottom line is Bubba a weather alarmist? Yes. And he just treated this like it was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he started out hot about 2 days ago.
He was giving us
on fire.
What level we're at.
We had
threat level.
Yeah. It's been a minute, but
Guys,
I know
we're in red.
I know you gave up like high tech. I mean, in other words, you used to be on the cutting edge of technology.
You've had a helmet on since Tuesday.
It's like, yeah.
He's been wearing hard sole shoes for a week.
In case I have to climb over rubble.
Right.
Yep.
Had his whistle.
Yeah.
Down here.
Under the floor.
At one point
last
night,
batteries?
I could barely keep my eyes open, and I'm like, man, I'm so tired. And I'm like, but I've got Bubba still. He'll let me know if I fall asleep. I'll know.
Maybe y'all need to depend on James a little bit more and a little less on me.
Oh, there's a shift today, my friend.
Yeah.
I kid you not. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not even trying to be funny. I take a look at the team Rick and Bubba group text, and if Bubba's not alarmed, I'm not alarmed.
Yeah, that's true.
Because like I said, even when he's alarmed, I said when he's at a 10, I know it's a 7. But a 7's to be concerned
Let's go
about.
back to a vacation. You're on an excursion. You look to the guide to see if you're in trouble.
You know I do
and
that.
he's our guide. He's our weather guide.
He does the work about it that I'm not willing to do.
Right.
And I just wait for to benefit from his research.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the wrong attitude.
Man was laying down on his job.
Is this the thing where you're teaching us to do it ourselves? Is this teaching?
No.
Okay.
This goes to show you it's hard to overcome being real sleepy.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? I've been there.
It's the biggest challenge I face in my physical life.
The tornado was going to have to hit your house for it to wake
Well,
up.
it could have.
I don't know if that would have done.
I've also discovered, because I didn't know about this second little pop up here of a tornado. There's apparently there's things too that I consider to be more important than severe weather, and and sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway,
sleep has gone way up the chart.
Yeah. I desire to get more sleep. I just can't pull it off.
Yeah.
Amen to that.
You got to work at it.
It requires
because there's always things trying to steal your sleep.
Well, what I've noticed now as I've gotten older, and there's
and
I think it's part of getting older. There's so many things about getting older. Very few good, a lot of bad.
Yeah.
But there is some good. But the
very few.
Yeah. But The good though are the really important goods though, like wisdom. But anyway, but I'm getting now where I've always been a little bit of a quirky sleeper. But now I used to think that I could never really have big eye. I didn't really even understand big eye.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, well, what's so hard about going to sleep? You lay down, you go to sleep.
Right.
But boy, now, if anything is disruptive, I struggle.
Yeah.
I almost have to have perfect conditions, and that just doesn't happen much.
No.
I mean, it's
no.
I'm a quirky little fellow on my sleep, and it's gotten worse, not better, as I've gotten older. I've noticed that older people don't sleep as much, do they?
Nope.
Am I turning into that? Am I that guy?
Probably.
Am I granddaddy that everybody hears him out rustling around in the coffee?
I don't think I don't think it's they sleep necessarily a lot less. I think they change the way they sleep.
It. Yeah.
They go to bed earlier and get up earlier, and will be a threat to take a nap sometime in the middle of the day. Which
you're just not to the nap stage yet.
Which Rick, I've been doing for a long time.
You have been.
So,
well, look, I've told everybody you've been an old man for a long time.
Yeah. My transition to the nursing home will be an easy one.
It will. Well, and what it's got with me, Hams, like you're talking about, it's all relative because young Rick would stay up to 11:30. Yeah. Okay, every single night, no matter what. And on the weekends would stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning, 12:30, and sleep to 10, 9. That guy's over. I can't even find him. I mean, I'm now the Friday night 10 o'clock in the bed guy. That's me staying up late now, and I get up at 7.
Yeah,
6:30.
Think about that.
Yeah,
that's 9 hours of sleep.
But I never would have thought I'd been that guy. Well, yeah, it's.
Rick, I hardly ever see 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, on the rarest of occasions. I'll do that. Wake up for a minute, think I'm up, then fall back asleep. Now that I used to be the greatest wake up, go back to sleep.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. But now if I wake up, I got problems.
If I'm on the other side of midnight and something wakes me up, I'm in trouble because I can't go back.
Rick, I used to want to set a clock to wake me up so I could go back to sleep on the days I really didn't have to get up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You ever had those and because we still get to go back to sleep a little bit because of the time we get up because nobody wakes up on a dime at 4. I don't think.
I don't.
3:30.
I'm up. But here we go.
But what I'm talking about is there a greater feeling to be totally confused and you think it's a work day? And all of a sudden, and you're in there going to the bathroom and you start thinking, man, I don't know if I need to lay back. No, wait a minute.
It's Saturday.
This is Saturday. And that is a joyous feeling.
By the time I'm to that point, I might as well just get up.
I can go back to sleep then. No.
Rick, the inability to fall back asleep after waking up is medically known as sleep maintenance insomnia.
Yeah, I'm not there yet, but I can't go back to sleep as easy as I once did.
Okay.
I can go back to sleep. It just takes longer than it used to. And the potential for me not being able to do it is actually there now. When at one time it wasn't even in the realm of possibility.
We've got another topic here to talk about that's confusing to me.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right now.
But this guy
and there's some nice people. I've run into very nice people who are, handling bags and handling people at the curb and all that. But I think the overall experience, I think people would rate has gone down for his room and just general courtesy and some of that's probably because of some of the rowdy passengers that are on there too.
Yeah, well, he says he has no idea what the point of it was, what the guy was even protesting.
Yeah, he didn't even know. He didn't get anything out of it,
Yeah, because the guy was well dressed in a suit that did it, so he looked the part. I guess that's why security wasn't too concerned. Maybe he was part of the entourage or
an insider or something.
Yeah, got close enough to where if he was walking around, nobody was alarmed.
Now he did give us an angry look though.
He did. He's got an angry face even before it. He's kind of got that.
He's got a scowl on.
Yeah. He was apprehended.
Roll that one more time. Let's look at him.
Yeah, I mean, he almost looks like just the typical angry old man that would tell you to quit picking plums off his tree.
Yeah. Yeah. What did they say? What he was charged with?
And the security grabbed him, but nothing new.
Yeah.
All right. So look at the face. I mean, you're in your face and I am out.
Yeah,
he's got that chin poked out.
Look,
unhappy.
In your face and I am out.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Get out of my yard.
Like I said, it almost looks like a Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah,
it's just so the parts are so well defined here.
So anyway, nobody seems to know what he was protesting, but the CEO says, I think this is just general CEO stuff. People get mad.
Like I say, the guy had to come a long way. I'm shocked that if he was up there by himself, he didn't hear him coming. The guy had to have a good angle.
Well, I'm like Speedy. I almost wonder if he's not part of like he was a guy they thought was okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. All right,
it says he
Bubba.
was later released, Bubba, but and summoned to appear in court for giving police false details.
They'll get you on that.
Yeah, he was taken into custody though.
So he told him that he was there for a reason he wasn't there for.
Right.
Well, Bubba, once again, the ever-changing eat this, don't eat that, have some of this, don't eat that, this will hurt you, no it won't. All right, now today, from dailymail.com, why eating cheese will not harm your health. Dairy products do not increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, scientists are now saying. Now, how many times we've been told, hey, you need to get dairy out? You got to watch your dairy.
Yeah.
You know, the egg screaming, don't trust the test.
Yeah.
Don't trust the test.
Now they're saying eating dairy does not raise the risk of suffering heart attack or stroke.
It says eating cheese doesn't raise cholesterol levels. You know, we've been told right opposite of that most of our lives since people cared.
Now they're coming back saying, okay, we really gave dairy a bad name and really beat it up, and now we're doing more and more research. We're not sure there's even really much to it.
Yeah, because, I've always told, because I don't know about y'all. Do y'all like drinking milk? Are y'all milk drinkers?
I'm not a big milk.
I'm not against that. I just don't do it very much.
I grew up, I would always have just a glass of milk or whatever. And everybody said, oh, boy, you better have that skim milk. Don't get, or don't get any more than that.
No,
and then
that's wrong.
What is that, 2% stuff?
Yeah, they've been saying that the full fat cheese and milk are okay.
I'll tell you
They're
this.
saying it does not increase any kind of risk.
I'll tell you this: the people that got put on that, even in my own family, because one of them, they tied to ear infection stuff like that, and we took him off dairy. He really did not have the ear infections and stuff anymore. But what I'll say is this: the ones who didn't grow up drinking whole milk, those two are not as big as the one that did.
Well, Rick, it's also all those
they're not small, but they're not as big
steroids
as
they're
he is.
putting in the cows, which I think is good for us.
I will tell you this: you start eating all this stuff that without all this stuff in it. I'll tell you, I don't know if you're healthy or not, but you're not as big and strong.
No. Rick, I really do think there's other issues here. One that we just really can't get our arms around. Everybody's going to die anyway.
Right.
That one we can't accept.
Right.
There's also a lot of hereditary things and lifestyle. But your body is just it's a miraculous chemical factory, and it can handle a wide range of things. Now, you got to be in the range. I got that.
Moderation.
Inside that range, man, it produces so many enzymes and chemicals, and it processes. It's amazing how it works. I mean, your whole nervous system is a chemical reaction. That's amazing.
Yeah, now if you're allergic to these things, they're not talking about this. And we had some dairy allergies in our house, so that was a little bit different.
I've had some of that too.
But the problem is this: I'm telling you, we keep coming down to this bizarre concept. And I can think about it in my own life where I've had issues. It's not what I'm eating; it's how much of it I'm eating.
Yeah.
It's moderation. It's balance.
A lot of that.
This thing of taking food groups and completely throwing them out,
I don't think it's really good for you.
I think you need to have a little bit of all of it. But you got to be, it's moderation.
Moderation.
And then move around a little bit.
Yeah.
But the eating is the biggest thing. We're the Rick and Bubba Show. Still to come on the program today, Tim Tebow, Kevin Sumlin, Will of Meat is out there. And so all that, two of those things are going to happen, Lord willing. Will of Meat we haven't really decided yet. So we'll see. Today or tomorrow, though. Also, your archive from yesterday's Wednesday Bible study is now available. It was available really about an hour after we did it yesterday, as is the norm, but you may not know about that yet. And I will say this, all the different journeys through Scripture, it all matters, and it's all important, so don't hear me saying anything else. But yesterday, tremendous amount of life application yesterday. You know how sometimes you're just like, wow, there's a lot of application here. So if you haven't caught that one and you desire to do so, the audio and the video archive are now available to you. All right, so Bubba, what's this other topic you were talking about?
Okay, well, it's Bruce Arians.
Yeah.
This is strange. We were talking about it during the break. Bruce Arians steps down as head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's moving to a front office job. And this comes just a few weeks after we learned that Tom Brady is coming out of retirement to come back to Tampa Bay. Yeah. It just seemed a little strange. And we were trying to break all this down. Yeah. Defensive coordinator Todd Bowles will replace Arians as head coach. And Arians says he doesn't see this as a retirement. He said, I'm moving to the front office. I'm still working. You know, Bruce Arians is really one of those guys you cheered for. He was a long-time assistant coach.
I've seen his football story on NFL Channel. Really good.
Yeah. And really
interesting.
You know, in the coaching, as you progress through your coaching career, he probably stayed an assistant coach longer than most people would have. I mean, he was the OC for the Steelers for many, many years. And won a lot of championships there. And then gets a head coaching gig. I think it was at Phoenix. Arizona, right? And it didn't go real well.
They did a Hard Knocks when he was head coach.
And then he ends up at Tampa Bay and has an amazing run there. He went 31-18 in 3 seasons with Tampa Bay, the highest winning percentage of any coach in Buccaneer history.
Yeah, Arians wasn't at Arizona when they went to the Super Bowl and lost, was he?
Oh gosh.
I'd have to go back.
I
think
he
may
was.
have been.
I think he was.
But now, Rick, this is
it's like he had one good year there.
Yeah.
The timing seems strange. We were talking about it during the break. With Bowles being a defensive guy, this kind of frees Brady up to call the offense like he wants to, maybe more so than he did. Maybe that was part of the arrangement. I think that Tampa Bay was wanting a progression, or they wanted an heir apparent to take over, but it seems like maybe they rushed this a little, or it seems like their plans got moved up.
Well, here's what I don't get, and Helmsy, weigh in on this if you've heard some things that because I didn't know that. I don't follow it that close. I would have thought if I was Bruce Arians, Brady saying he's going to give me one more year would have been me staying one more year.
Yeah.
I would have been more likely to go to the front office when Brady was done.
Right.
Yeah.
And that would have been a normal transition, of everything changing over.
And I think that goes to the point.
And you're saying that it may not be all love and joy.
If you're Bruce Arians and you've got the greatest quarterback coming back, you going to go to the front office?
Right. That's why I'm asking. That's weird.
So to me, it looks like he was forced to the front office.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. This is what everybody was saying yesterday, and I don't know. I don't know the answers to these things, and I feel like in press conferences they lie to us half the time.
Well, of course,
Can I control what a Byron if I'm Tom Brady? Can I control what a Byron Leftwich is doing out there? He's my same age, and we kind of came up together and all that. Can we do this offense together?
And maybe they have a more. Their offensive philosophy may be more in line.
Correct.
Arians was always very conservative at Pittsburgh.
Yes.
And that was one of the knocks later on. We want to throw the ball more, as opposed to the normal Steelers plan of grind it out.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know if there was some issues there. Anyway, you got to love the fact that he paid his dues as an OC, became a head coach, won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and now he gets to move to the front office. The timing just seems strange.
It is.
Bowles had also interviewed for 2 other head coaching vacancies, the Minnesota Vikings and Chicago Bears this offseason.
Leftwich had also interviewed for some.
So I don't know how that plays in. Rick, there is one thing here I was reading, and I keep rereading this to see if I'm looking at this wrong. Bruce Arians is the 3rd oldest head coach in the NFL. Would you like to guess?
He's 69, by the way.
Would you like to guess who the 2 are in front of him? And the oldest one, I think, will be shocking to you.
Pete Carroll
is the oldest. And he'll be 71
and looks younger than
year.
all of them.
Oh, I had no idea.
And Belichick, who will turn 70 this month.
Yeah, he's just. Let's see.
So Pete Carroll is older than Bruce Arians.
No, boy, I tell you, that's
you can't.
That's tough.
It just don't. I mean, I don't know what Pete Carroll's been doing, but it's working for him.
At West Coast living.
I've always thought that Bruce Arians too, a little bit like Trump, has weird coloring.
Yeah, he does.
He's an odd color.
Yeah.
That may have something to do with
never
it.
really studied his color.
He's always kind of red looking.
But Rick, what I do,
he always looks like he's sunburned.
What I do like about him, he's a throwback. He's he's old school. He's rugged. He's that guy that's gonna let you have it if you do it wrong. And I always like that about it.
Sure. Of course, Alabama fans are still mad about that screen pass that he called the Iron Bowl.
You know what this is?
They say it's about time he went to the head office.
You ever notice Greg has certain things?
The guy's name who fumbled that was Ed
Sissom. From Etowah.
Right.
From Etowah.
Yes, he was.
But what I'm saying is, you ever notice there's certain topics, if you bring up somebody's name, Greg's always going to say
Rick,
I mean, he's not going to let it go.
My Bama fan friends, I mean, they're not over that.
I know.
They still bring it up.
Okay. Like if you bring it up.
That was a game they had won. If they get a first down, they run the clock out. They went with a pass that ended up getting fumbled.
Yeah.
And Auburn recovered, ended up winning.
But because of his rude Tourette's.
What year was that? Do you remember? We were
90s,
at that game.
in the 90s, right?
Yeah, but because of his rude Tourette's, he always has this transition word. You know, we're over here going praises, praises. Course, you hear that?
Yeah.
And as soon as you hear with the word course, you better get ready.
I'm just reporting.
Yeah. I know. Of course, everybody's still upset about it.
They are. I mean, some of them still bring it up. Bring it up around Christopher Molesky.
I'll tell you one thing: we won't be eating dark chocolate almonds today.
No, we won't.
No, that was terrible.
Well, that was my fault for trying to be too kind, and because you know why?
I thought the bag was sealed on both ends.
Would you hear me? No way Burgess takes the time to go ahead and open it for us.
I know.
Yeah, you didn't think, and I don't have that in me normally
because it was a full bag.
Right before we walk into the studio, I hear a blood-curdling scream.
Yeah, man.
And I think, what in the world is going on? And I go out there, and it looks like a deer herd has come through here and had droppings.
It did.
And it was Greg had thrown chocolate-covered almonds all over the floor.
Had a friend
the
yesterday.
Number of them was amazing how many were
Bring one of our favorite snacks, chocolate-covered almonds, to the Bible study
But I'm eating
yesterday.
them anyway.
Gave them to me, and I tried to do something nice and share them with everybody. And it's hard to open up the actual packaging where the almonds are located, so I got a scissor and cut that off for everybody. Greg picked it up and slung them all over the floor.
Yeah, I've tried to open the other end.
We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, guys, here we go. Z-Stack. Why would a response from you, the audience? Well, I'll tell you why, because it doesn't get any more straightforward than this supplement that was developed by Dr. Zelenko. And here's the deal: when Vladimir Zelenko was working with our president, Donald Trump. Good to see Bubba's head there. We of course remember hearing his name and all the treatments that he was doing. Well, he's developed this supplement because, let's face it, I don't know how long we're going to be dealing with every subvariants and variants and all this stuff. I think we all agree that when it gets to this pandemic, and really if you think about it, even just the flu and cold seasons that we always live through, treatment is the way to go. We know that even if you take a flu shot every year, how many times did they get the strand right? Not that often. You take these vaccines and you still end up testing positive for COVID. The bottom line is we need to be in the mode of treating so that we don't have a difficult time with it, okay? And one of the ways that you do that is you be sure that your immune system is operating at peak performance. And Z-Stack can help you with that. It's got zinc, it's got quercetin, it's got vitamin C, it's got vitamin D, and it keeps your immune system operating at a level that whatever you encounter, it minimizes the severity and the length of time that you're going to be sick. So why don't you get yours now, and we can get you a little discount. It's GMP certified. It's kosher, by the way, and you can go get yours right now at zstacklife.com/RickBubba. zstacklife.com/RickBubba. Never been able to out-exercise bad eating.
No.
You can't do it.
80% of what you look like is what you eat.
You can't. Yeah. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, Greg, good news for you. It looks like Tebow is back with the SEC Network.
All right.
He's good to go again.
Good. I'm back.
ESPN renews Tim Tebow's contract with the SEC Network.
So he does that when he's not playing baseball.
I'm not real sure if this baseball is going to take.
Correct.
So how's he doing right now? Have we had a Tebow update? Do we know?
We really have.
Batting like
doing great.
2-something. I saw it today.
I'm over the Fireflies.
Now, is he which team is he with?
With the Fireflies.
Single A or rookie ball or
something.
Double A?
Say same team, Greg. Same team.
Yeah, but which one is it? I don't remember.
The John Brown Fireflies.
Single A
I don't know
South.
where they're from.
He is playing for the Columbia Fireflies of the Single A South Atlantic League. He is hitting 242, 2 home runs. So there you go. There's the update. And
hit them early. Hadn't hit one since. That's only 26 games.
That's in the Mets organization.
So, but you got to think that, and I don't know what his schedule looks like. If you're going to continue to do your football gig, that's, if you were truly, wouldn't it help you because they go play winter ball and all that stuff if you're trying to break into the big leagues.
Yeah. But what will he do? Just take Saturdays off so he can?
Well, that was what we were talking about earlier.
A lot of times winter ball is out of the country.
Yeah.
It's out of the country, so he won't be doing that.
What'd you say he's batting?
242 is what it says here in the story. So, Greg, read that paragraph because Tim Tebow actually makes a statement. Where's that? Second paragraph of the story.
Thank you, Rick.
And it's in typical Tim Tebow fashion.
Thank you so much.
Over the last 3 years, ESPN and the SEC crew they've been like family. I love the passion the SEC fans bring every Saturday morning. I look forward to continuing to share my love of the game with the fans on ESPN, and I'm going to do it harder and faster and run longer, further, and never lose. From this point forward,
of course, ESPN.
Nobody's going to report football better than me.
Well, what it is now, the ESPN's laid off 100 people.
Yeah.
You know what this means is they're looking now for people like Tebow because they'd rather pay part-time.
Yeah.
We'll see you, Trent Dilfer.
Right. Yeah.
Danny Canal.
Danny Canal, take a hike. Maybe you can try for the Mets.
But really, you think about it. I mean, you look at the deal after all the firings and they re-signed him. They're probably thinking, keep playing baseball.
Right.
Yeah, we'll just need you a few Saturdays in the fall.
We can't pay you full time. Of course, you understand.
Tebow is 29 years old. Isn't that something? I remember when he came here to play Hoover.
Yeah, but I feel 22.
Remember?
That's been a little while ago. Seems like yesterday.
It does. Isn't that weird?
We're old. Hey, Rick, I think I got him speaking.
Going by real fast.
Can I see how close Greg is?
Yeah, we're all
It's something that changes
see, I got to work
the way I act, the way I live, the way I think,
That's
the way I breathe,
I
everything, because it puts things into perspective, especially what matters.
Now, see, he's doing the passionate speech, Tebow, doing it regular speaking, which is what makes it funny.
What I have noticed, and like I say, my family thought I was weird because I was in there in front of the TV during football season trying to work on my Tebow. Right. He also runs out of breath at the end of words. If you notice, and I put much effort, and he kind of he don't breathe well.
The thing you've got down though that you do have, he did it even in that small snippet. He does run these lists.
Mm-hmm.
He gives you all kinds of attributes, and he runs those. I'm going to do this and that and that and that and that.
I'm going to work harder, run faster,
further, for more, and this.
I'm going to work
that.
on my bunting. Right. See if I can leg it out.
I hit a ball in batting practice to the Philippines.
Now we're all just getting a high voice, man.
We're not even close to it.
No, but it's funny to us. See, that's
only this show would do an impression of someone, and we're not being funny with how he actually sounds. We're being funny on how we're attempting.
Yeah, we sound nothing like it.
Here's where it came from.
Especially when we feel we're better than the team and don't play up to our ability. And I just want to say one thing to the fans and everybody in Gator Nation.
Try not to
I'm sorry. Extremely sorry. We were hoping for an undefeated season. That was my goal. Something Florida's never done here. But I promise you one thing. A lot of good will come out of this. You have never seen any player in the entire country play as hard as I will play the rest of the season, and you never see someone push the rest of the team as hard as I will push everybody the rest of the season. And you never see a team play harder than we will the rest of this season. God bless.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show from the No Name Studio. Let's groove. Let's go. And we thank you for being here with us today as we unpack another one. The stories of the world in which we live inside the show. Your phone calls coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Tim Tebow, Kevin Sumlin, all still to come on the program today. We'll meet and play as well. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. And join me in welcoming back for a brand new hour there is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the smooth groove we call Rick and Bubba.
So we've talked about Bubba, letting us all down with weather.
Yep.
Is this how the hams feel when you don't come to a big ham fest? I mean, and they think it's just they think it's just a done deal.
I really can't speak for them on that topic, Rick.
Right.
But
okay.
I told you, about Thursday, I'm going downhill.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's so funny because when you were younger, you ramp up toward Friday because you're looking forward to the weekend. And now, by far and away, my best day's Monday.
That's weird to me, by the way. Monday's my worst day. It is my worst day.
Well, I rest over the weekend usually.
I can't sleep good on Sunday night.
You got to watch Sunday night. Your big eye will get you.
Right,
it's not like I'm, not wanting to come to work on Monday, but there's just something about having it out there.
I'm making a note to eat on my own with severe weather. Okay. All right. So
look, we were just having Helmsy and I off air, and
let's go back to getting on ham.
We were having a discussion
that's completely on me. Will not happen again. I can't stand when it happens in the room.
Well, that's not what I was.
It happened with me.
Just happened now.
What happened with me is it makes me mad. I'll probably run laps about it. I'll probably do a little exercise more today.
Right. Yeah.
Because I will punish Helms for that. Because I can't stand that.
Where's that
paddle? I'll let you paddle me, Greg.
That's fine. Listen,
that's how much I can't stand that.
Nobody butts in more than me. And
we have to agree with that.
I have a problem with it.
You do. It's with a capital Budinsky with a capital B.
It's close to Greg's rude Tourette's.
It is.
Same family.
Although Greg will say an inappropriate comment and has no filter when it comes out.
Right.
Mine has a filter on it, but I just can't put it in a buffer. It's just going to
can't wait till there's an opening.
Right. It's just when it hits brain, it goes mouth.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine describe it as I've got something to say.
Right.
And you just can't stop it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I was about to say is that Helmsy and I were talking in the break about how kids become dependent on you at the house, but yet when they're not at the house, they can take care of themselves. And it's because if they're just being honest, they know at the home you're going to do it. So they don't have to do it. When it comes to weather, I was dependent on Bubba.
I was too.
And Bubba taught me a lesson, and that is, no, you got to do it on your own, buddy.
It's not Bubba's responsibility
to
give us
can't cover everybody.
Right.
Too many people, too widespread.
That hour's over. We need to move on.
No, I'm just saying that's what Rick was going into. Is that
Ham's hour.
We've learned some stuff this hour, and that
Hams
did
a crosstalk, and that's why he's mad.
He T-boned
I am sorry.
It was
I was actually wrapping up. It really wasn't that bad.
When I walked in the room, Speedy said Bubba and started talking. Right. So I didn't know he was addressing both of you because you were looking down at the board and had your finger on it because we have a continuous problem that nobody seems to want to fix with that board. And so you were focused on that.
I was.
And so I took that opportunity to go, well, nobody's talking to Rick right now.
Right.
I'm going to ask him a question about a man church service.
Right.
And I didn't realize that Speedy was actually talking to you too. And guys, I'll allow you to paddle me because I can't stand when that happens in this room. That bothers me to no end. That's disrespectful of me, and I am sorry.
I really was.
Usually we have two conversations at least going on at the same time. At least.
Speedy, I'm so sorry.
And I appreciate that, but I really was wrapping up. It really wasn't that bad. But we have an issue here where we crosstalk, and then, follow me on this, and then you're also battling with nobody's paying attention to anything you're saying. Right. So you're trying to now crosstalk and speak up because that's the only way you can get anybody's attention.
See, Bubba was looking and really intently, and Rick was looking at the board because we just had that issue. And so I heard Bubba with you, and then I saw him looking. I thought, well, this is a perfect opportunity for me to ask him about it.
Can I tell you that something? It's not gonna make you.
And
feel
then when
bad.
Rick goes, I heard a little bit of that, Speedy, and then Helms butted in. I was like, well,
no, I didn't say that. No.
But that's what I heard.
I was just sitting here enjoying.
Whether you said it or not, that's what I heard.
Okay.
You know how that is.
I was enjoying it. I just loved it.
Because what I actually said is more hurtful to Speedy than you. But what I actually said is it really didn't matter because I'd stopped listening to you anyway.
Yeah, which is common.
Well, that is more harmful to him, by the way.
Right. Well, I got the gist of it. And listen, let me be clear since we're all talking about our problems. We're airing them. Because how about this? We're a quirky little bunch.
We are. Every one of us.
First of all, and I'm 100% good with this because I probably have this disease worse than any of you. I can't stand a meeting. Okay? So what happens is we don't ever meet. So when we get in here doing the live show, we're trying to do the live show and update each other on things our department needs to know or tell you, things going on. What we really should do is just do the show and do that stuff after.
Yeah.
But how about this? I'm not for that because I don't like sitting around in meetings and stuff if we can avoid it. Sometimes you can't avoid it.
I like the way we do it. I mean, occasionally you're going to have a crash where somebody's going to have to be put in the ambulance.
Yeah, and Speedy, I'm sorry.
And I was
paid for that medical bill.
Speedy was wiggling his finger, so I knew he was okay.
And I was giving y'all more information on Bruce Arians. So it was on topic of what we had just discussed.
But you was mad about him about the Iron Bowl.
No.
But back to my other problem is, and my wife says that this has got to improve.
Yeah.
Because just like last night, perfect example, and it's nothing to do with you and weather, but it's a weather analogy.
There you go.
I see the tornado warning for my area drop off. So in my mind, incorrectly, that's it. And so I shut it down, not knowing it's not completely out of my area yet. Well, Sherry says what I do, and this is a quirk. I'm working on it. You do it with books. You do it with people's conversations. You do it with what I'm telling you. And look, sometimes people can run a long list, and that's not my best. That's not the best way to get the best out of Rick. Okay, Bubba's learned it. Keep it short. Get right to it. And that is, Sherry says, you will get to a point where you assume that everybody's done and you've got the topic or the information they wanted you to get, and then you shut down and move on, and we're still talking.
Yeah.
And I said, and she goes, just like a book. She says, I'll go. She goes, well, how's it going? I saw you got, I kind of know where this guy's going. And she's like, so how much have you read? I said, about 2 chapters. She said, so you're not going to read the rest of the book? I said, well, I get the point of what he's trying to make. A lot of times you writer people, you'll make your point and you just do more beautiful, colorful, poetic ways to make the same point. I've got the point of the book, I think. She goes, you don't know that. Read the whole thing.
You might be missing something.
So I'm not saying that that's right or or it's okay to be that way. I'm just explaining that I am that way. It's not justifying it. It's not even saying it's the best thing to do. But if somebody gets a little long-winded on something, I'll reach in there and try to find the pearl. I mean, this is a guy.
Yeah, now, when
this is a guy who
rabbits. Sometimes you're like, okay, let's get the point.
Well, remember I told you about this, and you're not this, by the way. None of us are this to the level, and we've already done this on the air. The people that, like you said, and this is when I panic. Okay, hey Rick, I want to ask you to if you could, I want to talk, and it could be something important.
Yeah.
Like, hey, could you join us in prayer about something? Absolutely, yes, I certainly will. And I've learned to go ahead and pray then. Because this thing of I'll pray later,
you never end up doing it.
I mean to.
I know, right.
But
I know.
And sometimes
Same
I will. But most of the time I'll go ahead and pray right now.
Yeah.
But so that we'll actually do it. But then I'll hear this. Well, first of all, this involves my daughter's husband. Now he's the one has a family from Canada, and now the part of Canada. There's only one part that speaks French, over in Quebec. So it's not the rest of Canada that does that. And of course, Quebec. You remember what happened in Quebec, and then this. And of course, now he's the one that his mom and daddy. They're from Canada, but now their parents were from Canada. Their parents actually had moved there from the United.
That's my point.
Yeah, and I'm like, wow, I thought we were going to pray for your daughter's husband. And eventually I'm going to get what we need to pray about. But this other stuff. It's just and it just and all this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, and so I'm kind of like I just like to know the main point and
get to the meat of it,
and that doesn't mean that that's okay. I'm just telling you that's the way I am. Like I even said about what we're doing with men's ministry. Now we can all talk about the way we wish men were, but we probably want to put together a strategy of how they actually are.
Yeah.
Because that's probably the best way to go.
Speedy, when that medical bill comes in, just pass it on over to me. I'll take care of it.
That sounds good.
That whiplash?
Yeah.
It really wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Sherry says she's watched me before. She said you'll actually start a rocking motion. You start switching your weight from foot to foot.
I wish you wouldn't have told us that.
Yeah.
Now we're going to be watching it.
Yeah. And that means
could write a book on it.
Isn't it amazing that you're studied to that level?
Oh, yeah. Well, she's been with me a lot.
Didn't they put that on a statue or a plaque down at the stadium?
Well, I'm sure they did.
I remember I was watching the game that happened.
Didn't lose to Kentucky or somebody?
That was Ole Miss, wasn't it?
Maybe it was. I was making it worse. What are you doing?
I'm looking at related links to this Tebow
Stop
thing. But look over to the right. It's you grabbing my ear in some kind of.
Look at
please look at the related links over to the right.
Yeah.
For some reason, we are associated with Tebow so much.
Right.
It's behind the scenes of
that's yesterday's behind the scenes documentary.
I know, but it's in the middle of all the Tebow stuff. What is that?
Tebow defines leadership. Tebow speaks to the team.
That makes no sense.
So if you try to get Tim Tebow related links, it's gonna be us. That's funny. Well, you know,
I blame Greg.
We've never worked harder than
Move faster. This season,
you'll never see anybody put more effort in than us.
This season,
not this season.
Never. All right,
it's fun to talk like that.
It is.
Take us to break.
The only problem is he doesn't sound like.
No, he really doesn't.
No, but we know what it is when one of us is good.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
This place.
This season,
this is a weird place.
It is. It is.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me
It is
to my
10
knees.
minence to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. You know, we've always been pretty good over the years to give people warnings and things if of something coming up. You know, we're about to discuss a topic. You have children. I do want some of you to know that there is about to be a segment that McPippet and Twiggy Smalls will be speaking into microphones at the same time. So for some of you that don't think you can handle that, I just want to give you a fair warning. You could join us again after the top of the hour.
Well, and let me advise you too. If you're sensitive to high frequencies,
right,
you need to be prepared right here.
Yeah, a minute ago I looked over and they were just bouncing around, little.
They'll bounce.
Yeah, they're just bouncing around.
Sure will.
They've taken a lot of selfies.
All right. So first of all, one of you take this question. Now, how do the two of you know each other?
Well, oh man,
we met in math class
Math
together.
class.
You think we're annoying here?
You should see us in math class when we don't understand what we're talking about,
I
but we
don't-
think we understand what we're talking about.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
We pretty much taught each other math.
Yeah.
So it was the blind leading the blind.
It was an exciting semester. We became quite famous in that class.
We did.
bet you
Famous or notorious?
Well,
infamous.
The thing is, one day I ran into a guy that was in our math class, and we were talking about the math class, and his response was, "There's these two really annoying girls who talk and ask questions every day, and if they didn't ask questions, we'd get out early." And I so casually was like, "Okay, cool." That was us.
Yeah,
I didn't tell
those
him that
girls,
because he's actually pretty attractive, so I didn't want to be like, "Oh, like."
Race.
Oh boy.
Rick,
Yeah.
for just a minute, I found myself sitting in Mrs. Suko's seat and thinking, my gosh, what did we do?
This is what we felt like.
I would teach Ella or Twiggy something like this. Like, I think like the problem goes like this, and you need to like find the square root of I think like that number. Like, yeah, that's
We
about
were
how
the
I would teach it.
Only students that brought in like multiple colored different pins to do the math in. And
It's the only way I understand.
Yeah, and we also our teacher
even
loved
know where
us
to
so
go
much
with
or hated us so much. I don't know. But we actually have her cell phone number, and so we would like text her.
We did.
And we brought her cookies.
She was a big Rick and Bubba fan. And the first day of class, I remember being,
Her
I'm
mom
McPippet.
was one of y'all's teachers.
Actually, I think so.
She's from
Wait,
Oxford.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What just happened?
I don't
She
know.
was from Oxford.
Greg, very good. Are you getting all?
Wait, what's her name, Ella? I can't remember. What was her?
Stanley.
Stanley.
But I think that was like her.
Dr. Stanley.
But, she has a different maiden name.
She's probably listening right
Yes,
now.
I bet she did.
Dr. Stanley.
Did you hear? She had a different maiden.
Yeah,
name.
most maiden names are different.
I don't know. I have a friend who's getting married, and she's keeping her same name.
But still her maiden name though, and it's different than her husband's.
No, they had the same name. They're both like.
Both like Smith.
But yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I
well, you
think
did
it's
find one
Patel, but
exception there.
But do you remember her? Do you know her?
Probably.
Do you remember when she got married and her name changed?
We probably would know her as whatever her maiden name was.
Oh. Well,
She taught at Oxford while Greg and I were there.
Oh, she lived in. She's from Oxford.
her mother did. Her mother was
did.
one of y'all's teachers.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Which
Probably
means
your
she
math
may have gone to school with y'all. If her mom was one of your teachers and she's from Oxford.
She
Possibly.
would probably be maybe a little bit younger than
But
y'all.
I think you know how Rick and Bubba actually met in class, so I can't help but think that you and I, Ella.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
22 minutes past the hour.
Day without him, brother.
All right, so as we make our way back,
Waking on their blubber.
and it was an experience. So still to come, Tim Tebow, Kevin Sumlin, coming up on the program. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, our topic, Russia, Ukraine. We'll talk about that coming up this weekend with our special guest today. Right now, though, been a while since we've had these because we grew tired of them, but it's time for a COVID update. Oh, he's back, Bubba. It's like the Mummy movies. He is back.
It's like Friday the 13th.
Yep.
And we can't seem to kill Jason.
It is the high priest of health. It's problematic. Dr. Fauci. It's anecdotal.
You're not going to believe what he says, Rick.
All right. So you want to start with 1A here? You want to just hear it?
Well, let's set this up just a little bit.
Okay.
I thought we had all decided lockdowns did not work.
You talking about follow the science?
I thought
you're talking about Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, well, and you look at all the negative things that came out of it. The economy canceled. We still cannot get our supply chains going again. Alcohol deaths went up. Suicides went up. Drug overdoses went up. Cancer screening went way down. Childhood mental health is at an all-time low. Economy trashed. All of this due to the COVID and the lockdown. Some of the things we did, and I told Speedy I wanted to get Dr. Sag back on from UAB and talk about what we did good, what we did bad. Because I don't think anybody's going to say, boy, we nailed it. You know?
Fauci's about to.
Well, I want you to hear what Fauci's saying, and get ready. We're ramping up for the next round to scare everybody to death.
Yep. Here we go. So here comes the high priest of health talking about lockdowns and their and whether they worked or not. So here we go.
I'm interested in your reluctance to use the word lockdown. Do you think 2 years on that they were worth it, or were they too severe?
You know, I don't think we're ever going to be able to determine what the right balance is. I think the restrictions, if you want to use that word, which I tend to shy away from, lockdown, there's certainly prevented a lot of infections, prevented a lot of hospitalizations, and prevented a lot of deaths. There's no doubt about that. Obviously, when you do have that kind of restriction on society, there are unintended negative consequences, particularly in children who are not allowed to go to school, in the psychological and mental health aspects it has on children, in the economic stress that it puts on society in general, on individual families. Obviously, those are negative consequences that are unintended.
But they're there, which is why you have to weigh this and maybe not do it, because I think the things you mentioned, like suicide is up, alcohol deaths are up, drug overdoses are up, cancer screenings are down because people are afraid to go, childhood mental health is at an all-time low, the economy trashed, lives were destroyed. And these lockdowns, really, I believe they cause more damage than the virus itself.
I think the initial,
as far as lasting damage,
the first 2 weeks maybe, because we didn't know what we were up against. If it had been a Black Plague type, where 25% of the people who get it die, that would have been really bad. Lockdown is the only way you can fight some of that.
Well, then the balance goes this way. The virus is worse than the negative of the lockdown.
Right, yeah. So, but here's the thing. Let's follow the science. This was not a death sentence for 25% of the people who got it.
No.
Every life that lost was important. It's a family that has a hole in it now, and I'm not trying to downplay that. But what we do have to say, because of the numbers and the size of what we're dealing with, the death rate was 1%, round figures, for COVID-19. If you're that one, it's tragedy. For the other 99 that survived, it was good. We made it. Vaccines that came along helped initially. The people who were building up immunity helped. The monoclonal antibodies helped tremendously. And as it evolved and more people got it, especially the Omicron, which was Omicron, was so
Omicron's a video game,
right?
Yeah.
Drop the T, Bubba. It infected so many people so quick. It helped to get more of a immune response to the virus, and that's why we're living in the fairly virus-free environment we are right now because of how many people got it so quickly at one time. So I think to say that lockdowns worked is a mistake. I think the one thing that I would say we learned from this, given this virus, not the plague, that lockdowns did not work. They were negative and caused more trouble than the actual virus.
Well, listen what Fauci has to say to you right now in your face, because he says you better get ready for some more. Here we go.
We need to be prepared for the possibility that we would have another variant that would come along. And if things change and we do get a variant that does give us an uptick in cases and hospitalization, we should be prepared and flexible enough to pivot towards going back, at least temporarily, to a more rigid type of a restriction, such as requiring masks indoor.
Now, keep in mind, this tells you in his own words, this world of propaganda we live in. They have made a decision to change the word from lockdown to restriction.
Right.
That's
an easier say.
And they've even told you they changed the word.
Yeah.
Why you got to change the word? If it's so wonderful, just tell us what it is, because you're saying it's fantastic.
If I'm on Fauci's team, this is what I say. Let's get the next generation of vaccine out there and tested so we'll be able to use it, which is going to be better than what we had. Let's get these antivirals that we know are working and shortening the duration of this. The one thing I do agree with Biden, when you test positive, they ought to give it to you right then. Well, not go through this song and dance of trying to find it. And the monoclonal antibodies, let's get them updated.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Are the next
Rick and
Twiggy
Bubba.
and Pip
Oh my god.
on the air? And, to get it, because we met in math class. They met in Spanish class.
Oh really?
See,
Listen, that Nair studied the book.
Have you not studied the book?
I told you,
I have, but I have, details for some reason. I thought it was Latin class or Italian. So, details. I didn't know there was going to be a test. I have read through the book quite a bit, but I hadn't known it was Spanish class. We could have been practicing Spanish.
I thought I had Sam and Ford with me on board to be the Sam and Pip show, but they've fallen off the face of the planet doing who knows what. But clearly, I'm the one on the right path with the future ahead of me. And now that you've been at Rick and Bubba University, I would not want to run a radio show with anyone that had not gone to Rick and Bubba University, because I just would not be confident that they could carry the show with the same common sense as me.
Yeah. What have you been doing, Pip? Where have you been?
Well, I actually, speaking of what I've been doing, I ran a half marathon.
Well, congratulations.
13.1 miles.
Well, that's
well, I think Rick was probably talking more business and industry, but that's
not like
interesting
today.
Right. Yeah, we don't want to know when you went to the grocery store, but
well, I had breakfast.
I slept last night.
I got up this morning. Right. Had a shower.
I
I'm
think,
trying to get more water.
I think I've learned how to cook.
You think? That's
I
still
think
not
so.
the kind of stuff I'm asking.
I'm the only one that eats what I cook, though. Other people won't.
No,
eat it,
let's back it up another step or two. Okay. Like, since you left the show, what have you done career-wise? Is that a good question?
Well, we know about the Dude Ranch, which I can keep
Well, you need to
talking
let
any
everybody
day.
know what
You know,
the Dude Ranch is.
except they did not ask me back at the Dude Ranch this year, which I was kind of hurt, because I just don't know who else is going to be a princess there like I was.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
You can't train a princess. You're born a princess.
So they nicknamed you Princess at the Dude Ranch.
They did. And when I was
among other things,
playing with the popcorn maker back there, I was bringing back memories. But I was at the Dude Ranch, and then this year I've gone to lots of conferences to network. So I've been to New York, I've been to Chicago, and I've been looking at Nashville. So, yeah, I'm very overwhelmed by how many different opportunities there are. I don't know which one to choose.
You were closing in on a job, right?
I came close. I had an offer in Chicago, and at the end of the day,
Chicago
did not feel right, because one of the things, that city gets cold.
Now,
yes,
what was the offer to do?
The offer was, actually, you guys will be so proud. The offer was an internship, but they weren't going to pay me.
You said, I've already done that.
Been there, done that.
I said, I am too talented to not be paid.
Yeah.
Did you desire to go
That's
back
what
to
I
the
tell
dude
them all the
ranch?
time.
But deep down, I had to do some deep thinking if I did want to go back to dude ranch because I could make good money out there. You get to go be out on God's beautiful green earth and possibly maybe I'd inherit.
How many stoplights are in this town again?
But there's only one stoplight and there wasn't even a Walmart.
Did they not invite you back?
I think they might have just decided that we just want to start with a new staff,
Probably
and
sounds it.
she's just gonna know too much about the ranch and be too good at her job. We don't want to make the other people.
I think they heard your interview about the mice, and they probably had a drop in reservations.
I cannot wait for that new person that's gonna have my room with the mice, and they're not gonna.
So what did you do exactly?
I cleaned the stove a lot.
Oh wow!
This huge.
They made the princess clean the stove.
They did make me clean the stove, and then I had to
Imagine that.
clean cabins, waitress food, and I would just joyfully sing my way through the dirty task, waiting for Prince Charming to come and sweep me off my
in
feet
a cowboy hat
and take me away. But that never happened.
Okay, do you imagine McLean McPippet? I'm sorry, with a cowboy.
No,
but I think I got my new career path right here. Me and Twigs, the Pip and Twig show. Yeah. Twig and Pip in the house. See it? Do you see it? Come on, dream with me. We got this. Let
them go.
She needs to graduate from Rick and Bubba University first.
Yeah.
Well,
this week or last week? Friday's it.
Am I going to? I haven't seen my review yet. Am I going to pass my?
I've sent it in. I've already sent it.
She said she's going back to England because she wanted to be English.
Yeah.
What if we brought a Southern American talk show to England?
I feel like
Twig
that could be a
and
huge
Pip.
success. Actually, fun fact. The Tennessean accent is the sexiest accent in Great Britain.
Well, then you need to read Shakespeare like Bubba used to read.
Okay.
The Tennessean accent?
Yes, because actually, if you look at it,
I don't think you have the Tennessee accent though. You don't sound Southern.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I have the strongest Southern accent.
No, you've been hiding.
My mama's in the kitchen cooking some sweet
know.
potato pie. Do you want some sweet potato pie? That's my Southern
I have
accent.
a Southern accent. I say y'all and stuff. And
Okay.
See,
You can talk about whatever you want to. Kevin Sumlin scheduled to be with us this hour as well. But let's go with phone troll. This means you're running the show now. This is what it feels like to be a programmer. You're going to decide the direction of the show. You pick the topics, ask the questions, move the show in the direction that you want to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines available. If you make a move now, you'll likely get in. The real Greg Burgess ready to screen that up and get you ready to go. And then with the buzzer, we'll move through the line quickly, allowing a lot of folks to get on in a short period of time so you can move now. While you're making the move, mypillow.com/Bubba. You know what? You go to that URL. That's mypillow.com/Bubba. Boom. As soon as you go there, savings pop up, and there it is. And I'm talking about big-time savings right now. I'm talking about Giza Dream bed sheets, 60% off. I'm talking about MyPillow slippers, 50% off. I'm talking about the MyPillow, priced at a price that you've never seen before, $19.98. So if you haven't seen these savings, now's the time to do it. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there for all the savings. And don't forget to check out a little something there that Lindell put together called My Store. It's kind of like an anti-Amazon. These are American entrepreneurs trying to get their products to the market, and Lindell and his company are giving them allowing us access to them. So you go to rickandbubba.com also, and you'll look under the sponsors button, and you can find the link to go right there. To the phones we go. Let's start with Jay. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jay, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead. You got 30 seconds. Jay? John?
Joey?
Joey, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I have a quick question for Bubba about the pizza in a cup.
Okay.
Now, I know the claim is he's the inventor of pizza in a cup.
Mm-hmm.
When did he sell that right to the movie
The Jerk? Yeah, Steve Martin ripped us off of that.
He did.
Clearly.
Yeah, and we were first out, probably a writer that was writing on that show thought that was funny and used it. So
picked it right up.
Yep. Bubba was first, Steve Martin second. So there you go. Sean in Alabama. Sean, you got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rick, I just want to know what you guys talking about the characteristics of men and how they act. What's your favorite Bible story?
Oh, gosh, man, my favorite. That's that's a tough one because it's all so unique, and you get into the Old Covenant and the men of the Old Testament, and
Samson and is that Samson
yours?
And Delilah, Adam and Eve, the story of Paul.
I will tell you. Well, there's just so many. I love the conversion of Paul. I actually love the whole thing with Stephen and Paul being there to see that and that changing his. He's so ferocious. And he's got so much zeal. He's such a zealot, but he was passionately wrong about stopping this new way and these followers of Jesus, only to be transformed by Jesus to use that same zeal to now advance the very church that he was persecuting. So you have to love that. I love the Elijah. I just heard a great message on it just this past weekend. Elijah and the prophets of Baal. I love that one.
Yeah, that's good.
Right,
one that I've always really liked, because I like the whole book of Job. We've talked about that before.
Ooh.
But I really like the story of the two people traveling on the road that Jesus appeared to, and they didn't realize who he was till he blessed the food.
Yep.
And gosh, wouldn't that have been great to hear Jesus lay out him throughout the whole Old Testament and everything?
Can you imagine?
That would have been a day.
That really would.
I'm looking forward to the playback on that. I hope we get one.
Yeah, but there's just so many, and the second curriculum that we put out called Real Men. I mean, you take on 8 guys that there certainly could have been many more, but that series, I think, walking through 5 weeks on each guy, really some of the best moments you'll find involving men of Scripture, and you find out. Not only do they do a lot of things right, they do a lot of things wrong, and God still used them.
Another one is just the whole creation story, Garden of Eden, the way that Moses laid it out, and the way he explained scientifically what was some things going on, and it's just an interesting story.
It is. It's and the author is a really big deal.
Yeah,
God.
Well,
it's amazing that I feel so silly for not understanding that wasting time on so many, just consuming information from so many things that are meaningless, and ignoring consuming from the book that was authored by God.
Yeah. So and that's to the point of what the caller was when you say favorite. It's hard to get. I mean, you obviously have a lot dealing with Jesus and his mission, but there's just so many good stories from different angles and different approaches and about different topics.
The reconciliation of Peter back to Jesus, I mean, I can't read that without just really getting emotional. I mean, that's a really incredible moment.
And that's one of the things that when the PETA people start protesting fishing, I go, if Jesus didn't object to it, he had plenty of time to do it. He didn't do it, so I think you're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, they're not big on Jesus.
Right, I understand.
Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hard to do that when you're into self-worship.
If you're worshiping animals, you're probably not a follower of Jesus. Tim, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, yesterday you said, what would it have been like in Gone with the Wind if the last scene of the movie he said, frankly, my dear, garbled, garbled, garbled.
Yep.
And I said that would have been really awful because the last scene of the movie was actually her saying, tomorrow is another day.
Well, you know what I mean. That was the big line that everybody quotes.
Yeah.
The point being that if you can't understand the lines,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
Mr. Nitpick. Hey, missed the bigger point. But anyway.
He really did and waited 24 hours to call in and tell us about it.
No, thank you for listening. I appreciate that. You are factually correct.
Let's go back to telling our favorite Bible story.
Travis.
Suddenly, the one of the jaw of an ass comes to mind. But anyway, that's a whole nother deal.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I went for the laugh.
Bad. Speaking of Pharisees, no. Travis in Georgia. Travis, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thank you,
sir.
buddy. Appreciate that call. Go ahead.
Hey, I was going to see if y'all had heard what they found on Chris Rock's face after that incident at the Oscars the other night.
Do you want me to let him say it? Go ahead.
That'd be Fresh Prince.
Right.
No, all right, that's terrible.
I sent that one.
Bubba sent that joke.
That was like the day after it happened.
Have you heard?
12 hours.
Have you heard about
He
Joe
saw
Biden?
it on Facebook. Thought, man, I got to tell the guys this.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Hey, did you hear about Joe Biden you put in the hospital?
Yeah. You won't believe why.
Let's go to.
Can we start making a rule if we get 3 in a row, we just stop doing phones?
No.
Because here's the thing: this next call will be very important.
Alexander, go ahead. 30 seconds. Alexander.
There it is.
Pete.
And let's do Willamette.
Thought I'd try something.
Willamette, here we come.
Terry in Alabama. Terry, go ahead.
Hey, we're talking about the lockdown, and as someone in the medical field, it wasn't so much to protect people from each other, it was to reserve our hospital forces, because we were really caught with our pants down when this first started.
Well, if only the lockdown,
if the lockdown curve,
if the lockdown had worked, it didn't appear to flatten the curve.
It didn't.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing too.
That's all I'm saying.
If it was designed to flatten the curve, we should have done it for a month and moved on. But we just kept on, and we're gonna. The other thing, Rick, I think that really gripes me about all of that, the fact of natural immunity was totally left out of the discussion. We acted like it didn't exist.
Couldn't even talk about it.
And y'all, it's your own. Even if you get a vaccine, it's your own immune system that it turns on to fight the virus. So the conversation should have been about our own immune system and are we doing what we need to do to ramp up and all of that, because apparently it was so contagious that if you walked in the same state with anybody that had it, you're going to get it. So we need to not plan on not getting it as much as we do. What are we going to do when we get it?
Well, we also get in that thing where we can't be consistent. It's so contagious. It's the end of time. We must lock all things down. But if you put on this little claw thing, you'll be fine.
Rick, the restaurant.
I mean, you can't have that.
The
both
restaurant
ways.
thing and the comedian we had on,
Brad Stein.
That was one of the funniest bits I think I heard him talking about. If we'd all just squat down, we'd never get the virus.
Apparently, as long as you're not standing, you're okay.
Right.
He said everybody should have rented a wheelchair and we'd all been fine.
Yeah, just roll around.
I mean, it's just some of it was just Looney Tunes. All right, we'll come back. Kevin Sumlin is scheduled to be with us, and we'll chat with him about his new endeavor, coaching the Houston Gamblers in the USFL, and they'll play the Michigan Panthers Week 1 on the 17th of April. We'll talk to him when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You guys.
Yeah, we stand corrected.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I don't know where to
Now,
look.
silly
I
me.
don't know what to do. We've lost control. I know
Now, Twiggy said this
I've never
summer,
felt this lost.
I know that she's going to the Dominican Republic. Isn't that what you're telling me?
Are you?
I am. I'm actually.
Look out.
Vera Bradley is opening a workshop factory for to kind of empower women, and they're partnering with a new a nonprofit called Nueva Esperanza, and so.
So most people are going on mission work. She's going to work for Vera Bradley.
I wonder why they picked the Dominican Republic.
And
I'll tell you why.
I like to think.
I got an idea.
So you're going to run a sweatshop.
You're the recruitment officer.
She's going to do what everybody else is trying to deliver them from.
I like to think I've helped because I own a lot of your Bradley.
Well, there they are. There they are.
This is McPippet signing off. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness. We're part
Thank
of
you.
the Rick and Bubba recruitment team for Rick and Bubba University. So
Stay tuned. Tweezy and Pip coming to a radio station near you.
There it is.
There they are.
Send your resumes to Greg at rickandbubba.com. That's two of our problems.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wish you well. Also, we bring back for a brand new hour. There he is, Bill Bubba Buster.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, buddy.
You know, Rick, I'm just asking that question. Am I part of the cure or am I part of the disease?
Yes, Bubba. If you missed last hour or maybe yesterday's program, according when you're hearing this, we made what was a very bold move to put McPippet and intern Twiggy Smalls on the phones for a while, but then on the microphones
at the same time.
At the same time, we then lost control of the show and struggled to even participate. We've had
several emails and texts come in that were commenting on how much they enjoyed it. Here's one: 250,000 listeners just turned off the radios and picked up Excedrin.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Is Rick, is that thumbs up or thumbs down?
I've never turned the show off for 1 second until now. My ears are bleeding. My heart has stopped racing. Just a simple make it stop. I feel my IQ dropping. We have some of these that are coming in. Is this Dean and Company?
Greg, you say something about the Rick James quote. What was it, Greg? Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
There it is.
Why do I feel like I'm 256 years old? I'm only 38. I feel like I've had 45 strokes in the last 10 minutes. This can't be healthy. Okay.
It was an action-packed segment.
Rick, I was taking calls during that segment. I had 2 people call in and want to pray for us on the spot. That actually happened.
We understand one's trying to come to Nashville. Tell her it's full.
That may be the best one.
Guys, but even better than that. So we're reading this.
Oh,
right
yeah.
now. They're in the call screening
They haven't
room,
heard any of it.
and they're just in there just to talk.
Oh,
And they have no
Yeah.
idea.
And let me tell some of you, because a lot of people are having fun and putting, LOL after that. Don't, any of you that say, I wonder if this is hurtful, please understand.
It's really not.
They have no idea what anybody's saying about it, and they don't care. That, really, like Greg said, have they ever had a bad day?
No, and it's really a good thing. They don't care at all.
No.
Which is, I guess, a good thing.
An interesting one.
I really thought there was no one that could get to the level of the hashtag girls.
Right.
But there was a lot of energy in that segment. A lot of energy.
Well, it's a different animal too.
Yeah.
There's clever.
They appreciate
hashtag
that.
girls are really going to be excited about that. I picture a new shirt being made as we speak.
Hashtag nice comparison.
Yeah, that's like
That wasn't me. Hashtag girls.
Greg, that's like comparison what's going on planet Earth or what's going on Saturn. I mean,
you know how they're similar? They're all
planets.
girls. They're girls.
And they're planets.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But anyway,
they're all female. You're right, Bob. They're just the same.
By the way, I had one friend who asked me to ever text him if we ever were going to put either one of them on the show. I texted him and said, you need to turn away if you're listening. You've got 15 minutes. He says, this is what's weird about it. I've got the radio turned up and I'm leaning in.
Yeah.
You know how it is where you can't help it. Something you just like the old mouth ulcer we're talking about. So there you go.
Man.
There you go. So there was that.
Hashtag I'm standing behind Dan.
Right.
Wait a minute. Rick, I have a positive one.
Oh, good.
I may be in the minority, okay, but I would love to hear an hour of those once or twice a week. Seriously, y'all's interaction with them is pure hilarity.
It took years for me to follow my dream.
Bye.
I went online and it took...
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The USFL getting ready to kick it off. And the head football coach of the Houston Gamblers, Kevin Sumlin, joins us on the Rick and Bubba Show. Coach, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing great, guys. How are y'all?
Let's go, Coach. Here we go. Let's go.
Let's get after it.
Man.
Let's go.
I know you are fired up, and so tell us a little bit. How did this all happen? I mean, we've been following your coaching career. I didn't even know you're from Bruton, Alabama. I mean, I'm rooting for Bruton. I didn't even know.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people don't know that. They think it's Texas all the time. I was born in Bruton, and actually, when I was born there, my dad was a high school football coach in Bruton, and my man Walter Lewis was there, and his mom was actually a nurse there when I was born. So,
how about that?
I stay in touch with Walter. First guy I called when I got here to find out where good barbecue was. I'm not going to say what he said, but he ranked a couple three in a row. So
Well,
you haven't been wrong yet.
Yeah, well, the good news, and you know this, the good news is I have people ask me that all the time, too, when they come to our state. And I said, well, here's the good news. You can't mess it up too bad. I mean, you're in Alabama, and there's barbecue shacks and restaurants, and they're all pretty good. Now, you certainly have your degrees of good, but you're not going to find it bad.
It's hard to go bad.
No, that's what I told him. I said, now you got to remember, I've lived in Texas for a long time, so it's,
Here we go.
It's an art, but I'm not gonna shut down my chances at these places. But I've been to 3, and they've all been very, very good.
Yeah, well, look, the Texas thing, and we all go through this, and it's just like when them Carolina people start with their vinegar-based sauce and all that.
That's different.
That's different. But we will not present brisket to you if you won't present pork to us when we're in Texas.
It's funny you bring that up because I got a couple of coaches that have lived in Texas a long time. They keep looking around at the menu and say, "Where's the brisket?" Right? So.
I can help you on that a little bit. So I'll tell you. I'll tell you off air. There's a few around in Bama. That's not Texas brisket, but it's pretty good.
No.
Yeah. But it's pretty good.
No.
Well, Coach,
I don't know how I got off on that.
Yeah. Well, you're on with Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
That's how you got off on that.
We're gonna cover a little food, Coach. Ain't no doubt. Coach, tell us about the USFL and the Gamblers. How this all came about that you're back in coaching with this new venture, and how exciting is it to be on the ground floor as opposed to going in and taking over a program that's already established?
Well, it's something completely new to me because, I was real fortunate, got a call from Brian Woods and just kind of threw the idea out at me and think about it and get back to him. And I think, when you look at everything that this league is doing, the support by Fox is completely different, right? And the television exposure for these guys and for the product, is different than a lot of the other spring leagues. And you get through the process of actually evaluating drafting from the ground up, 35 players, then a 10-guy supplemental draft for 45 guys. You're exactly right. It's building from the ground up. And in our case, we've still got all 45 guys that we drafted. Our coaches did a great job of evaluating, communicating. Our guys showed up, and we're on practice number eight today. So we got this. It's a little different than spring football because we play in 18 days.
Wow.
As a matter of fact, today we got a red zone and goal line scrimmage today. So
good.
Yeah, we're in full pads and going to be out there this afternoon at Sanford, banging it around.
So let me ask you this: when you look at the approach to this, and like I say, it's all new. I would think even if I played well and you felt good about me as a player, the way you got to hit the ground running. Did your guys also evaluate whether this person's kept himself in shape?
Yes, we did, and we talked to them. We asked them what they were doing. There were some YouTube videos. There were some cell phone videos of what guys actually look like.
Right?
Yeah. That helps.
You could be all fired up about Burgess, then he shows up and you're like, you don't look anything like your film.
Yeah. You always worry about that, kind of like, Instagram, right? You got, what they say, angles and filters. And so, no, our guys were pretty good. I'll tell you what's interesting. In the time that we've been here, and these guys love football. Right, so you've got guys that just love the game, soak it all in. You start talking, they're writing stuff down. They're coachable. They want to play the game. They all love the game. Some guys just don't want to give it up, and some guys, the way the schedule and the calendar sets up, you go to the championship game, you're done July 3rd, and you're still going to be eligible for to get into camp. So. A lot of these guys, particularly in our situation, we've got guys that can play in the NFL, and I would say there's not a handful, but more than a handful of guys, particularly on the Houston Gamblers, that, just to be honest with you, COVID had a impact on their career, and the lack of being able to play, lack of pro day, lack of this, that, the other. I've got a few guys. I'm like, why is he not playing in the NFL? So it's gonna have a huge impact on this league. There's a bunch of talented players, quality football, and it's also going to give some of these guys a chance to reach their dreams.
Coach, let us ask you a little bit about what we can expect from the Gamblers. On the offensive side of the ball, are we going to see the wide-open offense that you have been known for at Houston and some of the records you set at A&M, or are you going to go with something a little more systematic to get things rolling?
Well, I think there's some really unique rules here. So, and the other issue is, we're probably going to do a little bit of both. Not probably. I can't give Larry Fedora and the rest of these guys Jeff Fisher everything, but it's our it's your DNA is your DNA, right? So we're gonna open it up. We've got two really good quarterbacks. Clayton Thorson is has won more games at Northwestern than any other quarterback there, and Kenji Bahar. So those guys can handle it. Been really pleased with their progress so far. And I think you got to be able to do both. You got to remember, you got 38 guys active, right? So, if I do go the way I went at Houston or with no huddle and up tempo, I don't think we'd have anybody left by the third quarter.
That's right. I mean, 38. That's not a big number at all. Coach, we're excited about it. Look, you're in our hometown. I mean, today is
you're literally a few miles from us.
As you leave today, you got to tell you what. I just made connection with Rick and Bubba. To make a connection with Rick and Bubba, staying in Birmingham, you're covered now. Mm-hmm. I mean, if
I'm good.
If you need anything, you just let us know. Okay.
Can I just drop that name when I get to the restaurant?
Absolutely.
If you want the red carpet treatment,
no, they won't. You know what they'll think? I hope they're with you because we're about to make bank. Thank Coach. See you, Coach.
All right. See you.
All right, man. Go Gamblers. There you go.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here's another one. I love the girls. They're so fun, cheerful, and happy.
Mm-hmm. Signed McPippet.
Right. That's funny. Then one person who simply says coaster. So anyway, I enjoyed the McPippet and Friends segment, but if the segment is 10 minutes, they probably need 5. But
that's not a bad.
You're right.
Analogy. That's somewhere to start.
Right. It's good. So they did a great job. We tried to get an update, but I don't know that we ever found it in there.
So you need the visual, and I'm sure the people watching TV got it. As we're coming out of break, when they're over there, they're snapping selfies
and jumping,
90
jumping.
nothing.
Yes. And I'm going to tell you.
Oh my goodness!
I've told you for the last time. Enough with the diet pills.
It goes back to the Rick James quote. They don't get it. Look at them. They're like,
they don't even get it.
They're like, what? He's calling us fat? What?
That's not what I meant. It's a speed joke.
Can I tell you something? It's about energy.
Yeah.
Something I do. We have like different buttons that notify different rooms. We have a talkback. Okay, speakers.
Yes.
One of them is Adler. Well, when you just hit the button, it makes a clicking sound that you don't really have to say anything. It's just an alert. Hey, look up. I need you, or whatever. Well, a lot of times I'll hit one when Twiggy's working the phones. I don't need anything. It's a clicking sound, and she starts looking for it.
Yeah, I do that too.
She doesn't know where it's at.
She's
been here how many months?
I do the same thing.
Yeah,
I do the same thing.
I mean, I
do it all the time.
And you don't really need anything.
Well, usually I do it because people are calling and she's looking at her phone.
Right.
But I mean,
right.
Look at her.
I just hit again. She's looking
now McPippett's pointing. Now McPippett's pointing at like, yeah, you need to answer.
Can you talk back?
Look, she's not
just talking, can't hear.
Try
it again. Hold it down.
Still trying.
Oh, try the on air.
Look. Now McPippett's gonna help.
Oh, good.
Gosh, y'all. The only thing could be better than this if I could see them both on the side of the road, changing the time.
There it is.
There it is.
Apparently, people called it. We weren't listening, but apparently people said really mean things.
No, they did not. People were loving it.
We have fans.
You do.
We also have haters, apparently.
Well, we do too. Welcome to our business.
Yeah, not everybody's going.
So you've taught them how to do this. You think that was the right call?
Yeah.
I never knew how to work this either.
See?
Gummit.
She's gone Friday. Yeah. You didn't think that through.
It's a pity she's never took her finger off the button.
No.
She's-
See, still talking. Sweetie, see, the problem is there's no way to keep that. You can't stop it.
How many more days do you work today and just Friday?
Thursday.
No, Greg and I were talking, and he asked me back for next for all the summer and for the fall.
That's good.
That's good. Greg handing out a prop.
But you have to speak Spanish the whole
Left
time.
up on the button. Don't talk unless you're. There you go. Okay. Good job.
All right. Rick, the conversation in the kitchen was Twiggy asked McPippin if she knew how to make the coffee here, And McPippin looked at her shirt. She goes, "No, I wasn't allowed to make coffee."
Trained you guys. We're the best. If we're so smart as interns, we've actually trained you guys. Yeah, now Rick will just be like, I'll be like, "Oh, do you want me to make coffee?" And he's like, "Don't worry about it. I'll make it."
Yeah, no, it's good.
I think
Let
she
me
has
handle
the
this.
reverse psychology.
Yeah. I will tell you that. That's one thing about her internship. It's forced me to learn how to work that coffee pot.
See, through the intercom, I can't hear them at all. So that's good for high frequency.
We disconnect that intercom.
That's on me. That's on me. I think it's one more day though.
Yeah. Somebody said this is why this is the same feeling I had when I ate ice cream too fast.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to Erica. Erica, welcome to the program. 30 seconds, go.
I have a question for Rick.
Yes.
Have you heard about the animal attack that happened in Jackson's Gap, Alabama, over the weekend?
The kangaroo?
The kangaroo.
Oh, yes.
No, not the kangaroo. A man, he was in his little scooter riding down the road, and a pack of dogs that belonged to a neighbor up the road attacked him and killed him.
Killed
He was
him?
laying on the side of the road until somebody found him a few hours later.
Oh, no.
Well, we have not heard about that.
I will tell you this, though. There have been packs of dogs in neighborhoods that have killed, especially elderly people. I've heard this in the past.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why, look, dogs can be wonderful and they can be great, but they still have that mentality. If you start letting them just roam free and they start forming a pack, and
you get them in a group.
Yeah, it's not good. And there's been some terrible. I mean, there's been even people who have to go in people's yards to do service.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff that have gotten attacked severely by people who do not look after. And I don't know what it is. It's the same obsession about snakes and all this garbage. These people that want to have dangerous dogs. And the bad thing about it, not in every case, hear me out. It seems to be the most dangerous breeds seem to be the most intriguing in a dangerous breed are the most irresponsible owners.
Yeah.
If you could somehow get a real responsible owner with a dangerous breed, you usually don't have a problem. But it's when you get a dangerous breed with an irresponsible owner is when you start having a really bad problem. And in this case, it sounds like it led to someone's death, and it can. And we've had that happen before where, elderly people get out and they walk and whatever, and people don't keep their dogs under control, and they're dangerous breeds that they kind of get in this pack. They want to have more than one at their house. They end up having about 5 of them. And then before you know it, they're like, hey, we're a pack.
Yep.
And when they get in the pack, it's not good. So I hate that's happened, especially when things like that can be avoided. It's one thing if you're out in the jungle and something gets you. But when you're in your neighborhood and a so-called domesticated animal is taking It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. With the gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Show is a federally protected trademark.
There we go. Bubba, welcome
we
back.
just thought you'd like to know.
We've done it again, haven't we? It's happened again.
Glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We just ask for 5 hours each and every day.
All we need.
I know that's
all we need.
It's not 24.
Right.
Okay, you got plenty of time left to sleep and do work.
We need
stuff,
you,
family. But we do need you for 5 hours each and every day. Never forget that.
Well, we've done it again. Now we think our new friend is Kevin Sumlin.
I like
it happens
Coach
every time.
Sumlin,
That's on him because he was really nice.
Have we had him on before? Was it the first time?
That's the first time ever.
That was
we
it.
don't we usually don't go to the the sports coaching things, the SEC days and all that, so we don't get to meet a lot of them. So when we get them on the show, we always really enjoy that. He seems like a really, really nice guy.
Forgotten how old I am. I told all you guys, and I said on there, I would. He was something about him. I always kind of wanted to play for him and see, and I realized that he's my exact same age. So, Rick, that wasn't going to happen.
He's a 64.
Yeah, unless he was going to be a head coach when he was 19 and 20. I don't think that was going to happen.
You never know.
Because I played a little ball.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've mentioned that on there or not. But here's the thing, because I'm getting emailers, and this is something I think that Helmsy likes. I know he's got a he's in the penalty box right now, but
self-imposed.
I'm getting some emails of people saying, Rick, we appreciate your enthusiasm. That even though you're worried about with the spring football and all that, and I said, well, look, I'm getting caught up in it now.
Yeah,
I mean, and things like this help. Look at this. Mm-hmm. So now,
I almost told Coach Sumlin, be sure to cash the check quick.
Yeah, right. But you can't. We can't do that. If you look at what, and he was talking about this Fox partnership, is when you look at this now NFL Films. And Fox, they're going to do, and you know how I love documentaries.
Yes.
They're going to do a documentary, United by Football, a season in the USFL. And it's got, how many episodes?
13 episodes.
13 episodes. And the first one will be on April the 16th at 6:30 Eastern. And then it goes through, 13 days of taking you behind the scenes on these players and coaches and that are going to attempt this USFL endeavor and what it's all about and the kind of players that are coming. Yeah. I'll be all over that. See, stuff like that helps.
I like it.
I think that's a great lead-in to the season.
Speedy hates it, but I like it.
It's what's going to be kind of cool, too, is that the premiere is an hour, then it'll be 12 more episodes that are 30 minutes long, but it'll hype the season up because it'll be right before the Stallions open up their season against New Jersey.
Is this on straight up Fox or some kind of weird Fox?
No, it's
straight up Fox.
It's actually going to be presented live on Fox, NBC, and Peacock.
By the way, I had
straight up
the game will, and then the premiere will be on Fox leading up to the inaugural season kickoff.
I know what you meant.
Do I ask Speedy for someone's sale?
Well, I was trying to signal Speedy in the break.
Take him out for lunch.
I don't know if you've noticed, Speedy will hoard the contact.
No, I protect.
Well, you know what it is.
What I do.
He didn't want you and I to love him to death.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to love him to death, but
you get.
I think Coach Sumlin would enjoy a meal with us.
You have one guest, one guy who I freaked out, and now Speedy won't let me have any cell phones.
Well,
it happened one time.
Rick, just drop that card over to him.
Yeah,
take care of it.
We know I can't handle it.
Yeah.
So I'll just let you.
Y'all have little call factor when it comes to reaching out to them.
Yeah,
no,
I try to protect.
I like
the
to have it.
contacts.
I don't always use it.
But did he not say that Walter Lewis agreed with me?
He did. He thanked you, and I did tell him too. I said, "Look, bud," I said, "Oh wow, Coach Fisher next week. We reunite.
We reunite with Coach Fisher. Now, tell me, am I wrong or not? Didn't we make friends with him?
Yes, we're officially friends. We played in the Jeff Fisher softball
game. That's been a long time ago.
I know, and we'll have to remind him.
Did we at one time?
That's what I'm saying. You didn't say that he would actually remember now?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, he was on the show several times with us.
He may remember, but he may not.
And we were on the sidelines.
He's been around a lot of people
several times.
His son.
He was jumping up and down with me, arm in arm, during the Music City Miracle.
Greg.
That's funny.
His son and my son played college ball at the same time together.
I know, but you and I
would
see him together at the game.
I would see him at the game.
Well, maybe I'm just saying.
You know what I'd say? Fish.
Rick, I want y'all to approach it. Just kind of, don't spook.
Don't come in so hot.
Yeah.
Well,
do you remember when he gave me an award in the softball game for my hustle?
Yeah.
Nah, you might.
No, that happened.
Here he goes.
He did. Did I not get the award as the non-player player?
Right. You did. You did.
Sounds like a really prestigious award.
I think it's because he slid into home plate.
I'll tell you what it was. It's the award you give that guy on the team that's special.
I got you.
Right. And your trash talking was exceptional.
The funniest line, and what was his name? Was it Blunt, that big old offensive tackle?
The one that was
playing catcher?
Yes. Gosh, I think you're big until you stand by one of them.
Yeah,
but Greg, let me tell you something. He laughed really hard.
He looks like a fullback next to him.
When I came home and he was trying to block the plate, and he didn't see me, and I kind of went like I moved him like that. And I said, and he looked at it and he goes, "Man, you moved me." I said, "Because you didn't know I was all county." And look, he loved it. He
didn't hear about it.
But yeah, I gave my all in that game. Bubba, not so much.
Oh, I did until I rolled my ankle.
Do you remember that incident?
Yeah,
I did.
Very well.
Hopping around over
I think
on the
right now,
sideline.
if I were you, I would throw a flag and say, let's not relive that. Let it go. I think you've been through enough today on the weather thing. Don't you? Don't get in the box.
Let me just say to all y'all, pace yourself.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Don't wear me out totally on one day.
I know. You're right. Yeah.
Hey, we got a few more days left. Here we go.
That's a funny story though.
It's a very funny story.
Softball.
And we'll
game.
have to talk to Coach Fisher about that next week.
I'll refresh you in the break.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember very well.
But if I tell Greg, he'll file it away and it'll become his new call.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, it'll become that on you.
Right.
Every time we bring something up, he'll go, of course.
You know it, Bubba.
He'll start calling you piggyback stuff.
Oh, I kind of remember that.
Yeah. Hey,
caught me off guard. I wasn't ready.
I've never seen somebody play through an injury like that.
I think Speedy put her up to it.
Greg, Bubba, I've never seen anybody play through an injury like that.
Yeah, it's just my nature, Rick.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Oh my goodness!
All right, back to Sumlin to help Bubba. See, Bubba, I'm helping. I did text and say, hey, the guys really enjoyed it, but unfortunately, we now think we're friends. That seems to be my standard text. And he replied and goes, "Oh yes, sir."
All right, so
I don't know what that means really.
That was charity.
Here's the
was it? And then he thanks you.
What are you going to say? No, I don't like him.
What's he doing 11:30 today?
And then he thanked you, Rick, for your brisket heads up.
And he said Walter Lewis agreed with him.
He did. He said that.
All right, here's the other thing. Two things. Will Jeff Fisher remember the friendship we once had?
I think so.
I think yes.
He'll fake and act like he does.
How about this? Will Tim Tebow next hour? Will he realize that he's connected with us before?
No.
Not
Will
sure.
Fisher, yes. Tim Tebow, no.
Will you go?
Our relationship with Fisher was much, much deeper than Tim Tebow.
It was closer.
Will you play his liner when you're coming out to?
I will. You can count on that.
Please do.
You can absolutely count on that.
I appreciate that because that's all I want. I don't want anything else.
Are you going to tell him that it kind of got us in trouble because some people have made a little fun of it?
I'm willing.
Speedy's over waving it off.
We have one segment.
I'm willing to go for radio gold.
That wasn't on the topics.
We've had to do that today a couple of times.
We have. Well, you told me today was a big day.
Tomorrow, Skip holds. When are we having Skip on? He's the Birmingham.
Let me ask you this:
I'm sure that
will Lou come into the games?
Who? He might.
Lou Holtz will come to a game. If he's the Suns coach,
I would think he would.
Of course he will.
Yeah.
We'll have Lou Holtz on.
Yes, he's going to attract the stadium.
All right. Hey, did you say yes to what they asked you?
What did they ask me? I forget. Which they have asked me a lot. What?
Well, you just told us yesterday. You got the call you expected.
That's being worked out. I don't know yet.
Oh, so you're willing?
I told him I would be.
You got to hear them out.
I said
you're open to the idea.
Yeah, I'd be entertained to know more.
Okay. Well, if they want the best, you got to hire the best.
Yeah, that's it right there, Gregory.
Gregory.
Greg Gregory.
Tell what you can't do is be there and say, "Boy, I'm not sure."
Every Saturday.
Now you're talking about you talking about just for the Birmingham
multiple games? I don't really know.
Or just I'm here because they all play in at two stadiums.
Because I'm gonna tell you this right now. On the 16th of April, the premiere is primetime Birmingham, New Jersey on Fox and NBC and Peacock. Then on Sunday, all right, it is 3, 11, 4, and 8.
Wow,
3 in a row,
full day. You're gonna be busy.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's that. I think it might just.
Well, you better find out.
Yeah. I need more.
You don't think they want to hype the crowd for?
They're going to play it between two.
That's what I'm saying. But don't you think they're going to have to have a team of those? They can't just have one person. That's too much. Now, if it's Speedy, it's plenty.
I think, one Speedy is worth about 3 other guys.
Yeah,
his account's got plenty in there.
Oh yeah.
Ain't nobody better.
He's been resting up.
Ain't nobody better.
Nope.
You've been hired by some.
Ain't nobody better.
Bubba. We're gonna go back to the softball game.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're thinking about of so poorly it becomes dangerous to the point of death, see, that can be avoided.
Yeah.
If people would just be responsible. So I hate to hear that. That's terrible. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Susan in Alabama. Susan, go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering with the 2 interns that were talking earlier, why is it that when they ask questions or not ask questions, but when making a statement, it sounds like they're asking questions?
That's a mystery.
That's the new popular thing with young people today.
No, you're
right.
right.
What I mean?
Well, it's like everything they say.
We've never said that.
They want it to sound like the thing that got real popular. Really,
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
and it's like everything they say has that really tempo to it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
We're going to the store. Is that a question? I mean, yeah, right.
Yes, you are.
Why are we ramping up? Why are we ramping up on that? So I hear what you're saying. Joseph, welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Well, you guys talked about this last week, and I couldn't get on back then. But you were talking something about ashes or cremating or something like that. I don't remember what it was, and I had made sure it was okay with my buddy to tell the story real quick. But about 10 years ago, he lost his granddad, and we always used to go up with his family to Mount Cheehaw, and he wanted to be cremated. So we go up to Mount Cheehaw. Him and his dad has his grandpa's ashes, and we go up, the overlook there.
Oh yeah, Bald Rock.
And, yeah. And the wind's kind of blowing. This true story. Wind's blowing, and my friend throws the ashes out incorrectly, I guess, and it blows back on the entire family.
Oh, no. Like a big cloud.
And it gets on all of us, and it wasn't funny at the time, but now we look back and we kind of laugh about it. But it was a pretty devastating time. But it got in our eyes and our clothes.
Sure.
And,
almost everybody breathed in a little bit.
You know what? If you
Grandpa.
think about it, it was just like Pawpaw. It got in your eyes, got in your nose, got in your skin.
Y'all take care.
Yeah, thanks.
We hear that a lot with this pouring out of the ashes, that people don't check the wind properly.
You got to check the wind. When pouring ashes and spitting, you got to check the wind.
What were we told our whole life?
Yeah.
Or starting a fire.
There you go.
You can't spit in the wind. We've been told that our whole life.
Yeah.
Our little boy says other things, but you just gotta know which way the wind is.
Yeah. Well, but it goes back to this again, and I know
Wouldn't
this.
you check that? I mean, it's not hard.
Look your finger. Give it
Yeah.
Well, I'll go back to
cold sides, which way it's coming from.
I know Papa wanted to go off Bald Rock toward the valley, but I think we're going to have to turn around and see if we can't throw him back toward the woods.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The wind's not with us. Hey, guys, let's move here. Let's don't be downwind from Papa. But I don't know what it is, and I know all of us agree. There's laughter.
You go through all that, and Papa ends up in the washing machine. You know, I mean, it's just sad.
All righty. ELO, Sweet Talking Woman.
Yep.
You got to watch them. You got to watch them.
Oh, be careful.
Keep an eye out.
Be careful.
Anybody been fired or removed since last time we were together?
I don't think so.
All good there.
So.
But it's funny, we were talking about this Comey thing and all this, and there's some letter to the FBI from Comey. And we may look at that today too. But the whole reaction of the left to this is, I understand everybody's hollering and yelling and talking about the hypocrisy of it all and this and that, and all of that, of course, is completely true. What I don't understand is anybody surprised by that? I mean, really, if you're someone in the Trump administration or Trump himself, surely this did not catch you off guard.
No.
I mean, it's like you going, hey, I was really surprised that when I brought sausage balls in and I didn't look at them or tell Rick that they were just mine, he ate some of them. Somebody go, well, yeah, Rick's always going to eat those sausage balls unless you tell him he can't have them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So Democrats always do this. So, I mean, I guess I don't understand why there's such from the Trump administration, because, I mean, y'all did not. Minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show. Let me kind of update you on a couple of things that you might want to be part of, okay? All right, Panama City, Florida. In and around that area this weekend, Sherry and I are excited to be there for the marriage conference at Highland Park Baptist Church, Panama City, and it starts at 4 o'clock on Saturday, and we'll do 3 sessions, and the last one will be us just taking some questions from you. as we talk about what the Word of God has to say about our marriages and the roles of husbands and wives, and we'll talk about that together. And they got a great meal plan for those of you that got the meal tickets. Now, those are already sold out, so the dinner part of it, there's no more tickets available for that. But if you just want to come to the sessions, plenty of tickets because it's a big room. So you can go to rickandbubba.com or burgessministries.com, go to upcoming events, and you can click right there, and you can be with us in Panama City, Florida, coming up this Saturday, and we are excited about that. Sherry is also on the Youth Pastor Summit Tour with Student Leadership University. She just got back from Southern California. It went well out there, and then she'll be headed to Orlando, Florida, coming up on Monday, and then she'll be actually speaking on Tuesday the 5th because those are two-day events, and it'll be held at First Baptist Church in Orlando, Florida. If you want to join her for that, you can by going to burgessministries.com and just simply look at upcoming events. And she said, man, she saw Nasser. I mean, there's all kinds of people speaking at these summits, and Sherry has the topic of pain and suffering, which she has knows a lot about, and can really unpack that for you. So make plans to be there in Orlando if you don't already have plans, or send your youth pastor to be there as they get prepared and go through this summit for the things that this generation is facing and some of the questions that they have. So that's available to you. Also, the Man Church we got men going out to different man churches in April. Find all those details at themanchurch.com under events. All right, so I know that this is the latest that we've waited the last few days to do any kind of update on the Will Smith, Chris Rock thing. We're now hearing from Chris Rock a little bit, and this ongoing thing about this. I know that there's been some comments. Yesterday, I know Chris Rock put out a statement or told someone that he's been interviewed that the reason why he did not respond is he didn't want to escalate because he was afraid of losing control himself because he was very angry. He also tells us that he and Will Smith have not spoken since the event, and he was at the Boston Comedy Show, and he revealed that the actor, which we told you earlier, I think we did, if not, maybe the guys on the kickoff hour did, the Academy is now saying they did ask Will Smith to leave, but he would not leave.
Yeah, Chris Rock said that
and
too,
confirmed that. Yeah. So and then after that, now the Academy is saying we probably could have handled it differently. But once he would not leave, I think everybody took the road, even though it started coming across looking really, really weird, is that we just don't want this to escalate any further.
Yeah.
Can we just get through the show? Wanda Sykes is not very happy. She was one of the 3 female hosts, and she said that Chris Rock actually found her and apologized for being part of anything that overshadowed this big night for these 3 women. She says that Will Smith has not apologized to them since he's really the one who caused it. But they said that Chris Rock hit the stage, Bubba, remember you talked about this, to a standing ovation.
Yeah, and ticket prices that had the cheapest seats at $40 going for $400,
right,
and higher.
and I think I believe that I think it was Chris Rock. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was. They said that Chris Rock, kind of like Pee Wee Herman did that time, his opening line was, "So how was your weekend?" You remember when Pee Wee Herman made his?
Yeah,
that's funny. You heard any funny stories lately?
Got any news stories lately? So when you look at all, it's weird. There are some people out there, and I watch them awkwardly try to do it. They awkwardly try to make this something that we shouldn't be that concerned about, and that
don't even look at the article I brought up earlier. It'll frustrate you to a point you can't.
Well, look, when people are looking, the person to blame in all this, if you want to talk about the reaction, because I can't control people's reaction to me. Now I can control my reaction to them. Now that I can do.
Do you want to see Wanda Sykes talking about it? We do have a video.
Oh, you do? Okay, yeah, sure.
This is courtesy of Ellen.
She is funny.
All right, here we go.
And I just was like, what is this really happening? And then someone showed me on a video. It was like, yeah, he smacked Chris, and I just felt so awful for my friend, Chris, and and it was sickening. It was absolutely. I physically felt ill, and I'm still a little traumatized by it.
Me too.
Yeah, because and for them to let him stay in that room and enjoy the rest of the show and accept his award, I was like, how gross is this? This is just the wrong message, you know? Like, you assault somebody, you get escorted out the building, and that's it, you know? But for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross.
Yeah, that's kind of what Jim Carrey was saying yesterday too. That they, you know, and I do believe there was, because I remember when I first started seeing it, because I didn't see the Oscars, but the first time I saw the video, I kind of had the same reaction. I was like, am I seeing what I'm seeing? Remember, we even thought it could possibly be fake.
No, it looked fake at first.
Yeah, because you did
big discussion.
You did have a
gag they were pulling.
You did have a reaction to, am I seeing this?
Yeah.
Is this right?
That's right. Yeah.
And,
it was just, I thought, so out of place. I still wonder if Will Smith wasn't under some kind of medication or something.
He was in a bad place out there.
He was.
And then to be so emotional after and all that, it was just very strange.
And then maniacally went to the party and started dancing like nothing happened.
That's crazy.
Don't let that go by. That may be the craziest thing he did. I know. Is when they get in that mode like it didn't even happen.
Yeah. And what she was referring to on Ellen, so she's going through this wardrobe change where she said she had to get in pajamas for something they were doing later in the show. And so she's back there changing, and that's how she got word that, hey, this just happened. So she's trying to process, like, do what? What are you talking about? And that's how she found out. She didn't see it. She was just told.
So I don't know. And Rock, in front of his audience, said he didn't have anything to say right now because he's still processing what happened. He said, but at some point I will talk about that. You know,
some people disappointed.
Yeah, some of the folks that had paid $400+ a ticket wanted to see him address it, and he really didn't, other than to say what you had mentioned. He said, and go on with the show he had planned.
Well, like you said, Bubba, I mean, these guys work really hard to get their stand-up 60 minutes right. And he may have just said, look, it's just happened. I haven't had time to write any good jokes yet.
Yeah, exactly.
But I will. So really, you want to see him later in the tour.
Yeah, catch him at the end.
Right. We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This was going to happen, right? Y'all really honestly are not foolish enough or naive enough to say, well, man, they were really against Comey, so this is probably a bipartisan thing. They'll probably love it. You didn't really think that, did you? Because if you did, you're in a war that you're terribly unprepared to fight. Because they're going to try to vilify you on anything you do, regardless if at one time they act like they agreed with you. That's where you have to be careful when you shake the hand of danger. I mean, you know what I mean? It just pulls you in and tries, like I've said on this show 1,000 times. The far left right now will reach out to you if you're far right or even moderate right. They'll shake your hand and grin, and then they'll just take a knife and they'll just gut you.
Well,
if they can get close enough.
They'll extend the hand of friendship with a chainsaw.
Right, but I wish I'd kind of see. I understand you need to point to their hypocrisy, but the only people that when you're pointing to their hypocrisy that are going to clap and say, "Yeah," were the people that agreed with you anyway. None of them are going to go, well, you know, now that you pointed out our hypocrisy, we're going to come out and apologize for the way we behave. Look, they're out to stop your agenda, and you have to do what you have to do to complete your agenda. That's it. They're in the way. They're an obstacle. It's the way it works, the way our government works. There's very few things that is not either patronizing or they're trying to strategic. They don't mean this. They know they were upset with Comey. They know they know that if Hillary Clinton had won and she had fired him, they would be dancing in the streets. They know that, but you got to know that. Don't just do what you got to do. Get rid of him. That was the right call. Move on. If they want to jump up and down and have protest, well, that's fine.
You've seen the video they put out that have the Democrats in their own words wanting to get rid of him a few months ago.
Bubba, throughout the history of the far left and the Progressive Party, we always have those videos. They don't care. Yeah. They're never going to go, well, now that I watched the video.
Yeah. Now that you caught me red-handed with my own voice.
Do we really think they didn't know they were against him? Of course they do it. This is all a game. and they all. Have you ever noticed, buddy? They get the talking points out, and they'll all say the same thing.
Oh,
when
yeah.
they do those montages, that they're all saying the exact same thing.
I mean, verbatim.
I mean, one. Well, I tell you what, this is. This is a fascist move.
Oh yeah, they'll have the phrase of the day. You know that. It was real funny when they whooped out that one time. I think it's when Bush chose Cheney to be his VP, gravitas or whatever they were calling it, and nobody ever heard that word used. And then every single media outlet used it at the same time, and that was fun.
Well, then what gets me, and you've said it before, and we've said it before. What gets me about the progressive left right now is when they use the word fascist. And there's nothing more fascist than them. I mean, if you look at the far left, they ain't nothing looks more like Rhythm Nation. We're all the same, and we got the same point of view, and we got the same talking point, and we're following our progressive leader. I mean,
North Korea calls their political party the Democratic People of North. So it's
Look, I would have just get up there and say, look, I did what I needed to do. This guy needed to go. The Democrats were for this. Now they're against it because I did it. That's why they're acting the way they're acting. Let's move forward. All right, next. This is just that whatever the opposition party does, you're against. Unless you do it, the exact same thing, then it's good. Right. If they do it, it's bad. If you do it, it's good. Hillary gets to fire Comey. Trump does it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the bottom line.
She blames him for her losing the election.
Oh, Greg, there would be.
Now she's trying. And now, I mean, 2 days ago. Yeah. 2 days ago. So now she's trying to save his job? I mean, is that what I'm trying to...
Y'all, the Democrats will be dancing in the streets talking about what a great leader Hillary Clinton is if she had got the presidency and then fired Comey.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what, he had that coming. He needed to go for his attempt to stop her from being president.
Exactly.
Because remember, he at one time thought he helped her be president by not prosecuting her. Then he came back and got going on this,
they reopened the deal,
And then now they blame. Now, he still didn't do anything about that either. You realize that's what they were still talking about when you heard the congressman. They were going now back to when you put the letter out that y'all found the stuff on Anthony Weiner's. We'd like to get back to that,
right?
And he wasn't going to do anything about that either.
Well, and here's the problem, really, in this political environment, as politicized as everything is right now. He made both sides mad. He had no friends.
Right.
Had no friends. Now, like I say, the demos are going to try to get some headlines out of it next 2 or 3 days, but
what I'm trying to say is this: just move on.
Yeah,
you're not going to change it. You look, those of you around the country, fill in your blank. Fill in like for instance, you're not going to get a Boston Red Sox fan to scream, "How about them Yankees?" I mean, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, right.
You're not going to get Dickie Nabmeyer to scream "War Eagle." It ain't going to happen. Okay, move on. I see.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Oh my goodness.
Waking on their blubber.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so men. Let me hear from you right now. Gridiron Men's Conference. Oh, man, I have been so honored to be part of this conference every other year for the last, it's got to be at least 15 years. It is the premier men's conference, and you will love it. This year, we'll talk to Tim Tebow next hour. Tebow is coming to speak. Of course, Charles Billingsley. It's standard that he lead worship. Kirk Cameron will be speaking this year. Fred Luter, who is fantastic, will be speaking this year. It is a great lineup. You do not want to miss it. Go ahead and get your tickets now and get your group together to head to beautiful Huntsville, Alabama. They've hosted it the last 3 years, I think. And, man, they're a great host. GridironMen.com. That's GridironMen.com. Or you can find it linked at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Gridiron Men's Conference coming the weekend of June 17th and 18th, Huntsville, Alabama, Propes Arena. Don't miss it. Grab those tickets now. All right, so Bubba, we're going to go to the phones here shortly, but we do have a piece of video. That's I guess we're all. Greg just told me, I did not know this. His son went to see Jim Gaffigan last night, who is hilarious, and one of his kids. He's got 5 kids. One of them came out and introduced their dad. and the dad starts making jokes about him, and the kid comes back and slaps his dad and say, "Take my name out of your mouth."
Yeah.
Golly, that's funny.
You're gonna have a lot of that.
Kyle, that's funny.
How many memes have you already seen?
Oh, so many. Babylon Bee's done about 8. I mean, they. But anyway, so we have footage of someone else getting sucker punched, and this has to do with track.
Oh wow,
Rick, we have a track meet. I believe it's in Florida.
Oh, well, sore loser.
You'll get a guy who comes onto the track, catches the guy leading the race, 1,600-meter race, and punches him from behind.
And why is he punching him?
Takes him down. According to the story, I thought it was another competitor, but it wasn't. He was watching the race and apparently standing out into the track a little too far. And when this runner came by the first time, he pushed him out of the way because he was on the track.
Yeah, right.
So the next time he comes around, this guy attacks him.
All right, we're looking at it. Right? Audio or no? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's go. Here we go. So this is the Do you see where the guy is? Where's the guy? Oh my goodness!
I mean, he pummeled him.
Wow, guys, that's a terrible. That's
he doubled him down. Everybody passed him. He looks like he was leading there.
So. Oh my goodness! Well, this is like I'm saying. This is. I see the way the guy's dressed. You do think he's another runner.
Yeah.
When you first see him, because he's
He
dressed.
must have been a different event.
Do you think he's on one of the teams,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Okay. He just does a different event. Okay. Well, that's wow. Right.
Well, he's running.
And a sucker punch.
It's almost like he's in the race the way he's running.
Yeah, right in the
Look.
back of the head. Oh, man.
I don't get
this. And the story said it came from this guy pushing him off the track in the lap before this.
Do you think
Because
he was
stood
in
out
the
there.
race and pushed him before?
No, he said he was out of the race.
Because he looks like
he was
he's in the
standing on the
race.
edge. It may just be that it's hot weather, everybody's wearing that, or he was in another event.
Yeah, he's probably on another
But he
team.
said he was watching the race and
Yeah, because he's not-
leaned out into the track too far, and this guy pushed him out of his way. In other words, he was in his right to push him out of his way.
But it looks like he's running in the race. Y'all do see that, right?
Yeah, but I think he's a track guy, but he's just not in this event.
Yeah, it
Why is he
looks like he's
running?
It looks like he's
To
running
catch him.
So the guy pushes him on the guy in white pushes him on the first lap,
Right.
and then on the second lap, the guy in black, this guy right here, runs up behind him in the middle of the race and just sucker punches him. Boom.
My question
And
is,
then
why is the guy on the track at all running?
to punch the
him,
guy.
solely to punch this
To
guy.
punch the guy.
He got
he
pushed
wasn't in the event. He's
Oh,
obviously
okay.
there on another
I got
team,
it.
so probably a different event, and the guy pushed him out of the way, and he didn't like
So
it.
let me tell you the
He
scenario.
stepped out on the track looking or
Yeah.
for whatever, wasn't paying attention, and the guy had to push him out of the way.
And so here's what happened.
And here
All
he
right,
is
Helms,
running the other way afterwards.
Yeah,
Sorry
see,
to cut in.
Let me give you here's
Yeah,
how it is.
That's my job today.
I'm here at the track meet. I'm on team whatever this team is.
I got you now.
Now I'm not in this race.
Yeah.
But
I'm a sprinter.
As the race is going on, I'm standing there watching their race, and I get out into the guy's lane, and he pushes me out of the way.
Yeah.
And that makes me so mad that now I sprint
Unbelievable.
and catch him and punch him in the back of the head.
Who does that?
And probably
That's stupid.
and probably arguing the point that he was in the right to do.
You're all over that.
Even though he was standing out on the track, and the guy was trying to get by him because it looked like he was winning.
I mean, this is what Will Smith gets you here now. Everybody thinks they can go out there and slap somebody.
You're right. You're exactly right. Let's go to Carmen.
Ooh, boy, he hammered him too.
He did. And the sucker punch from behind too. What a coward.
Yeah.
Carmen in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Carmen, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to, everybody has been talking about the slap Will's version, but my husband and I we just wanted to, when we saw it, it took us a minute like everybody else to process it, but I just wanted to say, give props to Chris Rock for his response, because he could have thrown gasoline on that and made it a whole different situation, especially when Will went back and started shouting from his chair.
yeah.
He could have shouted back, or I think it showed a lot of class the way he handled it. So props.
Yeah, it could have got ugly.
Yeah, I agree.
And Rick, this new angle that's come out, and you're going to see it in a little while. It's from behind Jada Pinkett. When Will walks up there,
It's Pinkett, but that's all right.
Jada Pinkett.
Yeah.
When he walks up there and smacks Chris, and Chris says, "He just smacked me," she bends over double laughing.
I tell you,
It's very strange. All of it's very strange.
We said this in the break.
Will Smith laughed when he said it.
Well, let's go back
more
to
strange.
the thing we're finding out about this is, there's certain people that you look and you see them do what they do for a living, and you like it. Like I say, I was greatly influenced by Bill Cosby growing up, and it hurt to discover that he was a sexual predator. I think when Will Smith and his wife did that bizarre interview about their open marriage, we just all didn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
And so we just ignored it like it didn't happen.
That they're not weird as the day is long.
Right. And what we're discovering, again, this is a reminder, the Smiths are really weird people.
Yeah.
Kids are weird.
Their kids are weird. They're weird. And they live in a really weird world. And the behavior is really weird. If you look at all the other weird things they do, this isn't even that weird. This is not as weird as the other weird stuff they do. So this is not even this is not a difficult thing for them to think is appropriate. Look at all the other things they think are appropriate.
Yeah.
Let's go to Craig Gardendale. Craig,
I really hope Ricky, what's his name, Greg? Last name I can't
Gervais.
Gervais comes back and hosts again.
I do too.
Golly, did you see what he said about this?
Especially when he's got a drink in his hand.
Wait a minute, what did he say about this? I heard y'all talking about it, but I don't think I ever heard it.
He said he would have made fun of Jada's hair. He would have made fun of her boyfriend.
That's a good one. Golly.
Being Will Smith.
Yeah. It's a little mean-spirited, but it's really good.
Yeah, that's funny.
Craig and Gardendale, ZZK, go ahead.
Well, a couple of things now. I wonder if the price of the tickets for the relay races are going to go up since they slapped each other. And then Wanda Sykes, I wonder if she was as traumatized during the summer of love when BLM was slapping business owners around and everything. I wonder if she felt that bad. But, Rick, to get back to normal, if you could do a Whispering Joe and all that crazy woman, sports announcer, if you could do a conversation between them, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, my goodness. That's you might go in two different worlds.
That's a big shift of gears right there.
And Beth Moen's ready to call Chandler Cox. He's a great guy.
That's whispering.
Not you can't do it. Michael in Enterprise. Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
They put a apology on Will Smith's Facebook page, but I'm a type of person. If you wrong somebody like that, you ought to go to them and apologize. Not put it out there.
Yeah, what we all want to hear. Certainly, you can do it publicly because you want the world to know too. But I'd like to hear, and I think Chris Rock seems to agree with this. I would like to hear Chris Rock to say, "Look, Will and I have talked. He got in touch with me. We've had a conversation. He regrets what he did," as opposed to, "Hey man, have you seen? I think Will Smith regrets what he did. Have you seen his Instagram and Facebook post?"
Yeah, some handler wrote it for him.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Let's go to Todd in Birmingham. Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, I get the lady calling talking about Chris Rock and the way he handled it. Of course, I don't think I've ever heard Chris Rock and class in the same sentence before, but he handled it well. Definitely turned the other cheek, literally. But these cheap shots, slaps, stuff like that, they stop when you go up and you cheap shot somebody and he beats the crap out of you. You're going to stop cheap shotting people. So I'm all about giving people, whatever. But now you hit somebody, you need to get hit back, and people will quit hitting people. Like that's just how I feel.
Well, Bubba's called it the bad Leroy Brown syndrome. If Will Smith doesn't get this under control, that will happen eventually.
Yeah, this has been a running theme, and he's going to slap the wrong guy one day, and he's going to feed him his arm.
Yep.
And that'll be the end of that.
Right, it will. Rob and Hoover, ZZK. Rob, go ahead.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, I think you kind of alluded to it a little bit, and as far as what people blaming what happened with Will Smith on 1,000 different things, on medications, on him being this or that. But so God designed marriage to be one man and one woman.
Yep.
And those two have that one special relationship. Yep. And if these folks are living in some kind of crazy open marriage where they're with more than each other, humans can't. I don't think God designed men or women to live that way. And I think it just eventually got to him, and he just exploded.
Yeah, we did kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I said that yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday you didn't hear that.
We did that.
Yeah, we had that conversation because I think that there's some validity to that. You know, he's pretending to be so evolved and so open-minded, but there is just something that is made and it is that God design that's still there even in its fallen state, is that this is driving him crazy and he's trying to pretend that it's not.
Yeah,
and
he's transferring it to some kind
There
of
you go.
overprotective crazy person.
Just look through, I can look through, we can look through our personal lives. We can look throughout Scripture. Every time somebody gets away from God's design of marriage, it always creates a tremendous amount of trouble. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thing from my progressive point of view, I don't even believe half the things I'm saying. It's all strategic, and what we ultimately want and have always wanted and always loved is power. That's it. So know your opponent. Move on.
Have you seen the video they put out? That's fun.
Yeah, Trump tweeted that yesterday.
Of course he did. 16 minutes.
About it,
Bill Bubba Bussy.
Thank you, Big Fingers.
Yes, sir. How you like that?
Good.
When you're trying to work with little delicate things with fingers the size of chicken fingers, it's not easy. Well, one of the things I was going to mention, because we all the things, as we do get older, one of the things I think is enjoyable is you're not as delusioned about everything, and you're not as naive about everything, including yourself. You know your expectations even for yourself pretty well.
Yeah, you should.
What I mean?
You should.
So anyway, I was had the honor last night to be asked and come speak to a group of men at a church for their barbecue dinner. Okay.
Ooh,
First of all, there's nothing that shows more thankfulness when Jesus Christ said, "I have come for the Gentiles as well," as a barbecue dinner at a church with a picture of a pig on the sign.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
And as we celebrated, Jesus has fulfilled the ceremonial law. But anyway, we're there, and of course immediately, it's one of those things where men's events are never run as smooth as women's events because the skill set for the men is so much different.
Right.
There's so many things you're just like, I really didn't think how we should do this line, that kind of thing. And so, which is typical dudes, and so, but it's fine. So, what's the one thing, Bub? And with us, I'm sitting there. And I start thinking, all right, in a minute I'm going to be up on that platform and I'm going to be standing in front of these men. So somehow I've got to eat a barbecue plate and not wear it.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's impossible.
100% impossible. Now, I'd gone with one of my untucked shirts. I did get a good laugh when I said that Bubba and I we didn't understand when everybody started celebrating that somebody come up with the idea of untucked shirts. Since we had been doing that for years.
Right.
You know what I mean?
What's the big deal?
Right. Yeah. And so anyway, and also the pastor there with a very good one. He said, we sought to have a great speaker tonight from the Rick and Bubba show, and Bubba was not available, which was so funny. Very good. And that got a huge laugh too. But anyway, so, after the various comments on that, which was fun. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, hey, Chubbs, just settle down. I mean, just settle down with your barbecue plate. And you won't wear it. Just calm down, okay?
Slow down.
Just don't be strategic about how far away from the plate you get, and
the only way to do it, Rick, and I've studied this, is to do what I call the picnic format, where you put the plate right up to your chin, and you just put it in.
So
and that way it can't get down below there.
Well,
but people will talk if you do that.
Right. Well, we all know that throughout history, and it's now become a phrase, and we just had an intern name this yesterday. What is the phrase? I mean, you can't have nothing.
Yep.
I mean, you can't even have a, and so foolishly, and this is where I made the mistake, fellas. I actually foolishly started thinking that I could have something.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And you could speak without beans on your shirt.
Right. About the time I thought I could have something, bam! A baked bean went rogue.
Oh,
and it's always the bean.
What color was your shirt?
Always the
beans. It was a nice mint green.
Oh yeah, that really looks good.
Yeah.
It's a nice dark thing.
So I looked down on the tail of the. See, if I could tuck a shirt in, I could have got away with it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I had my untucked on. Hey, that's why I liked it.
Yep,
I had my jeans and my untucked on.
Sure.
And I looked down, and those beans hit right on one of the little flaps in the front, of the untucked. And I said, well, that ought to be nice and prominent. You know?
Yeah.
And but I so that
Rick, I think it's impossible for me to eat and not be wearing what I'm eating.
I know.
I mean, the days I go home without lunch on my shirt are far and few between.
If I'm going to some sort of banquet where they're going to serve something like that kind of thing that involves a sauce or gravy or something, just bring another shirt. Okay, I mean, have a shirt.
Just have a backup.
Have a shirt you eat in, and have a shirt you're actually going to speak in.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the only
And when
thing
you're
you do.
done, say, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back with my new shirt on.
Yeah.
You know, well, you got stuff all over that one. Oh, I know. That's why I wore it.
Yeah.
So
That's standard.
Yeah. So anyway, one of the things that was sort of cool too, when you think about, you know, the way we grew up and all this. So when they had all these tables set up, and you know, you never know where they're going to put you because, and the fact that it's a men's thing, well, the men have not thought about where you're supposed to sit either. Oh, I don't know, just sit wherever you want. So I go and I sit down, and I because I was there, you know, the time I was supposed to be there, and put my stuff down. Well, I had the blessing of being positioned with the older fellas.
Oh,
now when I say older, I'm talking. It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Tim Tebow will be with us coming up next hour. All right, so we got a couple of things here. Bubba, I asked you what you want. I love this term that we've got now for Vice President Kamala Harris. She's created another food salad.
Well, I'm familiar with that term.
She has just taken words and thrown them into a bowl and made herself a salad again. So we got that. We have, believe it or not, somebody, it must have been Helms or Greg or Adler that helped Speedy because he never puts in a positive story about weight. And but there's a story here about people of weight.
Yeah, I saw that.
And fat phobia.
Have we covered? Have we talked about Bruce Willis today?
Or
was that off air?
No, it was off air. We have not talked about that.
Oh, that was. I hate to hear that. I always enjoy his movies.
So tell everybody what we're talking about.
Well, Bruce Willis, his family announced yesterday he would be retiring from acting due to a brain problem that he's having that would be similar to dementia and.
I'd never heard this word before.
Yeah, well, it's. I think it affects the part of the brain that has to do with names and things, and they even admitted that he was. Had been wearing an earpiece, and they were feeding him his lines and that kind of thing.
Is it called aphasia?
Yeah, something like that.
So what's the uniqueness of aphasia? How does it show itself?
Because if it's just not remembering names, I'm in trouble.
That's why I keep saying
it can be brought on by a stroke or just the the general aging of the brain.
He's 67.
and hardening of the arteries, which causes all these when you don't get proper brain flow. So. Instead of Alzheimer's, our grandparents called it old timers.
Mm-hmm.
But they said he also had discharged a gun with blanks on it at the wrong time a couple of times or something. I saw a story on it yesterday. He said he had hearing problems, and he said he lost 2/3 of his hearing doing one scene in a movie. And I think it was one of the Die Hards, or anyway, it was one of the action movies he did. He's under a table, and the bad guy's on top, and he shoots up through the floor to this guy, and he shoots many rounds, but even firing blanks and that table so close, it caused the sound to come back on him. And he said that one stunt cost him about 2/3 of his hearing.
Wow, that was Die Hard 1, by the way.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that before. So people compared aphasia to being dropped off in a country where you can't read the language, you can't speak the language, you can't talk to anybody, you can't read. It kind of just is a major language confusion.
Should we play the Kamala Harris thing now?
Favorite Bruce Willis movie?
Oh, gosh, that's tough.
They said that they credited him with 150 different ways.
I'm with Greg.
I'm Armageddon.
Yeah, I am too.
I like that one.
I'm having a hard time remembering that movie.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's his worst film, actually.
No.
Yes, it is.
That's a good one.
That's his worst one.
That's based on a true story, pal.
Seriously, are you being serious?
I am. I'm sorry.
You know how he is. Same thing with music.
Die Hard, love it.
Die Hard's good.
Yeah, we didn't say it was bad.
It's no Armageddon.
What bothers me about Armageddon is
he's got so many I can't remember them all.
We can teach drill oil drill people to be astronauts, but we can't teach astronauts to be oil drillers?
They tried that. They couldn't get it right. They didn't know the machinery.
Oh.
They had the transmission on backwards, remember?
Yep. Gosh, Greg, you remember
they
that
tried
a lot.
that.
You don't have
it comes on all
That
the
was
time.
actually asked in the movie.
Yeah.
Do any of you know why Adler remembers this? Do you know where Bruce Willis got his start as far as everybody knowing him?
Moonlighting, wasn't it?
Yeah, Moonlighting.
And it was a great series.
TV show called Moonlighting.
Yeah.
His speech in Armageddon.
Sybil Shepherd. Yep.
When he gives a speech in Armageddon that this is the best that the government can come up with. This is it. This is what it's really.
You
good.
really like that? You really?
Yeah, it's a great movie.
I don't,
Billy Bob Thornton.
No, I've seen the movie and I liked it. I just don't. It's not a go back to for me.
Well, it's one of those that's like Roadhouse. It's on all the time.
Yep. Greg,
So
it can't
it's
be on
kind
as
of-
much as Roadhouse and Shawshank Redemption.
It's not as much, but it is in heavy rotation. It's not in their league.
I'm ready to make a case that Shawshank Redemption is shown more than Roadhouse.
I think you're right. Roadhouse is definitely second.
Shawshank Redemption, it must really
if you
be
haven't
cheap.
seen
now.
Shawshank Redemption by now, you just don't want to see it.
It must really be cheap. I mean, you must get a good deal on it.
I know.
It's
because
one of
every
those
cable
movies that you see it so much that you begin to learn the dialogue even though you're not trying to.
That's right. Yeah, osmosis.
Can I tell you one that I like? It's an older one, Tears of the Sun.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't
That's a
remember
good
that
one.
one.
You don't know
It's real
that movie.
good.
Somebody,
No, that's
somebody
good.
emailed that
I don't
to
even
me.
know
No,
that
that's a good movie.
No, I couldn't remember the name of it. But,
See, he's done so
but
many,
I saw
I
it.
can't remember.
I saw the description here on all the list of his movies,
What's
and
the one with-
every time that's on, I'll stop and watch
What's
it.
the one he's a cop?
That
and
same chick is in that movie that is in the new Top Gun. Tom Cruise's. I
Y'all
think that's
trying
the
to
same.
put her in every
she
movie.
I think it's her, man.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
She's been in
running
a
some
lot of
village
movies.
or
Striking-
whatever.
That's what they're going to get.
Striking Distance, is that one? When he was a
You
cop
just-
in a
that
boat.
would just
I'm
shout
now
and stuff.
pulling up
Probably a different
Bruce
girl.
Willis movies.
Rick, the list is going to be so long, you're going to get tired looking through it.
Do y'all like the Red
I mean, it's
series? All
unbelievable.
those
I did.
Not really.
you did.
That's shocking.
I
Can
never
I ask
watched.
y'all,
Now let me back
what-
up. I never watched.
What was the movie?
Because of the name. I didn't watch it either because of the name. And one day I got forced to watch it, and it was actually pretty good.
Okay.
What movie was it that he was in where he was a retired spy and he got together with the other retired
That's
spy?
Red.
That's Red.
Yeah, that was
that's
pretty
Red.
funny.
That's red.
That's right.
Of course, Bubba, you like Hudson Hawk the best.
forgot
You know,
about
I don't
Hudson
really
Hawk. That was
remember that
early.
one.
No, I don't remember that either. I'm just making
That was
up.
early.
Pulp
Fiction.
Pulp Fiction,
I
love
haven't
it.
given
No, I
his
don't like
movies
Pulp
enough.
Fiction at all.
That was a weird movie.
That's one of the most overrated
I don't
movies
remember
of all
him
time.
being in the Astronaut Farmer.
I don't either. Saw that, and I don't know what you're
was
talking
he?
about.
Yeah, that says
Unless he was one of the
Colonel
officials
Doug
for NASA or
Masterson.
something.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Die Hard 2, love it.
The Kid.
All the Die Hards were good.
I
Die Hard
You like
3,
action
love it.
movies.
No, you don't like Die Hard 3.
Die Hard 3, love it. Good Day to Die Hard. Or
By the
whatever
way,
What
it
about
is.
Live Free or Die Hard?
Look who's talking.
Oh, my
He was the
God.
voice of the baby.
Oh, that's right.
The Expendables, he was in that.
I haven't seen as many Bruce Willis movies as I thought.
Me either.
Lucky number
Striking
11.
Distance. There it is.
Lucky number 11 is very good.
No, what's the one where he's a superhero and he doesn't know it?
Unbreakable.
I love Unbreakable.
That's a good
Very
one.
good.
That may
too.
be my favorite.
Greg's favorite's Blind Date.
I see dead people.
Speedy likes 12 Monkeys.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Three.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'm talking about these guys. And by the way, I've never seen a man look that good at 93.
Really?
I mean, and so I'm sitting around with 4 or 5 guys in that pocket. You know, any high 70s all the way up to early 90s.
Yes.
And I just sat and listened.
Oh,
that's
it's
my
awesome.
favorite.
Hey, look, hey, look, and they got to going, and I thought, Lord, thank you for positioning me.
Oh, yeah.
How many of us can say this? Well, yeah, you know, when I was a boy, I remember I actually worked concessions at Yankee Stadium, and I would just stop whatever I was selling every time Mickey Mantle would bat. And that's what I would do. And I would work until Mantle would come up, and then I'd stop.
Stop and
I can't tell how many home
Wow.
runs I watched Mickey Mantle hit Yankee Stadium.
Wow.
And what am I going to say to that? You know what I mean? How am I getting in this conversation? Yeah, I tell you one thing,
Young fella.
I tell you one thing. On the farm, you know, when all my brothers and everything, I thought, you know, being the young one, I wanted to milk cows until they actually let me do it. You don't want that job. And
You wanted to go, you got that right.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I really don't
Can
know.
you picture me? Yeah, you're right about that. You know, I mean, and he was talking about milking cows, and then this, and so he said, yeah, I thought I was going to grow up to be a farmer. I said, well, what'd you finally do with your life? I was a surgeon. Oh, big difference. Yeah, thought I was going to get to come in here a little bit. Looks like I'm back out again.
Back out.
When did you decide to be a surgeon? When I was flying the bomber in World War II. Oh, okay. Still nothing. I still have nothing. You know what I mean?
Gonna sit here and eat my beans.
Right. Let me see if I can get some beans off my shirt.
Yeah.
I can do that. So I mean, those guys are just magnificent, just fascinating.
I know.
And and then hearing them discuss the things that we've allowed to happen.
I can imagine.
They were like, They would say, "Hey, young man, you realize some of the things that are going on today, nobody we knew would have ever said this was okay."
Yeah.
I mean,
they couldn't even imagine it.
Right.
You know.
And so we got into. I'm just thankful. If you never get a chance to sit around with some of the seniors and just listen to them talk, and the wisdom that they have, and the things that we would lament and whine about was just something they did every day and just knocked it out and got it done. You know, they just didn't whine, they didn't complain. They have a humility which is, like we talked about before, and just the things they have lived through and accomplished. And the quote that stuck with me. Are you ready for this one? Yeah, when I was working, on the farm, he said, I grew up, I was a little boy in a depression. He goes, somebody's barn burn up, we just all go build it back up. He goes, I know it was a depression. He said, but it's actually a pretty great life. He said, I don't really look back on it as a bad experience. He said the way everybody lived and where everybody was neighbors and the way we all lived our everyday life.
Took care of each other.
He said, I look around at how, supposedly the blessed, and he put quotes around that, are living. Sometimes they don't look like much of a blessing, much at all. Good. All right, I guess I'll go speak now.
Yeah. Thank you. Wow, thanks, guys.
Go Amish.
Tell you what, when I'm talking, I don't think I have anything I can add for you guys, but maybe there's somebody else in there.
Go to another table.
Thank y'all for giving me a message today. I'll drive that home. DailyMail.com story involving Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Mm-hmm. Now, before we become too judgmental here, we even talked about what it felt like when even Ronald Reagan became president, if you knew Ronald Reagan, the actor and the entertainer, before he became the politician, right?
Right.
Now, did anybody think when you were watching Trump and watching the Celebrity Apprentice and all these different things, did anybody think that one day he'd be president?
No, nobody really gave it any hope at all, Rick.
It's a real possibility, says the story, that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has revealed that one day he may run for the president of the United States.
Yeah, he's mentioned this several times.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he told GQ magazine a year ago, it started coming up more and more. There was a real sense of earnestness. I can't even say that word. Earnestness. I started getting more and more earnest about this.
Right.
Which made me go home and think. Let me really rethink my answer and make sure I'm giving an answer that is truthful and also respectful. When asked if he ever planned on getting involved in politics, and he says that more and more over the past year, I'm starting to really sincerely consider this.
Well, think about this, Rick. There's been a lot of folks that's come out of the media. You had Clint Eastwood, mayor of a town in California.
Right.
You had Arnold, who was the gubernator. Remember that?
Right.
Get down.
Right.
So it's not totally unheard of, but I think this thing with Trump is definitely going to stir the fire up.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know, the guy that did Facebook, he's been out on a tour to visit every state, which I think is just a preliminary to him running.
Right. Could be. So Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Now he's currently starring in the remake of Baywatch.
Mm-hmm.
Baywatch the movie.
And he's been in a lot of the Fast and Furious too, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've done what, 12 or 13?
Yeah, he was just in the Fate
15?
of the Furious.
Yeah. So is the Baywatch movie is it
yuck, probably.
Is it Yuck Fest?
I think it's probably
is it lampooning and making fun of Baywatch?
Yes.
The one I saw was a comedy takeoff of it.
Yeah.
As if,
The
As
previous.
if it needed that.
Yeah,
right.
But I mean,
other was kind of lampoon.
It's going to have plenty to look at. The window dressing, but it's definitely a comedy takeoff.
So, all right, I cannot believe I'm drawing a blank here. Oh, David Hasselhoff. Okay,
Right.
so when he was in it, and I told you I went to see the new Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I've seen the first one, which I will say again is important. It is 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they're all here. You ready? Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubsy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank you for that warning.
Yes. Bubba, this hour we have a couple things that we can get into. Tim Tebow will join us at the bottom of the hour, and we'll chat with him about him speaking at the upcoming Gridiron Men's Conference, and also just the general stuff about Tim and the show. And will he remember being on before?
Probably not. It was probably an unmemorable performance for him.
Maybe when he hears his liner starting the segment, he'll go, "Oh man, that's right, I was on here."
Yeah. So we'll see.
We'll hope.
A couple of stories. We heard the stuff from Disney yesterday. As Disney continues to implode on itself, I guess at some point they'll reach the the law of diminishing return, where people just will say Disney has become so over the top strange. I'm just not going there anymore.
They're kind of. I think they're missing their target audience here. How is Scott Dawson taking it? Because I know he's a Disney fanatic.
I have. I think I can hit you with this. So
hit me with a.
Here's his response to yesterday's story about the LGBTQIA
plus
characters, and then what he has underneath this is heartbroken. So there's your answer. He's heartbroken.
Well, here's your situation. You have the folks with this kind of an alternative idea about life and lifestyles who are now in charge of a large part of Disney, who are upset with, as they quote, the "Don't Say Gay" crowd in Florida. And now that's law, and it doesn't really say that. It says they're not going to cover. Sexual orientation and sexual issues for kindergartners, basically.
Wait till you hear the sound clip on that.
Oh, I know. We need to get to that.
Oh, my
that, and now you have a backlash from people who work there and from customers who are going, we don't want Disney to be some pro-agenda-driven park
no, they don't have
that's out of touch with the numbers of the country. We love Disney because of what they do and what they've always done. And so, Rick, you're looking at a perfect storm where you could have the people from the Don't Say Gay crowd protesting Disney because they're not doing enough. And then you have the bunch that don't want anything to do with that, protesting the park and going, I ain't going and getting in that mess. And Disney is going to lose big time.
You ain't going to believe the new Pinocchio they've come up with.
All right. I knew it. The way he was shifting over there.
But the latest, I was going to add to this. We had the one yesterday, which we're referring back to. But the latest is Disney now says when you come to their parks, there'll be no greeting of boys and girls. And that has been you get there, hello boys and girls, and welcome to.
It'll be dreamers.
So the handful of people that would
Yeah.
even begin to care about that, we're going to cater to them.
Well, you sometimes get to the point.
I promise there's not many coming through those magical gates that are offended by hello boys and girls.
Well, no, if you look at the percentages, and we talked about this yesterday, you have a terrible business plan here, because your agenda and you being an activist has now blinded your decisions as a company. There's a reason that you've achieved what you've achieved, and what you're trying to do is to go in a completely opposite direction of why you have the influence you have now. Because what built that company was people said, I'm not really here for any agenda. I'm here for family entertainment.
Yeah, and I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to cover that.
Right.
I want to ride a ride. I want to, see the characters, all that stuff. It's really, I think the success of Disney was people wanting to get away from politics, and now it is going to become a political hotbed. Rick, we do need to hear Raven Simone and her comments on this that really make our point totally on this. Now, can we see that? It's
I see it.
It's cut
5A. Yeah, well, and we'll probably go through this whole these fives here, Adler. So when you get that one ready, let me know. Do you realize, Bubba, that Disney has a person? This is their title, Disney's diversity and inclusion manager.
Oh yeah. Well, most
That's
big
their
companies
job.
do now.
Wow.
So listen to Raven, what she says. Listen real close.
All right.
I'm going to say this, and this is my thing. If there's a don't say gay bill, there should be a don't say straight bill because it's not fair. And there are multiple kinds of humans in this world, and you are ruining the psyche, the confidence of so many young children because you are discrediting their parents, the people they love, the people that raise them, the people that teach them the manners when they walk into that schoolroom. So if you're not going to honor their family, your family shouldn't be honored either. So let's just make it even/equal, maybe.
Exactly. That's exactly what this bill did. It said, we ain't going to talk about it. No, we're not going to talk about it for young kids.
She didn't realize that
here's
she's
the thing.
actually supporting them.
She is trying to make an intelligent statement about something she doesn't know anything about and didn't read it and doesn't know what the whole thing is.
No, what the
didn't
bill
understand the point. She actually is making our point and Governor DeSantis' point.
100. Here's what the bill says, Ramon, or was it Simone? Raven, not so Raven. Here's what the bill says: we let parents decide what they want their children to learn and when they want to learn it. We're not going to let the school teacher decide. Yeah. And what did to your point, Bubba? What did she just say? Well, I tell you what, they need to honor parents. Yeah, that's what the bill's trying to do.
Right. And this is exactly that. We're not going to promote any sexuality or orientation with a bunch of toddlers. That's the whole point.
That's it.
That's all it is. Now, if you don't think there is, and Rick, every now and then the left lets somebody gets mad, and they lose their cover, and they, you know, I think the left has made a lot of leeway in this country because they don't tell you really what they're for. And we have a teacher now, and we'll go to 5B, and listen to what this teacher says, okay?
This is creepy, but it's honest. Mm-hmm. You know, that like you said, here we go.
It makes me very angry when people don't want to talk about gender and sexuality in classrooms, specifically for the reasons that students won't understand. Because in my experience with teaching, that is never the case. I'm a non-binary teacher and I use the title mix. And today I had 12 new students and I just go, hi, my name is Mix Murphy Q. I use mix instead of miss. It's a little bit different, but I'm still a teacher just the same. And they got it right away. I got mixed instead of missed all day. And it confuses me when people use that excuse that children won't understand because students are very intelligent and they're learning all day. It's not hard for them to learn a different type of title.
I'd like to know what kind of exhaust she has, exhaust system. It sounds like
Did
a
she
nice.
say she goes by Mix?
That nose
Mix.
Yeah,
M-I-X?
Y'all ready to hear what she does?
That makes no sense.
You know who she claims to teach? She is responsible for 2-year-olds at daycare.
Really?
2-year-olds.
Well, they'll call you anything you tell them to call.
Right,
You.
yeah.
They don't know that it has anything to do with non-binary or blah, blah, blah.
Thank you.
Well, through all
They'll
this,
call you, if you want to be called Dragacon, they'll call you that.
Because they're kids and they're malleable and they can be formed and impression.
And that's why they're targeting.
Amen.
That's why they're infiltrating the young levels of education.
Like I said, I don't think
because they know
shot.
they can do that. And you get in there, and then I start my agenda. You know, we had the teacher yesterday, the clip, where he said, hey, I want to talk about what me and my partner did over the weekend. I can't talk about us going rafting and all that.
And he teaches kindergarten.
Yeah, kindergarten. So the whole plan here is to infiltrate and indoctrinate our kids because, and was it today we had the clip or yesterday where the teacher says it's none of the parents' business about what they're being taught and what their gender identity is, and told the teachers don't tell the parents what their kids say. What their gender identity is. Was that on yesterday's list, Adler?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, it's crazy.
But at least that's honest.
It's honest. It's like some kind of.
Yeah,
it is absolutely.
I don't know.
It's like we're in a movie or something.
There are teachers out there that their goal is, and it's thank the Lord, not a majority. But if you don't think the government schools are not out to indoctrinate your children and they want to take away your authority, they're telling you if you just listen.
Their own words are telling you that.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your trust. And so in the movie, the main character, Chris Pratt, in the movie, he didn't know who his father was.
Right.
And, of course, in the movie, you find out who was his father.
Right.
Well, he said when he was a kid that he would pretend that David Hasselhoff was his father. And he would show pictures of David Hasselhoff to his friends and say that was his dad.
That's funny.
And that he owned a talking car and he's not here right now because he's on a mission.
Right. That's good. That's good.
Or he's touring Germany doing his new album.
Right.
So very funny line in it. And then, of course, when the real dad shows up and you see the hairstyle and everything, you're like, well, I wasn't that far off.
Right.
But anyway, so.
how many of us we love Knight Rider, right? I mean, I love
I
that
never
show.
watched it.
I was a big Knight Rider guy.
I loved it.
I
loved it.
I did not. I didn't.
You were a tech guy, man. This was the ultimate talking car.
Yeah, I was not drawn to it for some reason.
I was just a kid.
I never watched it. I think the reason why, and I know this, I mean, I had Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars and all that, but my interest in automobiles has never been very high. I just don't. I don't care that much about them, and so I guess that wasn't the draw. Hey, look at this, car and whatever.
Well, the fact it would talk and they would solve crimes together, and all that, and the support staff with him and all that stuff.
Yeah. So I don't think.
And you couldn't do anything to that car to destroy it. Nothing. I mean, they drop things on it, bury it, burn it.
Did you know?
It was great.
When I was a kid, I would confuse David Hasselhoff with whatever the actor's name was on BJ and the Bear.
Oh yeah,
I would confuse those two people.
What was his name?
Yeah.
Greg something.
I know who you're talking about. He was in 2 or 3 different shows.
Evigan,
yeah,
something like that.
And they look alike. They look alike.
Do they? Or is that just my
no,
weird?
I remember. I think they looked a lot alike.
Now I know I just mentioned it. Yeah, back when I was BJ.
Here we're doing it again.
Now wasn't that the truck driver with the monkey?
Yes.
Yeah. BJ and the Bear.
Yeah, I don't even remember one episode.
He
about
did.
that.
He did.
I never saw that.
Yeah, does he look like or am I an idiot?
No,
no.
You're pretty close.
They both had that 70s hair look.
Who did you say Greg played him? What was
Greg Evigan or something like that?
How'd you know that?
Is that right?
Yes.
How do you
I don't know.
Nobody knows who the actor in BJ and the Bear is.
I don't know how.
He was in a lot of shows. They all had that same
He was
look.
in that My Two Dads show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There you go, Rick.
There it is. Well, yeah, like Bubba
I could
said,
see that.
Similar hairstyles and all that.
Yeah.
When you're a stupid little kid, you don't know who these people are.
No, right?
So I mean, you just kind of making it up as you go. But yeah, I was never drawn to that Knight Rider. Hamza, you were all in. You must have you not reruns.
Not only that, no, I'm gonna really open it up here. Okay,
Oh, boy.
I got my first car.
Oh, here we go.
Now you got to remember, I'm 16. Okay, when you get your first car, you're 16. Now you're a little older than you need to be worried about that.
Right.
Really, it was an '88 Camaro, and I was. Even though it wasn't the exact same car, I thought about that. I thought,
Did you really?
Look at me. Look what I've been able to do.
Yeah, I guess part
it didn't talk back to me, though.
Yeah, part of it, and I still have this to today, part of, I think, protecting myself from disappointment, I never really I won't hype things up. I try to downplay everything. Mm-hmm. And I realized, I think, which may have kept me from ever caring about cars, I knew the idea of me ever having a cool car was unattainable.
Please understand,
was
too.
unattainable.
I know. The car I had
was so realistic.
It was not new. Okay, right. So it wasn't, but it looked a lot like that.
I mean, did I want the Smokey and the Bandit Trans Am? Sure, I wanted it.
Yeah.
But there was no way that. I mean, I might as well wanted a space shuttle.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't gonna get either one.
Rick, that actor that is in that, he is in so many things and has been in so many things. You couldn't read the list of all the TV shows he's been
really?
in.
So he had his big run.
No, he's still going. He was in the TV series Bones this year.
Watch it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's about Ken Hearn.
It is. It is. A lot of people don't know that.
Right.
Inside joke.
What should we do, Bones? Well, I told you I ought to keep getting oil changed and to get the tires right.
You need to change the battery.
First thing is get some blue jean shorts. Let's go.
Get some blue jean shorts and some knobby knees. We got to get out of here. And where's your white shoes? Bones, I'm not in.
Bones, I want you to know Bubba is not in this.
We're not in this, Bones. Also, Twiggy Smalls earning her degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University, taking your phone calls. So, when you think about the Rick and Bubba show, you think about romance. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll do another one today. It'll be out this weekend wherever you get podcasts. We'll talk a little Ukraine and Russia, another one of those bizarro things that's going on. Tim Tebow with us next segment, so we'll talk to Tim. He'll be coming to the Gridiron Men's Conference this summer, Huntsville, Alabama. If you want to make plans to be there, gridironmen.com. So, Bubba, it's almost like this story got by Speedy today. I'm sure he tried to block it.
Sure, tried to kill it.
He tried to. By the way, I'm getting the emails from a lot of you, and Speedy showed me the Jesse Waters last night on Fox, and there's just two of them. There's a lot of things he says about how perception is reality to people, and that's how propaganda works. And you look at what we did about Disney, you'll start thinking that that everywhere we turn, this is an issue. You'll start thinking it's a huge number of people.
Yeah.
I mean, a huge number. And they did a deal where they asked people what the percentage they thought based on perception. Like, say, they asked, what do you think the percentage of our population identifies himself as being gay? And the answer was 30%. Mm-hmm. That's what people thought. Well, reality, it's 3%. That's how far off it is. Mm-hmm. Trans, I think they said, 21%? Mm-hmm. You know what it is? 1%.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And so this is why this propaganda goes on. It makes you believe something that isn't even really true. Right. Now, does that mean that no matter how small a percentage you represent, that you're not to be treated well? No, it doesn't mean that at all. But what it does mean is this catering our entire society.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be driving the whole discussion of how we handle it.
Yeah, you shouldn't be driving the narrative. What we should, and as long as you're not breaking the law, in this constitutional republic, you should be allowed to live out your life and make your own choices. And I may disagree with your choices, but I shouldn't be allowed to harm you or anything like that. And you certainly need compassion if you're struggling with something. But what you're hearing is like when you take something as successful as Disney, and their new business plan is to cater to an audience this small, is bizarre. Mm-hmm. I mean, if I made that presentation in a business meeting, you would think I'd lost my mind. Hey, Bubba, I've come up with something. I've figured out that 1% to 3% of our audience desires blank.
Yeah.
And I think that needs to be the majority of our show. Yeah. Would you not say to me, Rick, I think you just kind of lost your mind?
Yeah, I'd say you must have hit your head.
Right. Yeah,
but you see the infiltration and the indoctrination that's going on, that's why it doesn't make sense. The numbers don't reflect right.
Right. That's another one.
Yeah, that was another one. What percentage of U.S. households have an income over $500,000? Because you're told that's who's going to finance everything you ever want. People thought that there are 26% of our country that make over $500,000. It's 1%.
Yeah, I knew that one.
And that was a YouGov poll, I believe, that he was quoting.
But
from.
You believe, and so the reason why they want you to think it's a bigger number is so they can ostracize those people and demonize them, and you go, I tell you what, they'll foot the bill. There's about 26 to 30% of them. So if we tax them at a level, we can pay for everything. You can take 100% of 1% of people's income, and you can't finance what?
No, not.
Can you even get a week of the government financed?
No.
So they're coming for your money, and you need to figure that out and quit being played.
As a matter of
you ought
fact,
to be offended. They think you're that big a chump.
I think the numbers, too, and I haven't looked at them lately, these things come out from the IRS. They publish these tables of data like it was 500,000 to 1%, what we were talking about. But only about 10% of the country makes more than 100,000 a year. I believe that's right. It may be 120 now, but it's not near as much as what you think it is when you watch TV. That's the bottom line. What you're fed is way out of line what the reality of it is.
Well, you look at this like, of course, I have friends that are trying to keep the gambling industry out of our state just and for obvious reasons. But one of the reasons is they said you're led to believe that I'll tell you what, it's who cares about the people do with the wood, and you're talking about hate the rich and all this. But when you look at many of these gambling operations that try to pretend that everybody's gambling for the kids, what you find is that the poorest of the poor are financing college for the richest of the rich.
Yeah.
Because 87% of people who buy lottery tickets on a regular basis, 87% make $26,000 or less.
Wow.
87%.
The joke used to be, and we've used it here, that that a lottery is really a tax on people who are bad at math.
Well,
and there's a lot of truth to that joke.
And then you look at the requirements that you need on some of these Hope scholarships and everything, and you find out that the people who have access to a better education and access to better schools and all of this, really those who have access to crap schools finance for those that had access to great schools to go to college for free.
Yeah, that's true. I thought this was interesting,
which tells
too.
you why that's flawed. Look, people have these arguments because some people like to gamble and some people don't. Right. Some people like to gamble and don't want to leave their state to gamble, and some people don't want gambling in their state. That's the real debate. The solving the problems of the world, that just has never turned out to be reality.
Yeah,
it's whether you want gambling in your state or you don't.
Yeah,
and does the good outweigh the bad? And of course, when you're driving by signs that say "Call here if you have a gambling problem," and there's an organization called Gamblers Anonymous.
Yeah.
That's.
Have you noticed?
You probably don't want to finance your state government on that.
Yeah, watch anything that has a group called Anonymous tied to it.
Yeah,
be careful of those things because there's obviously a problem.
This one jumped out at me too from the YouGov poll that he talked about last night. Percentage of Americans who are vegan or vegetarian. Which one? What do you think the percentage is that they came back at?
Do you think that they've told us that I'm all veggie?
Mm-hmm. This is the poll, the percentage that came back.
You talking about the one people think it is, or what I think?
I
would think they would think it is 25%. I say it's about 2%.
I would say they probably think it's maybe even higher than 25%, maybe closer to 30%.
Y'all are both really close. 30% came back saying that they thought that's how many Americans were vegetarians. 5% is the actuality.
So I want you to think about me going to my very successful restaurant chain,
right?
And I'm trying to produce a veggie burger for 5% of the whole population. I'm not very smart, am I?
Well, again, I think sometimes the woke factor is not they're just not looking at the math correctly.
Mm-mm. Well, because that's logic versus emotion.
Right.
Yeah, you do realize that.
They're not looking at the math.
No, they're looking at the emotion. That's the way I feel.
And this is not hard math. We're not talking about calculus.
But it shows you that propaganda works. You start believing, my goodness, I must live in a world that is absolutely full of wealthy gay vegetarians.
Yep. Yep.
Right. They don't know their gender.
It appears that some people that have those agendas will do anything to get in power so they can make a change.
Rick and Bubba.
Most people do. And so we were, I guess it was February, and we had a young man and his girlfriend at the time. And
I knew I'd seen him.
Yeah, and they were here in February. And so we got to cutting up with him a little bit, and as we do. And, Bubba will engage them usually when we're doing a little picture time, a little grip and grin. And so we were going to talk about how long they've been dating, and he dropped really we thought was a huge number, 4 years. And so we began to
get a degree then.
We began to kind of get on him and say, 4 years, my goodness, how much longer do you need to decide whether you want to marry this woman or not? So they're back today, and they were in the golden ticket seats, and I got an email from him that was telling me that joke would not fly today, and if it was brought up again, that he would for once and for all, he was going to ask her to marry.
We've got some footage of it.
Yeah,
just iPhone we shot spur of the moment
off Speedy's computer. Here's what happened in the break for those of you that are watching and listening. We were all very nervous. Walking over to the golden ticket seats now.
I'm trying not to be obvious in the video.
I made the mistake of telling you sooner than I should have.
All right, now do I have this right? Is
No,
this
I'm not giving it away.
Right here. Do you remember this guy? He was here. Yeah, he was here.
Did we get on him about that?
Well, how long y'all been dating?
4 years today.
Whoa! Congratulations. I mean, how much longer do you need to finally decide if you want to marry this guy?
Well, I don't guess any longer.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
Who's shooting this?
I am.
Okay.
Bubba is.
No, what? I'll get on it here.
Technically, this is not public. But, I agree with the statement. If after what God did for me on the cross, if he never does another thing for me, that will have been enough. But he decided to do something else for me, and he sent me you. So.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's on the knee.
Will you marry me?
Yes.
Speedy, are you okay?
Speedy with a nervous wreck.
Are you okay?
I'm a nervous wreck.
You all right, buddy? Hang in there.
What a moment.
All right, so, well, then, look at him there. He did. Boy,
Congratulations,
how relieved
y'all.
to see you right now.
That is awesome.
There's the ring.
Look at that.
Look at that ring.
Congratulations.
So he did ask her to marry him in the break. Now, Michael, this is Michael Wilder. When you emailed me, I thought to myself, oh boy, because
these things can go real bad.
They don't always go well.
Yeah.
Well, not long after that, y'all had the guy, in Boston, and I felt like, well, they're kind of talking to me.
Yeah.
Remember that?
At Wrigley Field, I do remember that.
Wrigley Field.
Wrigley Field.
So you, but there seemed to be your former girlfriend, now fiance, by the way. That's real. Did you have an idea of what was about to take place? Did he have a hard time not giving it away?
A little bit. There was suspicion because he was trying to figure out what size ring and what kind I liked, and so I knew it might be coming up.
Did you think today though?
Kind of, but I didn't think here.
I understand that.
Not that that's a bad thing. I just we're going to the beach later, so I just.
Yeah, you thought this probably he'll be in the beautiful beach, but
you didn't think at 8:00,
right?
In the Rick and
barely
Bubba
awake,
studio, you
so
were
I just kind of thought.
Yes. Well, this place is so romantic.
It is.
You know,
It
you-
is.
Yeah,
It is.
you'll never forget those stacked chairs just off to the right.
Nothing screams romance like soundproofing.
The old merchandise board that we didn't realize the glue was that good, and we tore some of the paint off.
Sure, it's beautiful.
Yeah, with various sticky notes saying "sold out."
Yeah.
But so yeah, the gigantic window with people gawking and looking.
Yeah.
But so this is the day. So the joke's over about being too legit to commit.
That's right.
Yeah. So what are your plans? You have when y'all going to set a date? Any ideas? Y'all got to talk about all that.
Probably.
I guess that's up to her.
You got some conversation on the way to the beach. I know that.
Well, you got a lot to talk about now.
Plenty of time to talk about.
Y'all gonna have the wedding here?
No.
Maybe not.
I don't know about that.
We'll just go with this. Okay.
Yeah.
Bubba will film it again. He did so good on that.
Look, I didn't give it away by holding the phone.
I know, you did.
I kept it down.
Well, it's funny because Bubba does love he gets excited about this kind of stuff. He's a hopeless romantic.
Yeah.
And so I told him about 30 minutes ago.
No, you told me this morning.
Yeah, and I could tell the minute I told him, he was like, "Oh no."
I thought, gosh,
how
do
do
I
I
don't
hold
say
it in?
anything?
How do I hold it in?
Yeah. Immediately, I was drawn to all stories about where somebody proposed in public. On the show,
and it all went.
I'm like,
down.
no, I can't do that.
And they don't always go well. And you had said in the email that you thought it was just a little too predictable to do.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are so thankful that you are with us today.
Without him, brother.
The Gridiron Men's Conference is coming June 17th and 18th. Huntsville, Alabama. I've told we've been talking and teaming up with them for years. It is a great gathering for men, and we've got a great lineup again coming up this summer. And this summer, Tim Tebow returns to the Gridiron Men's Conference. That's right, isn't it, Tim? You have spoken there before, correct?
Well, we love their ministries. We love having a chance to support and believe in what they do, and so I'm grateful I get a chance to be back and hang out with you and everybody else, and hopefully a bunch of your listeners right now that come join us, and we'll have a great time.
Tim, I know that Speedy talked to you in the break about the liner that you did for us. It was your heart was in the right place, and you really took care of us. But you've spent your life playing athletics and being around guys. And sometimes guys, they're always hacking on somebody.
They play a little rough
sometimes. And I know when you said that Bubba and I are just two guys, working. Here, I'll play it for you right here. We have it, and right here.
Hey, this is Tim Tebow, and you're listening to Rick and Bubba Show. Just two amazing guys living their journey out together.
And I know what you meant. I mean, two guys on a journey, and we're trying to advance the kingdom of God. We're doing it together, shoulder to shoulder. We're taking on
the world. But now the guys made it sound like that Bubba and I were a couple, and I didn't take it that way.
Yeah, some of our rougher friends.
Listen, guys, I didn't mean it that way. And maybe we can, just clear all that up if y'all send me a box of awesome.
That's good.
I didn't see that one coming. That's good.
That's good.
Oh, that's great. Rarely are we surprised by the guests with that line. So Tim,
some people who get a box thinks Tim's going to be in it. Right?
That's true.
That's just pretty weird.
Right. Let's talk about you obviously you've had a lot going on, but let's unpack some stuff first of all, and then we'll get to some the things that are most important. But you being big time college football player. Hey, I played in the NFL. Hey, I had a run at Major League Baseball. But now let's go back just to collegiate, because you've seen both those worlds, and you certainly spend a lot of time being part of pregame and getting ready for the big game. Since you've seen the professional side and you've played the college side, do you think this NIL thing? I understand the sentiment, I really do, and I think that players need to be given something for all that they bring and the money people make off of them. But are we moving into just another version of professional athletics?
That's honestly, it's a really good question. And I kind of feel similar to what you just, kind of shared a little bit. I really do believe that these college athletes, all of them deserve better. It is way more than a full-time job. And so I'm a believer in the NIL to a certain extent, but I also feel like there's got to be a few rules, and I think hopefully as it continues to kind of figure it out, we'll be able to figure it out in the right way. I think a safe, reliable way where we still have the excitement of college sports, but we also have the support to the athletes that they deserve, and honestly that some of them really need. We're part of a company called Campus Legends that is trying to do it in a safe, reliable, easy way with NFTs and then real-life experiences where we connect the athletes with their fans and the universities and bring them all together, because that's honestly what we're trying to do, right, with NIL, is trying to support and build a brand for the athletes and connect them with their real fans, and the university has to be a part of it because they help with all of it. And so I think it's something that it's a very unique time in college sports, and I do feel like we have to do something for all these college athletes. But to me, it's not just about the quarterback that's going to get the six-figure deal. To me, it's also about all of the athletes and the offensive lineman, defensive lineman, but also the gymnastics team and the softball team and the rowing team and some of these other teams. So I feel like we got to also bring the fairness to it, and also be able to support the guys that are selling thousands of jerseys. And so it's an interesting balance that I think there's a lot of people working on, and I like that it's we're supporting them, but I also think it's interesting just. There's a lot of unique deals right now that we also got to figure out. I think and where I think my heart gets a little concerned is with the young people right now, of the freshmen in high school, the 8th graders that are getting deals, and and having the right people love and support them, because all of us need coaching as we figure out these deals so nobody takes advantage of us.
Tim, the USFL is about to kick off another spring league. Has anybody approached you about playing for them?
Well, I got to try out about 45 minutes.
Today.
Sorry, guys. I made that up. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I put a Stallions jersey in your box of awesome.
That's right. It's headed your way.
Where did the Stallions play? Where are they out of?
Birmingham.
Birmingham. All right. There we go.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Wouldn't it be a little bit different if instead of playing against Alabama, I was now playing for them?
I started to say there's a lot of people in this state would like to cheer for you openly on the field for a change.
For a change, yeah.
Well, you guys know I love that state, and I was this close to going to play for Alabama, and there's a whole lot that I love about them. I love their passion, their tradition. I tell you, they know how to do it right there. They care about their teams.
So let's talk transfer portal, kind of in the same deal. And I know the way you played, and I know, I have some idea just by the fruit that you bear, the kind of man that you are. And when you're a competitor, I don't know, it just seems like we're building and all for the right reasons, I think. We're trying to do the right thing, but we're creating a world to where if I don't play and I don't play immediately,
spoiled brats is what you're trying to say.
I'm trying not to say it that straight. You're right. Yeah. That if I don't like my situation, I just say, well, I'm out of here.
Well, I think this is a really hard one. I think this is honestly probably even a little bit harder than NIL because I think most people believe NIL. Believe that they should support the athletes. It's just the argument is how and how much, right? I think where this one's harder is not everybody believes that you should be able to leave whenever you want, however you want, the way that you want. And I think I am someone that, man, for some of the stories, I am like, yes, they need to be able to leave and get a chance to play for different reasons. But then at the same time, I feel like we are creating a little bit of a I didn't get what I want the way that I wanted, and so I'm just going to leave as fast as I can. And I don't necessarily think that is as much of a college football issue as it is a little bit of listen, our society is saying that it's about instant gratification. If you don't get what you want right now, then you need to change. And I think we also need to instill in the next generation the discipline, the work ethic, the determination, the perseverance to continue to fight through it, to battle. And yes, there's some that I do think need to be able to go because they're just never going to get a shot to play. They're the fourth-string quarterback and their three others are the same age. Like, okay, I get that. But then some of them that you just won the national championship for Georgia and you're going to go to Alabama, like, that's
no. I think you touched on something, Tim, which kind of gets us to the next topic. This is not an athletic problem, and I think a lot of it is the men in our society are confused. Many of them have abandoned their responsibilities. They don't even know their responsibilities. I know that I think too many times we tell men, you need to be the spiritual leader, you need to do this, but we don't ever equip them to do it. And I know that you have a passion for that. That'll be part of what you're doing when you go out and speak to these men's gatherings. Something's got to change with the men of our society, and even the church, the Western church to a degree, I think has made a mistake of treating men's ministry as the last priority as opposed to the first priority. Don't you think a lot of this would be solved if men would find themselves in proper alignment with God and actually live out their lives the way God intended it?
Well, I think that changes that not only changes so much of this, it changes a lot of society as well. And I think where it really is on my heart is when we think about men leading, it's not leading in the way a lot of people think of, oh, I'm out front and I'm ahead. No, leading is earning respect. Leading is showing a vision. Leading is leading with passion. It's leading with compassion. Leading is being willing to sacrifice. Leading is being willing to go help and love the least of these. Leading is being willing to serve those, whether that you like them or not. Leading is being willing to give what you have to help people that you've never met. Leading is willing to do what the Good Samaritan did and help someone that was beaten and left for dead. And that's why Jesus says to the expert of the law after he finishes telling that story, he says in the Greek as a command, as an imperative, go and do the same. It's a command to all of us, right? To do what the Good Samaritan did. That someone is hurting, someone is beaten, someone is left for dead. It is a command to us to go and do the same, to help them, to bring them to safety, to love. That's what we're called to do, right? And so as leaders, it's not that we're above, it's not that we're in front. It's that we are earning people's respect. It's that we're choosing their best interests and we're acting on their behalf. It's that we're willing to suffer with them and for them. It's that we're willing to have compassion. We're willing to go to the hard places. We're willing to lead, not from in front, but underneath sometimes, of caring people, of loving people, of helping people. And one of my favorite words in the Bible is the Greek word hupomeno, and it means to remain under, and it's used in multiple times. It's used in 1 Corinthians 13:7, where it says, love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. It's the Greek word for endure, and that's what we're called to do. We're called to endure. We're called to remain under. And when it gets really hard, we need to be the ones that are willing to stick in there, do the hard things, and love people, regardless if we like them or not. Love has nothing to do with like. The greatest form of love has to do with the choice, to choose the best interest of other people and act on their behalf. It's what Jesus did for us, and it's what we're called to do for humanity. And I believe when we want to act like real men, we're going to choose humanity's best interest. We're going to act on their behalf. We're not going to flinch. We're not going to run. We're not going to leave when it gets hard. That's what leadership is to me.
Woo!
Amen.
Let's go, Tebow! Let's go, Tebow! Man, thank you so much for taking time to be with us for that today. I appreciate it very much. We all do.
Man, of course. I'm grateful for you guys. We need to do this more.
I know we do.
Let's do it, Tim.
By the way, you won't...
Wait a minute, Tim. Are you saying we're friends?
Tim, are you saying we're friends?
Yeah, I think we're friends. I mean, I don't like you, but I love you.
Tim Tebow, get your tickets now to see him and another great lineup at Gridiron Men's Conference by going to gridironmen.com. Also, you can check rickandbubba.com under show notes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That at the beach and all that, so you want to do something that wasn't as
Pretty
predictable.
good.
Yeah, she had actually said, I know what you're going to do. You're going to propose on our anniversary at the beach. And I just said, okay.
You're
We'll
right.
see.
You got me.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
Yep.
So now, who are the other folks that came up to see this?
Yeah. Who are these other two?
They were outside the window.
That's Dayla and Bree Swords, two of her best friends.
Okay.
And then my brother came down today, and he was going to record it too. So we had plenty of angles on the recording.
You'll probably also make the daily documentary today. I'm almost certain.
Oh, I would imagine
Yeah,
so.
we got a lot of video for this forever. I was a nervous wreck. I asked your brother. I said, "Were you nervous?" And he's like, "Not really."
He doesn't look like your brother. Doesn't like he get nervous about anything.
No, why am I nervous
About
and he's
anything.
not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at him.
He just barely awake.
He just laid back like Willie Ralph.
Speedy couldn't even watch. I was looking at Speedy. He had his head down.
I had
He
my
was
hands
nervous.
on my on my knees like this. Like,
Right,
and I was praying for him. I was like, "Lord, please say yes."
Right.
You know?
No, but I mean, did you surely you did your intel? You knew you weren't going to get a no.
Well, I told her, I said, because she always said, don't do it in public. And in my head, I was like, this technically isn't public.
Well,
a little bit.
Right. Really public right now.
Yeah, really public.
If it goes
now.
that documentary, it's really good.
Well, that I didn't know about. So that's technically I can throw
But that's
that on y'all.
afterwards.
Yeah, that's not live.
that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yesterday shirtless Bubba, today a nice proposal.
Yeah, you never
I think
know.
it goes good together.
Yeah, it does. So, well, congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we wish you nothing but success and happiness, and hope your marriage just impacts others. And God loves marriage, no doubt about it. He's on record about that. So celebrate it.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
And,
Thank you.
All right, thanks for making us
Good
part of
job.
it.
So you saying if you want to propose in studio, it's Greg at rickandbubba.com?
Right.
No,
Don't send it to
y'all don't
Greg.
start that.
Don't send it to Greg.
We'll start doing like the story we did where they charged $400. Remember the one that
Yeah,
went bad?
Wrigley Field.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wrigley.
yeah. All right, so here, you remember we talked about that we went on in Tampa, Florida, here, and we went on in Tampa just a couple of weeks, and we have a call from Tampa.
We finally have one?
Says that they heard us for the first time, but is this just first time in Florida or first time you've ever heard the show?
Oh, no, I lived in Birmingham and have been fans for a very long time, but I've been here for about 12 years, and so I listen on my phone.
Right.
And so 2 nights ago, Tuesday night, I actually had a dream about you guys. It's hilarious.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, well, I had a dream that Rick actually helped me get liposuction on my hips, and I could wear T-shirts.
Well,
we don't hear that a lot,
yeah,
but that's very
right.
interesting.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of
That's a
dreams.
weird dream.
Us helping you get liposuction is a new one.
Rick would help you with that, and then I would carry you out for cookies.
And so I kept thinking about that, and then this morning I'm in car circle with my son,
And the radio was on kind of quiet, and then all of a sudden we hear Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, and we looked at each other, and I said, "Where's that coming from?"
That's great. And so
I'm looking around. I grabbed my phone. I thought maybe my phone just started playing the Rick and Bubba show, but no, it was off. And then I didn't hear it again. So I pulled out of the school and I turned the volume up, and so it's going in and out. So I'm competing with the classical music station, which is what I had on last night.
Yeah, me too.
This morning,
we share a lot of
Rick and
listeners
Bubba.
with that classical music station.
Yeah, so you need.
They're singing to me, and they're singing the Rick and Bubba theme song. Where is this coming from?
How
so
strange.
where are you now? Because I didn't find it on your website.
Yeah,
I was looking to find out.
it's on 1490 AM. Yeah, if you'll dial to 1490, you should hear it loud and clear.
Okay, but it was coming in on FM.
There might be an FM.
I can't explain
transmitter.
that later.
It's 93.3, I believe it is.
Is
it
it?
90?
No, it was 103.5.
Really?
Really?
Huh. Okay. There
Well,
might
look,
be.
we're just glad you can hear it.
Yeah.
I know, but I just
weird.
and I can only hear it when I'm stopped, not when I'm moving.
Well, that's kind
so
of a
I
problem.
just thought for some reason God wanted me to hear Rick and Bubba.
Well,
and it'll keep you from speeding.
Yeah. So yeah, that is true. So if you want to hear it though loud and clear, 1490 AM.
1490. That's awesome. Listen, you guys, there's so many Alabama people here in this part of Florida.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without 'em, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber.
We're back. 7 minutes to the top of the hour. I cannot stress enough to our affiliates and everybody about this issue we're having on a
closure.
Yeah, a two regular basis. Look, I just saw two lights here, just light up for no reason too. But I apologize because this is on the can't happen list. So even if it's only happening twice a show, it's only can't happen. So twice, it might as well be 30 because it can't happen at all. It just can't happen. And it's happening, and we apologize to any duress that we are causing.
I like a little dead air.
Do you like that? How about if
you know what? Good news. You're in luck.
Ought to be just tickled pink.
Let me tell you something. If you've got an automated system or a board op right now, you know what the things y'all said about us today, we deserve it. Okay, but just kind of think about what Tim said. You don't have to like us, say you love us.
That's right.
GoodRx.com/Bubba. You're going to love this. Did you know that from one drugstore to another on a prescription, the price could vary as much as I'm talking about? It could vary as much as 80%. Can you believe that? So anyway, if you would like to, go ahead now and make a move to do that, all you got to do is go to GoodRx.com/Bubba. Again, GoodRx.com/Bubba. It's free to use. Now, it is not insurance, but the prices are so good, sometimes it's better than your copay. So look into it before you make the move. GoodRx.com/Bubba. You can also find a link there by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and hopefully you will start saving a ton of money. You at least should know where the pharmacies near you, what they charge for the prescriptions that you have to have, and compare them and take the better price as long as you're still getting the medication that you need. All right, so Tim Tebow, again, he now says we're friends.
Yeah, well, he said it. So I have to believe it. I will say Tim's speech right there that had a lot of passion to it. I think that may be better than the famous speech he gave after the Ole Miss loss that he got a statue out of.
It's almost like for the first time, because you remember this show has made so many things happen, like the time, God rest his soul, when Keith Jackson was on the air, and I told him that I'd keyed up my football opportunities, and I always wanted him to say my name, and he said, I'll say it right now. And he pretended like I was playing.
Yeah, I did a little play-by-play.
Yeah, I always wanted to hang out with Kevin Sumlin, Brett Favre. I've got to do those things. And today, I felt like that I was on Team Tebow. I felt like I was his teammate and that he was with me. And I will tell you, that was as good as I've heard Tim.
Yeah. That was good.
Yeah, it was. And he's got me fired up.
Yeah. He's gonna have to put a little soundproofing in that room.
That's all right.
Maybe invest in a
That's all right. That's all right.
But I tell you, I
sound
love,
like a locker room.
I love the speech. I love the passion behind it, and love what he said.
Yeah,
it's good.
But you know what I mean? Look at it this way: it did have an echo in it, and some of y'all being cute, saying it sounded like Tim was, talking to us from the bathroom. But look at it as a locker room.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, that's the way to look at
It's
it.
a
And
locker
locker
room.
rooms have bathrooms.
Yeah,
that's why it sounds.
And like
that way.
Pitcher's all in there bleeding. He's still got his full pads on. And remember he got the paint off the field on him real bad on his jersey. Do you remember that?
Smeared.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull that.
You can't even read John 16:33.
That's right. I'm gonna pull that interview because I can work on my imitation of him. I can listen.
Greg,
to
come on now. This not.
I need to work on it because it's not very good.
We forgot to tell Tim.
It's not very good at all.
Greg did an impersonation.
Yeah, but I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna pull the audio on that and work on it.
All right, so something happened during the break. I don't know if y'all caught. I think Helmsy did. He was paying attention. Bubba was a little uncomfortable. So I'm talking to him and about to hand him over to Adler and get him positioned for ready to go on air. And I said, hey, man, I don't know if you remember. And he quickly said, I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, you did a liner for us. And so we were on air wondering if you would remember when you heard the liner or if you just remembered us. And he kind of laughed. He goes, what was my liner? Well, almost like somebody said something to him, which I don't know. So that's why I was kind of. That's why I was playing it for him off air. I couldn't tell if he was like sending a shot to us, like, yeah, what was my liner?
Well, that's another thing
or
I
if he
feel
was
good
really
about.
wanting to know what he said.
I don't think anybody else would have had that problem if it hadn't been for our friends.
Amen.
True.
And some of them in this room.
I don't know who said it.
Two things that stood out. He's got our sense of humor. The
He
box
does.
of awesome comment was excellent, and
Outstanding.
him saying that he was trying out for the USFL today was fantastic. He has our sense of humor, guys.
Well, here's what I've noticed. Here's what I've noticed. We cleared the air on so many things.
Yeah.
We openly talked about the liner. We asked us he considers to be friends. And then he threw out a couple of great one-liners. It's almost like he this today said the first time it seemed a little distant between us, but not today.
Yeah.
Today we closed the gap.
Yeah, the first time I don't think he liked you.
There was one point where I thought I was going to be sitting here and he was going to put an eye black on me.
I know.
You know, ready for me to go.
There
out
wasn't one uncomfortable moment. I wasn't sure how he was going to take it. I don't know if y'all saw me get up. I'm like, I'm out.
I saw you get
I was getting secondhand when y'all started talking about the liner and wanting to play it for
Speedy
him.
left the room.
I couldn't handle it.
He was crawling under that
Why you
table.
left?
He did.
Yeah,
get up.
I was a nervous wreck.
Yeah.
That and the fact our brakes aren't starting. But I mean, between the two is why? But I was very nervous. I didn't know what his reaction was going to be.
I thought the way you asked it was really well done.
Yeah. Well, there's a
I
way
was
to go about
nervous,
it.
and I didn't leave the room, but I was nervous.
There's a way to go about it.
I think he was mad about it.
Tim's funnier.
Don't worry about the computer, Speedy. I mean, 3 out of 4 starting.
That's right.
That ain't bad.
That's a good point.
That ain't bad, Bo.
But like Helmsy, to your point. So what I do is when I ask something like that, I make sure Greg's mic's not on.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you got to do certain things.
You got to position yourself properly,
Yeah, so-
and then hope it goes well.
Right. So thanks for being with us today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.